Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The Quiet River. There was a man by the name of Eli Cartwright, and folks said he had a way of listening to silence the same way others listen to music. He came from the plains where the wind never tired and the ground never gave much, a place where hard work was less a choice and more a sentence. His family had tilled that dry earth for 3 generations, and though they worked with honest hands, they never seemed to get ahead. Eli grew up watching his father barter bushels of grain for tools that broke before the season end, and he swore to himself as a boy that he'd find a different path, one where a man's sweat still mattered, but his mind mattered more. He started with nothing but a horse older than himself and a sack of ledgers he'd rescued from the local bank trash heap. The banker thought they were useless once the pages were filled, but to Eli, each slide was a story. He'd spend long evenings by the fire tracing the numbers, figuring out how debts had been paid, how fortunes had turned, and how failure always seemed to vote those who lived above their means. In those dusty books, Eli found patterns that whispered lessons louder than any teacher ever had. He learned that money wasn't just a thief you carried. It was a river flowing from one hand to another, sometimes swelling into floods, sometimes drying to a trickle, but always moving. With this quiet knowledge, Eli set out. He didn't chase quick riches. Eli paid attention. When he saw a neighbor buying new plows or season, he asked himself why. When he saw a shopkeeper never short of customers, he studied the man's habits until he saw that it was consistency, not luck, that kept the store alive. He kept notes in his own little book, filling page after page with thoughts about what worked and what didn't. By the time other boys his age were squandering wages on cards and whiskey, Eli was lending them coin and charging fair interest that taught them the weight of every dollar borrowed. His first real turn of fortune came during a winter harsher than most. The river had frozen and wagons couldn't cross to deliver supplies. Folks in his town were panicked, with prices doubling overnight. Eli, who'd spent the summer buying up grain when it was cheap, kept his head. He sold enough to feed families at a fair rate, never gouging, never taking advantage, but just enough to make a profit that carried him forward. People remembered that. By spring, he was no longer just a farm boy. He was a man folks trusted with their savings. Cartwright steady, they said. He won't leave you hungry, and he won't leave you broke. Trust, Eli learned, was the true currency of the land. Years went by, and Eli's name traveled further than the dusty town where he was born. Started a small company repairing wagons, then another trading goods across counties. He never rushed, never gambled on a promise too sweet to be true. He stuck to what he knew, steady margins, fair deals, and patience. The man had a patience like the river. He admired slow, persistent, wearing down stone until it shaped the land. By the time most of his old neighbors had burned through their youth, Eli had a network of businesses that carried him like a raft downstream. But here's the part most folks don't talk about when they tell his story around the fire. Eli never saw wealth as something to hold in his fists. He saw it as something to guide, like reins in a horse's mouth. He'd take his profits and reinvest them, always turning money back into the flow rather than letting it stagnate. He built mills that gave jobs to families. He loaned seed money to farmers who repaid him not only with coin but with loyalty. And he started schools that taught arithmetic to children whose parents had never even held a proper slate. Wealth to Eli wasn't a pile of gold. It was motion, momentum, a current that had to keep moving or else turn sour. And yet, through all his growth, Eli kept the same quiet rituals. Each evening he'd sit by the fire, just like when he was a boy, and write in his ledgers. Not the big ledgers his clerks kept, but his own small book of lessons. He wrote down every mistake, every misjudgment, every victory. He believed a man could forget his own errors if he didn't write them, and forgetting meant repeating. That little book became his truest fortune, not because it held numbers, but because it held wisdom earned the hard way. Now, unfolks measure success by the house a man leaves behind or the land that carries his name. Eli measured it differently. When he passed, not one person in town was in debt to him unfairly. Not one soul could say he had cheated them. Instead, they spoke of the opportunities he gave, the stability he provided, and the calm assurance that no matter the storm, there was always someone steady at the helm. His wealth outlived him not in gold, but in the prosperity of the people who had trusted him, who had learned from his patience and his fairness. They say that at his funeral, under a sky split with rain and lightning, old friends and strangers alike filled the streets. Farmers who had fed their children because of his loans, merchants whose shops survived because of his advice, even orphans who'd learned to read thanks to his schools, they all came, and as they lowered him into the ground, a hush fell over the crowd, broken only by the patter of rain on umbrellas. Then one voice, old and cracked, spoke what everyone was thinking. The river keeps moving. He taught us how to vow it. Eli Cartwright's story became more than nat history, became a kind of fireside scripture. Parents told their children on stormy nights, travelers shared it in inns to remind each other that true wealth wasn't greed but stewardship. And dreamers took it to heart, proof that patience, trust, and steady hands could carve out fortunes greater than any strike of luck. In the rhythm of the rain and the crackle of the fire, his name lived on, not in monuments or marble, but in the lives of those who understood what he had seen in those discarded ledgers so long ago, that fortune is not a race, but a river. Eli passing did not close the book, but rather turned a page for the community he had built around his careful philosophy. His ledgers, the small personal ones, what he jotted notes by firelight, were left to his nephew Thomas, a boy who had spent more time watching his uncle write than most men spent listening to sermons. Thomas had been restless as a youth, quick with a smile, quicker with his coin, and never much good at holding on to either. But when Eli died, something in him shifted. Maybe it was the weight of responsibility, maybe the memory of that quiet voice telling, "Fort moves like a river, lad, don't try to dam it," guided. Whatever it was, Thomas found himself sitting at his uncle's desk night after night, running his fingers over the careful lines of ink, trying to understand the mind behind them. At first, he stumbled. He tried to run the mills Eli left behind with his own ideas, and though it paid off, others nearly sank the whole operation. But every time he made a mistake, he went back to the little books. There, written in plain hand, were the same kinds of errors Eli had once made, followed by notes on how he had corrected them. Don't loan to men chasing luck, beware, a deal struck in haste. Better a slow profit than a fast debt. Each phrase carried the weight of hard-won experience, and Thomas began to feel that if his uncle were guiding him from beyond, he also inherited something less tangible but more powerful: trust. The townsfolk who had leaned on Eli for decades now looked at Thomas with cautious hope. They didn't expect him to be his uncle, but they wanted to believe he carried the same steady heart. Trust, Eli had always said, is a currency more fragile than gold. Once broken, it can never be fully mended. Thomas knew this, and he treated it with the reverence of a man handling glass. Loan to the men chasing luck, beware of deal struck in haste, better a slow profit than a fast debt. Each phrase carried the weight of hard-won experience, and Thomas began to feel that if his uncle were guiding him from beyond, he also inherited something less tangible but more powerful: trust. The townsfolk who had leaned on Eli for decades now looked at Thomas with cautious hope. They didn't expect him to be his uncle, but they wanted to believe he carried the same steady heart. Trust, Eli had always said, is a currency more fragile than gold. Once broken, it can never be fully mended. Thomas knew this, and he treated it with the reverence of a man handling glass. Paid workers on time, even when it meant cutting his own comfort. He forgave a late payment when he knew it came from honest hardship, but never when it came from recklessness. Slowly, he earned what Eli had bequeathed him, not in coin, but in reputation. Under Thomas' guidance, the mills grew, and with them the town. More families settled nearby, drawn by the stability of steady work and fair wages. A schoolhouse expanded into a proper academy, and for the first time in that county history, children learned more than the bare minimum of reading and sums. They learned about trade, about geography, about the wider world their parents had never seen. Thomas had been restless once, itching for the horizon, but he now realized the horizon could be brought to them through knowledge. He poured money into books and teachers, seeing it yield investment not in himself but in the generations to come. The more he invested, the more he saw a truth Eli had hinted at but never spelled out. Wealth multiplies most when it enriches others. A man who hoards can only eat so much bread, can only wear so many coats, can only light so many lamps. but a man who spreads his fortune wisely plants fields that keep yielding long after his own hunger is satisfied. The townsfolk prosper, and in their prosperity, Thomas' enterprises thrived all the more. It was a circle, and he understood now that the river Eli had described did not flow only one way. It fed him because he let it feed others. Of course, storms still came. There was a year when the mills flooded, and he nearly lost everything. Another time, an unscrupulous trader from the city tried to corner him with unfair contracts. Thomas nearly signed before remembering one of Eli's notes. A pen can bind tighter than chains. He pulled back, endured a season of hardship, and emerged stronger when the trader's scheme collapsed. These trials tested him, but each one was a reminder that success wasn't measured by avoiding storms. It was measured by surviving them without losing your integrity. By middle age, Thomas was no longer just Eli's nephew. He was his own man, with his own reputation and his own story. Folks spoke of him with the same tone they once used for Eli, though they noted he had a different manner. Eli had been patient, quiet, deliberate. Thomas was warmer, quicker to laugh, more willing to take small risks, but always anchored by the lessons of his uncle. Together, the two men's legacies began to weave into something larger, a tradition. It wasn't just about mills or trade anymore. It was about a way of living, a belief that wealth should be steady, fair, and purposeful. That tradition carried on in ways Thomas didn't always see. A boy who had learned to read in the academy became a lawyer who protected farmers from predatory contracts. A girl who had studied geography there grew into a merchant who opened new trade routes across the state. Families who once feared each winter now built homes strong enough to last through generations. These ripples spread far, and Thomas, looking back in his later years, realized that Eli had been right all along. Wealth was a river. You could never see all the places it touched, but you could guide it long enough to know it was headed somewhere good. When Thomas himself grew old, his hair silver and his hands slower than they used to be, he passed on the same books that had shaped him, not just the ledgers of numbers, but the personal journals Eli had started and Thomas had added to. Together they formed a chain of wisdom ink on paper, passed from hand to hand, carrying not just arithmetic, but philosophy. And then he sat by his own fire, listening to rain on the roof. Thomas whispered the same words his uncle had once spoken to him. Fortune moves like a river. Don't try to dam it, guide it. And with that, another link in the chain was forged, ready for whoever came next. The journals passed to Thomas' children, but not all of them took to the lessons in the same way. His eldest son, Henry, was sharp with numbers but impatient with people, thought himself cleverer than the workers in the mills. And for a time he used that cleverness to squeeze more profit out of them than his father would have dared. Wages were cut, hours lengthened, and though the ledgers gleamed with inky success, the air in the town grew heavy with bitterness. Thomas, already old, warned him, "Don't confuse gain with wealth. Wealth lives in trust, and once it's gone, it won't come back to you." Henry bristled, proud and certain, but the seasons have a way of humbling men. Within a year, a group of skilled workers left to form their own small outfit downriver. They earned less at first, but they carried their pride, and pride is worth more than coin to a man with strong hands. Henry's operation suffered, and only then did he reopen the journals, reading lines he had once dismissed. Meanwhile, Thomas' daughter Clara studied the books with quiet devotion. She was not drawn to the mills, but to the academy her father had built. She expanded it into something larger, bringing in teachers from the cities, writing letters to scholars who had never before heard of their little town. She argued that knowledge was the only inheritance that could not be squandered, and she pushed to teach not just children, but adults too, farmers, mill hands, widows. Even Henry workers attended her night classes, learning arithmetic to keep better accounts, learning rhetoric to argue for their rights. The community swelled with new confidence, and though Clara made little money herself, she became the most influential of Tom's heirs. The journals took root in both of them in different ways. Henry eventually learned to balance ambition with fairness, though the lesson cost him dearly. Clara carried the philosophy into the world beyond numbers, proving that wealth could be measured in sharpened needs as well as sharpened tools. Between them, a new kind of balance was struck. one that neither Eli nor Thomas could have imagined, but that would have pleased them both. As decades turned, the little town became a thriving hub. The mills still stood, their wheels turning to steady at the river itself, but alongside them rose schools, libraries, and even a hospital. The journals, once just a set of notes scribbled by firelight, were now copied and read aloud as scripture. Young men courted wives, quoted Eli lines to prove their seriousness. Old wind, rocking by hearths, reminded their grandchildren of Thomas' words about patience. They were no longer just journals, they were the backbone of a philosophy, a tradition woven into the life of the town. In time, the family spread. Henry's sons took to business, Clara's daughters to teaching, and cousins to farming and trade, but all of them, in their own way, held one piece of the wisdom that had begun with Eli by his fire. They debated it, argued over it, even reinterpreted it, but the chain remained unbroken. Each generation added their own ink to the pages, leaving behind not net ledgers of numbers, but reflections on choices, on failures, on the long shadows cast by decisions made in the heat of youth. There were challenges, of course. Wars came and went, and though the town never saw battle, its men were drafted, its supplies stretched thin, its spirits tested. One generation nearly lost everything when a larger city tried to muscle in with cheaper mills powered by steam. The younger heirs panicked, but then they found a line in Clara's section of the journals. Innovation is not betrayal if it carries the same spirit. Remembering her words, they modernized. Not to chase the city profits, but to preserve their workers' livelihoods. They brought in new machines, trained their people, and found that progress could serve tradition if guided carefully. What none of them lost sight of was the campfire image. Eli's story began with nights by the fire, scratching notes by lantern light while storms passed on. Thomas had done the same, his fire glowing against the rains that threatened to drown his early ventures. Each generation kept the ritual of fire in the hearth, journals on the table, reflections written at the close of each season. It wasn't just about numbers, it was about facing the flicker of flame, hearing the rain, and remembering that fortune was the wild and unpredictable as weather. To tame it, you had to respect it. By the time Clara's grandchildren were grown, the journals filled an entire chest. They were no longer simple leather-bound books, but a lineage of thought, a map of how one family, and by extension, one community, had turned the pursuit of money to something deeper. Not greed, not hoarding, but a way of weaving stability into every life it touched. That chest, heavy and worn, sat in the academy library, liked but never hidden, available to any who asked to learn. And so, under the glow of lamps and the echo of rain on rooftops, young students read the words of Eli and Thomas, of Clara and Henry, and found in them not just financial wisdom, but life compass. They discovered that wealth was never about the shine of coins or the weight of purses. It was about balance, trust, and guiding the river of fortune so that it might water more than one field. Strangers began to wander into the valley where Eli's family had built its mills and academy, drawn by whispers of a community that balanced prosperity with fairness. Merchants passing through would stop at the tavern and hear workers speak openly about their wages and conditions, something unheard of in other towns where men labored silently under fear of losing their livelihoods. Travelers remarked on the schools where even adults sat side by side with children, learning not only letters and sums, but also philosophy, debate, and practical trades. Rumors spread of journals that contained principles for guiding money without being consumed by it. At first, these were dismissed in tall tales, the sort of tales small places tell to elevate themselves. But those who stayed long enough to read even a page left, convinced it was more than story-heen. One such man was a trader named Marcus, who dealt in textiles between the ports and the inland villages. He had grown used to cutting corners, shaving weight off his fabrics, cheating farmers on prices, pocketing gains wherever he could. His reputation was sharp-edged, feared rather than respected. When he first arrived, he intended only to exploit the town resources, but curiosity drew him into the academy. Clara Ayres allowed him to read from the chest of journals, though under watchful eyes. He read for hours, at first mocking the words, then pausing, then rereading. One line in particular caught him: coin won by deceit is like water carried in broken hands. It leaks away, leaving thirst behind. The phrase lingered. That night, Marcus sat by the cavern hearth. The rain hammered the roof. He found himself thinking of all the times his profits had vanished as quickly as they had come, eaten by debts, ruined by rivalries. He realized he had been carrying water in broken hands for years. In the morning, he sought out Clara descendants and asked permission to copy the journal's passages. They agreed, provided he would use them, not sell them. Laughed, unused to being bound by words, but agreed nonetheless. Months later, Marcus returned with a different air, his dealings fairer, his manner softer. He admitted he had gained fewer coins on each trade, yet somehow had more at the end of his journeys. Trust had replaced suspicion, and doors once closed to him now opened. He became a living testament to the journal's reach beyond the family. Others followed. A widow from the north, carrying only a small inheritance, came seeking guidance. She feared losing what little her husband had left behind. The academy taught her to divide her funds, to invest not just in traders, but in the education of her children. Years later, her sons became craftsmen, respected and secure, their livelihoods more enduring than if she had spent every coin on immediate comfort. Her stories spread, inspiring other widows and orphans to seek the town council. Before long, the town became known not only for its mills, but for its wisdom. Pilgrims of finance, if such a thing could be said, traveled there not for worship, but for counsel. Some stayed a few weeks, a few months. A handful remained for life, weaving themselves into the community fabric. The journals grew thicker, filled not just with family voices, but with entries from outsiders who were welcomed into the tradition. Each visitor was asked to add a reflection, what they had learned, what mistakes had humbled them, what ambitions they carried. The chest of journals became a treasury of human experience, heavier with every passing year, and still the ritual remained the same: fire, rain, ink. Whether in the great hall of the academy or in an travel room above the tavern, readers found themselves drawn into that rhythm. They spoke the words aloud, their voices mingling with the crackle of flame or the patter of rain, as though Eli's spirit demanded the lessons be spoken, not merely read. The act itself was transformative, reminding each that wealth was never silent. It had echoes, consequences, ripples. To hear it aloud was to feel its weight. As generations passed, the journals reached farther. A merchant carried copies to the capital, where a banker adopted the principles to reform how loans were given. Instead of binding farmers in debt they could never escape, he offered terms that allowed them to thrive, ensuring repayment through prosperity rather than desperation. His rivals scoffed, but within years his bank outlasted theirs. The philosophy had leapt from firelight to marble halls, that it kept its shape. Wealth as stewardship, not plunder. Even kings took notice. Advisors whispered of a town whose prosperity seemed immune to famine, whose people endured hardships with resilience. Envoys were sent, seeking to understand how such stability was possible. They returned with copies of the journals, presenting them as gifts to the crown. Though not every ruler listened, those who did found their reign smoother, their coffers steady without revolt. Thus, the lessons of one cowboy philosopher, scribbled by the glow of a campfire, began to steer realms beyond his imagining. And still, the townsfolk did not boast. They sat by their fires, wrote in their journals, and remembered that fortune was a river. It could flood and destroy, or it could irrigate and nourish. The key was never to own the river, but to guide its flow wisely. That truth had carried them across centuries, and it would carry them still. In time, the journals were no longer guarded treasures of a single family, but became the foundation of a wider tradition. The town, once a quiet settlement in a valley, began to become a lantern place for those who visited, carried away sparks of wisdom that lit their old communities. Farmers, who once feared losing their land to collectors, learned to store part of each harvest, selling wisely instead of desperately. Merchants who once clawed at each other for advantage began to find strength in collaboration, sharing risks and prospering together. It was said that men left the valley with more than coin in their purses. They carried steadiness in their hearts, a new way of walking through the world. But with prosperity came trials. Not every visitor arrived seeking wisdom with honest hands.
Some came with schemes, hoping to twist the journal's teachings for their own gain.
One such seer was a wealthy speculator named Dorian, who had heard of the journal's power to influence kings and merchants alike. He sought to monopolize them, to publish them under his own name and claim the legacy. He offered to buy the chest outright, naming a sum so great it staggered even the elders of the town. But, though the uff glittered, it carried poison, and the townsfolk remembered Eli's words. To sell the roots is to doom the tree. They refused, politely but firmly. Dorian stormed out, vowing to spread word that the journals were nothing but superstitious nonsense. His attempt to discredit them traveled far, but strangely, it had the opposite effect. People, curious about what was so dangerous that a wealthy man would mock it, came in greater numbers. They read, they listened, and they returned home convinced. Dorian's riches dwindled in time, for he invested wildly, chasing short gains without regard for foundation. His downfall became another story entered into the journals, a living warning of what happened when greed outran wisdom. The journals themselves changed in character over the years. In the earliest days, they were filled with Eli campfire reflections, clarinet ledgers, and the sketches of mills and fields. Later, they carried poems, prayers, debates, and even confessions. Some wrote of failures so bitter they could barely lift their pens. Others recorded triumphs so simple they hardly seemed worth ink. A child completing schooling, a widow keeping her house through careful budgeting. Yet those simple victories were given much weight, grand tales of wealth. For the town understood that fortune was not measured only in mountains of coin, but in the security of a meal, the shelter of a roof, and the dignity of honest work. One evening, a great storm tore through the valley. Floods threatened the mills, winds shattered rooftops, and crops bent beneath the rain. When dawn came, the townsfolk dead in the hall, weary but alive. The chest of journals had survived, though the waterline licked its base. As they opened it, drying each page with tender care, someone remarked that the journals themselves had become a kind of ark, preserving not only wisdom but hope. And indeed, though the storm had stripped much away, it could not touch the resilience the journals had built within the people. They rebuilt faster than any outsider believed possible, not because they had more coin, but because they had more trust. As centuries rolled forward, new inventions reached the valley. The telegraph, the railroad, the loom that spun faster than any hand. With each change, the journals absorbed reflections on how to adapt. Some feared machines would ruin the spirit of honest labor, but the writings urged balance. Let the tools serve, never dominate. Others worried that railroads would bring too many strangers, but the journals reminded them that sharing knowledge, not hoarding it, was their strength. And so the town moved with the times, bending without breaking. What astonished visitors most was that the journals never preached one rigid formula for wealth. They did not command men to farm only this way, or merchants to trade only that way. Instead, they encouraged reflection, urging each soul to ask, what will endure? What brings not only coin but peace? The answers differed from one writer to another, yet together they formed a harmony. Some called it philosophy, others called it common sense, but all who read it felt its pull. There were whispers in later years of attempts by powerful men to seize the journals once more, governments that wanted to centralize the teachings, universities that wanted to own them, companies that wanted to brand them. Yet the townsfolk resisted, as their ancestors had. They allowed copies, they welcomed readers, but the chest itself remained where Eli had once written his first words by firelight. It belonged not to any man, but to the rhythm of flame and rain, ink and voice. Thus the journals lived on century after century, guiding not only the valley but far-off places whose people never even set foot in the town. And still, each night, someone sat by fire or rain, reading the words aloud as though keeping faith with the cowboy who had started it in. As the valley carried its wisdom into the industrial age, the journals found themselves opened by hands calloused not only from farming, but from working iron, weaving cloth, and hammering steel. The old stories of harvest and careful ledgers were joined by accounts of factory whistles, rail depots, and glowing lamps powered by wires that hummed their restless cicadas. Yet the lessons never grew obsolete. When one generation wrote of the danger of overplanting fields, another echoed it with warnings against overextending credit or expanding factories too quickly. Wealth, they reminded themselves, was not simply in the glitter of machines or the stacks of ledgers. It was in steadiness, foresight, and the discipline to say enough. Merchants who once measured success by the jingle of coins in a pouch now measured it by shipments sent across oceans. They read the journals late into the night by lantern light, applying principles penned by cowboys and homesteaders to trade contracts and bank loans. One passage, written a century earlier by a farmer watching over his winter stores, struck particular resonance. Do not mistake speed for strength nor noise for growth. A quiet field in winter may feed 100 come spring. That line became a proverb among factory men, a reminder not to let booming demand tempt them into reckless expansion. The journals also became a compass in the turbulent seas of speculation. When the great railroads were being built, investors swarmed at flyers to honey. Fortunes were made overnight, but greater fortunes were lost just as quickly. A man named Harlan, once a poor mill worker who climbed to become a stockholder, wrote bitterly of losing nearly everything when he trusted a rumor instead of his own study. He wrote his failure into the journals, naming it a scar worth thieving. Decades later, young investors read Harlan's words and chose caution over frenzy. They diversified. They studied, and though their neighbors mocked them for being slow, in the long march of years they stood while others fell. By the early 20th century, the journals were being quoted in lecture halls far beyond the valley. Professors in distant cities cited the lantern records. They came to behold examples of grassroots wisdom shaping real markets. But while scholars debated their meaning in marble halls, the people of the valley still led by fire and storm to read them aloud. It was not academic for them. It was bread and water. A widow deciding whether to mortgage her farm, a blacksmith weighing whether to invest in electric furnace, a teacher wondering whether to save or spend. All found in the journals the steadying presence of those who had wrestled with similar dilemmas before. The Great Depression cast its long shadow across the world, and the valley was not spared. Factories closed, farms struggled, and fear gnawed at every household. Yet the journals once again became a lamp in the darkness. Pages written by those who had endured earlier panics were read aloud nightly in town halls. They reminded people that hardship was no stranger, and that survival came from cooperation as much as from coin. Families pooled resources, neighbors shared food, and the town avoided the riots and collapses that struck many larger places. A line from Eli's original writings was painted on the wall of the mill fort. It is not found in gold, but in hands willing to carry each other through the storm. Stories of resilience filled the pages during those lean years. A shoemaker recorded how he kept afloat by bartering his craft when money grew worthless. A seamstress wrote of how she stitched together scraps to clothe children through the winter. These entries reminded later generations that wealth was not measured only in paper pills or banknotes, but in ingenuity and community. When prosperity slowly returned, the valley emerged stronger, for its people had not forgotten the lessons written in ink and hardship. Through wars, recoveries, and revolutions of industry, the journals endured. They became less a chest of paper and more a living inheritance, copied, bound, and shared across continents. Yet even if copies spread, the originals remained in the valley, guarded not with locks but with reverence. For the townsfolk knew the journals were not powerful because of the ink itself, but because they had been tended, added to, and cherished like a fire that never went out. Visitors still came, marveling at how so much worldly wisdom could spring from a place so humble. But those who stayed long enough realized it was no miracle. The journals were simply the wreck of people who lived with their eyes open, their hearts honest, and their words meant to guide rather than impress. That was their secret. They were human in every line, carrying the weight of mistakes, triumphs, doubts, and faith. And so in the quiet evenings when rain tapped the roofs or when the fire glow painted faces warm, a reader would stand, open a journal, and let the voices of the past rise into the present. The words, though old, felt alive, though Eli himself still leaned against the firelight, speaking slow and steady. Each generation found its place in the long story, adding a line, a thought, a warning, or a blessing. And through it at, the journals remained. Not the relics, but their companions, guides to those walking the uncertain trail toward a wealth that could outlast storms, wars, and even time itself. The journals stepped quietly into the modern age, carried not only by leather-bound volumes, but by scanners, printers, and glowing screens. When the world learned to trade in invisible digits instead of silver coins or paper bills, many thought the old wisdom would fade, dismissed as relics of men who plowed with oxen or hammered shoes for horses. But the valley folk knew better. They had seen too many cycles to be fooled by novelty. To them, whether wealth moved in sacks of grain and banknotes or across fiber-optic cables, the principles remained the same: patience, prudence, generosity, and a steady hand. Young traders in distant cities began quoting from the lantern records during conferences, not because it was fashionable, but because the lessons worked. One executive told of nearly bankrupting his company during the early days of the internet bubble, only to find Alice in a line from Harlan's scarred testimony. A fortune won too far runs faster still when leaving you, framed that passage above his desk and vowed never read to chase rumors. When his colleagues laughed at his caution, he merely smiled and outlasted them, watching their towers fall while his stood steady. Meanwhile, the valley itself changed with the times. The old mill ran no longer, replaced by workshops and small businesses connected to customers across the globe. Yet even the children carried tablets and laptops. Evenings by the fire persisted. The journals were still read aloud, sometimes in living rooms, sometimes streamed to relatives in faraway cities who listened. Indeed, rain pattered on their own windows. The stories, once meant only for neighbors within a horse ride, now traveled faster than the fastest rider of Eli Day. And still, the tone was the same, a humble voice sharing what it had learned the hard way. A new entry, penned by a woman named Clara who grew up in the valley but worked in finance overseas, told how she navigated the dizzying complexity of modern markets by leaning on the journal's simplest truths. She wrote, "When others drowned in data, I remembered that every number hides a person. To honor them, I chose not the cleverest scheme, but the cleanest." My returns were slower, but they endured. Her words echoed the spirit of the old cowhands, who measured not by speed, but by how well the herd survived the winter. As time marched forward, the journals led stories of programmers who built companies from coffee-stained apartments, shopkeepers who used global markets to sell local crafts, and farmers who balanced ancient soil with satellites mapping rainfall. Each voice added depth, proving that the journals were never about one era or one trade, but about the common thread of human striving for a stable, honorable life. Visitors came from farther than ever before. Scholars translated the journals into a dozen languages, while storytellers adapted them into films, plays, and even quiet podcasts whispered against the sound of falling rain. Yet in the valley, none of this changed the ritual. On stormy nights, folks still leaned back in rocking chairs, boots propped by the fire, and listened to the crackle of wood mingle with the words of their ancestors. The glow of laptops might shine on the faces, but the spirit remained to pause, to reflect, and to learn. One evening, a storm louder than most rattled the valley. Lightning split the sky, and the power flickered until the room was left in candlelight. A young boy, barely old enough to read, opened one of the journals with trembling fingers. His grandfather smiled and let him try, for it had always been the way that the youngest should speak the oldest words. And so, in a howl but determined voice, the boy read, "Wealth is not the speed of the world wheels, but the strength of one step upon the path." The family listened in silence, knowing the boy's voice carried both past and future to it. As the storm raged, the journals once again proved their worth, not as guides to coin and commerce, but the anchors of hope. They reminded every ear within reach that though fortunes rise and fall like tides, the human heart can choose steadiness. It is that choice more than gold or stock or data that makes true wealth endure. The journals spoke now to generations who lived with glowing screens in their pockets, who measured their fortunes not in cattle or coin, but in shifting numbers displayed on handheld glass. Yet even with the world so changed, the wisdom of steady growth and careful stewardship never lost its edge. Traders spoke of being swept up in wild markets, losing sleep as screens flashed red and green, until one of them stumbled upon a passage that read, "A storm on the plains is loud, but it passes. He who ties his horse and waits will ride again when the sky clears." Those words, written centuries before anyone thought of stock indices or digital ledgers, calmed them. They learned to ride through the storm rather than chase the lightning.
In time, great shifts swept across the earth, currencies that existed only through code, fortunes built from invisible networks, and collapses that ruined entire nations with the click of a button. Yet through each upheaval, the journals found their way into the hands of those who sought grounding. A young woman born in the valley but working in a towering city carried a worn copy of her grandfather's transcriptions. When her colleagues jeered at her refusal to join a reckless rush into speculative markets, she kept silent, holding close the lies she had read the night before.
Do not mistake noise for music, nor speed for wisdom. When the collapse came, she was among the few left standing, her clients' faith unbroken. The journals became more than guides to wealth. They became compasses for living. Their pages spoke of trust between neighbors, of promises kept even when costly, of build not for applause but for the steady hum of a life well lived. Young readers began to notice that the stories weren't only about money, but about how wealth was intertwined with honor, with community, with patience. The journals reminded them that fortune without character was as hollow as a barn without beams. Families continued to gather by firelight, though sometimes the glow came from a screen displaying scanned pages instead of paper. Yet the rhythm was unchanged. A father voice slowed rain pattered, a mother eyes softened beads, children leaned close, and the words stitched generations together, ate threads in a quilt. The valley became less a physical place and more a spirit carried in the hearts of those who honored the old truths while walking into the unknown. There was a boy, not unlike Eli from the earliest tales, who dreamed not of driving cattle but of writing code. He read in the journals of persistence, of long nights spent over ledgers, and he recognized himself in those words. Each bug he fixed, each program he tested felt like turning a furrow in the soil, slow, demanding, but fertile. He grew his small ideas into a company that touched lives around the globe. Yet when he spoke of his journey, he gave credit not to cleverness alone, but to the pages that told him to endure. When the field looked barren, plant anyway, he quoted, smiling as if the author had spoken directly to him across centuries. What amazed scholars and ordinary folk alike was how adaptable the wisdom proved to be. Lessons written in the smoke-filled kitchens of frontier homes now found life in skyscrapers, in universities, and in boardrooms with glass walls. But no matter how far the words traveled, they retained the scent of pine smoke, the rhythm of a horse gait, the quiet murmur of rain against the window. Those who read them said they could almost hear the crackle of a campfire in the distance. Edith, the voices of Eli, Harlan, and Ann, who came after, still lingered in the telling. In this way, the story of the Valley Journals carried on. Not a monument to the past, but a living stream, refreshed with every generation that dipped a hand into its waters. The ink may have faded on the oldest pages, the bindings frayed, but the spirit remained sharp. Wherever someone stood at a crossroads of fear and greed, of haste and patience, the journals whispered, "Choose steady, choose kind, choose enduring." And those who listened, whether farmers or financiers, found themselves walking paths lit not by sudden fortune, but by the enduring glow of wisdom, passed like a torch through the ages. And so it was that the journals, tattered and hand-copied across centuries, began to drift even farther from their birthplace. Some found themselves carried by sailors who tucked them into sea chests, reading by lantern glow while storms battered the ship. Others rode with pioneers in wagons rattling across dust roads, the words offering solace when the horizon stretched endlessly ahead. The tone was always the same quiet assurance, a hand on the shoulder reminding men and women that storms, markets, and hardships alike would come and go, but a steady soul endured. As time rolled on, their influence reached beyond the countryside. In cities where lights never dimmed, traders spoke of the journals as if they were sacred texts. One broker in a towering glass office kept a scanned copy on his desk, opening it each dawn before the market bell. He did not read about stock tickers or forecasts there. He read instead the tale of a rancher who rebuilt his barn after a fire, plank by plank, without despair. The lesson was clear: rebuild. Even when your hands are blistered, even when others shake their heads, and when crashes swept the exchanges, that broker did not vanish as so many others. He endured, and in enduring, his reputation grew. Across the seas, a teacher in a small village used the journals as lessons for her students. She read to them about patience, about planting crops when the soil seemed exhausted, about wading through winters that felt endless. Then he told her students that saving money was no different, that when the world out seemed bleak, setting aside a little each week was like sowing seed in cold ground. They listened, and years later, Elle would write back to her from distant countries, saying those lessons helped them build businesses, send siblings to school, or weather long droughts of opportunity. The journals did not promise riches without labor, nor did they spin tales of sudden fortune. Instead, they whispered that wealth was slow fire, not quick flame, that it was meant to be tended, protected, and passed down. People who sought shortcuts often abandoned the books, thinking them too slow, too plain. Yet when calamity struck, when schemes collapsed, it was those who had absorbed the old rhythm who found themselves standing tall. By the 21st century, the journals had become both artifact and living scripture. Some pages rested in museums, displayed under glass with soft lights, but others lived on in worn copies that families refused to part with. Around campfires, yes, but also in apartments with rain pattered against city windows, folks still read them aloud. The accent of the reader didn't matter, the message carried through. A simple sentence: what you keep honest what you spend. Spinway still made listeners nod, still calmed restless hearts. One story within the journals grew especially beloved. It told of a boy who inherited nothing but debts. Instead of fleeing or hiding, he worked each debt down with relentless persistence. Each coin paid back was a seed planted, and though it took decades, his patience yielded more than gold. He earned the unshakable trust of his community. In modern times, young entrepreneurs read that passage when tempted to walk away from obligations. They saw in the boy not a fool, but a man who built invisible fortune reputation that in the end proved more valuable than wealth itself. What made the journals endure was their voice. They never shouted. They did not lecture with pomp. They spoke a neighbor might, leaning back in a chair, eyes half closed before the fire, voice steady and low. That cadence, once belonging to old cowboys and ranchers, somehow suited even skyscrapers and digital screens. It reminded people that under the noise of progress, the human heart longed for the same steady truths. And so though the tools of wealth shifted from cattle to coin, from banks to blockchains, the journals guided quietly through each change. No matter how complex the world grew, those who held close to the principles written long ago found themselves steady than oaks. For when storms of uncertainty rolled across nations, and when greed howled like wolves at the door, there was still a fire to sit beside, still a voice to remind them patience, honesty, and care would outlast every tempest. There was once a small mining town tucked deep into a mountain valley, where winters pressed hard and summers were brief. The people there knew hardship like they knew their own names. Pay was meager, the air carried the taste of coal dust, and most men grew old before their time. Yet in that town lived a quiet figure, an older woman named Clara, who became a symbol of wealth that was not measured only by coins. She had been the daughter of miners, the wife of one, and a widow before her hair turned gay. She never left the valley, but she built a kind of fortune that made her name last generations. Clara began with almost nothing. Her husband passing left her with 2 young children and debts that could have drowned her. But instead of despair, she looked to the habits she had been taught, at a girl's small savings in cloth purses, food put aside in jars for lean winters, and kindness given even when it seemed she had none to spare. Each payday, when others rushed to saloons or bought unnecessary trinkets, Clara set aside a few coins. She hid them in a tin box beneath her floorboards, and though the sums were tiny, she treated them with reverence as though each coin had the weight of gold. She also learned to trade what she had. When her neighbor's son needed new boots, she mended old ones in exchange for coal. When families faced hunger, she cooked from her garden and asked nothing in return. People began to notice that Clara's home, though simple, never seemed empty. The fire always glowed, the shelves always carried something preserved, and though her pockets were not overflowing, she lived in a state of quiet abundance. Her children grew up learning this lesson, that wealth was not simply what you owned, but how wisely you used and shared what passed through your hands. Years passed, and Clara's tin box grew heavier, not from greed, but from patience. She never touched it unless it was for something lasting, a new roof when storms tore away shingles, school books for her children, or seeds to expand her garden. When her children became adults, one became a teacher and the other a carpenter. Both carried her lessons forward, never boasting of riches, but building steady, enduring lives. And in time, they told others about their mother, the woman who had turned dust into treasure, simply by refusing to waste or despair. The story of Clara spread even beyond the valley. It was written down in local papers as an example of mountain wisdom. A banker once remarked that her way of saving had outdone the accounts of men who earned 10 times her wage, but squandered it as quickly as it came. To this day, families in that region tell their children, "Be like Clara, keep a fire in your home, keep a coin in your box, and keep your hand led to help." This tale, like so many before it, echoed the same old truths that had traveled across time and continents. Folks began to realize that the principles of wealth weren't locked away in books of numbers, nor found only in the halls of the powerful. They lived in the kitchens of widows, in the barns of farmers, in the quiet sacrifices of those who refused to let hardship rake them, when shared by a campfire or read under the glow of a lamp. Clara life reminded people that enduring wealth was not sudden nor loud. It was deliberate, patient, and grounded in values stronger than iron. And so these stories traveled from mouth to mouth. The voice carrying them grew softer, warmer. It wasn't the bark of a preacher or the shout of a salesman. It was the steady drawl of an old cowboy by the fire, telling you in no uncertain terms, the riches worth keeping come from patience, honesty, and care. Whether you sat in a desert under stars or in a high-rise watching rain streak the glass, that voice reached you all the same. And for those who listened, it lit a quiet lantern against the dark, guiding them to live steady and walk with purpose, no matter the storms that might come. There was another story whispered in the towns along the prairies about a man named Elias, who had wandered through more failures than most men dared attempt. Elias had been a drifter in his youth, chasing schemes like tumbleweeds, mining claims that went dry, ventures in timber that rotted in the rain, cattle runs that left him with more dust than dollars. Folks would shake their heads when they spoke his name, saying he was cursed with bad luck or doomed by his own restless ways. Yet Elias carried with him something greater than any quick fortune. He carried a stubborn faith that tomorrow might hold a door worth opening if only he kept walking. His change began in the most ordinary way. Tired of losing and too weary to chase distant dreams, Elias settled in a small town where a river bent wide and slow. He rented a shack with a leaky roof and began working for a mill, stacking lumber from dawn until nightfall. It wasn't glamorous, and it didn't promise wealth, but it was steady. And Elias, who had always sprinted toward opportunities, began to learn the power of walking at a steady pace instead. At the mill, he made something others overlooked. Every day, scraps of wood too small for profit were tossed aside, left to rot in piles by the riverbank. Elias asked if he could take them home. The owner, amused by his request, told him to take as much as he pleased. Soon Elias' little shack smelled of sawdust and varnish, for he began shaping those scraps into stools, shelves, and tables. At first, it was just to furnish his bare home. Then a neighbor asked to buy one. Then another. Before long, he was known as the man who would turn waste into something worth keeping. The money from those small sales never came in heaps, but it came steady. Elias saved each coin in an old tin can, refusing to repeat the carelessness of his younger days. He didn't drink it away, didn't gamble it, didn't rush to buy a wagon or cattle beyond his means. Instead, he bought better tools, then a small shed, then a horse to haul his goods into town. Years stacked planks and Elias' workshop grew from a shack to a sturdy barn. His furniture, once humble, became sought after in towns up and down the valley. By the time his hair turned silver, Elias was no longer the drifter folks pitied. He was known as the man who built wealth out of scraps. The same hands that once failed at grand schemes had succeeded through patience, humility, and careful work. He didn't leave behind tales of striking gold or running empires. Instead, he left homes filled with his furniture, each piece a testament to endurance and quiet diligence. His fortune wasn't measured by vaults or ledgers. It was measured by the comfort he gave families who sat at his tables, rocked their children in his chairs, and passed those handmade pieces down through generations. When Elias finally passed on, the town mourned as if they had lost kin. His story was retold by firelight and in workshops, reminding young men and women that the path to wealth wasn't always about chasing the horizon. Sometimes it was about stopping, seeing what others discarded, and turning it into something lasting. His legacy became a parable that echoed through valleys and over plains, that fortune favors not just the bold, but also the steadfast. The lesson struck deep, especially in those who lived close to the land. They saw in Elias' journey a mirror of their own lives, that steady hands and patient hearts often outshone dazzling gambles. In telling his story, old cowboys by their fires would lean back and say, "Wealth ain't in finding gold quick, it in shaping the scraps. Life throws you piece by piece until you've built something worth leaving behind." There was once a fellow named Thomas Whitlock, known around the region not for his riches, but for his tireless work as a blacksmith. His forge was small, tucked behind a livery stable, and his days were long and hot, shaping iron shoes for horses, hinges for barns, and plows for fields. He earned just enough to keep bread on his table and coal in his furnace, but never more. Neighbors would nod to him kindly, thinking him one of those men destined to live hand to mouth forever, with calloused hands and little to show for them. But Thomas saw something others missed. He saw how even small work could grow into something grand, if tended carefully, like sparks blown into a steady flame. His breakthrough came not from chasing wealth, but from paying attention. Farmers who brought him plows often complained that the edges dulled too quickly, costing them precious days of sharpening during planting season. Thomas listened. Instead of brushing off their gripes, he stayed up late into the night, hammering and testing, trying new mixes of iron and steel. He wasted plenty at first, broken blades, cracked handles, but slowly his efforts bore fruit. He forged plow blades that held their edge longer than any others in the county. At first, he gave them way for the same price as the old aim, began to earn trust. Soon, word spread faster than smoke on a windy day. Within a year, farmers from neighboring towns began seeking him out. They brought wagons, coins, and barter, eager to trade whatever they had for one of his blades. Thomas, careful not to let pride undo him, raised his prices only a little at first and saved every coin. He didn't buy new clothes or a fancy house. He didn't drink away his ends at the tavern. He tucked his savings into a lock iron box under his bed. Every season, as orders grew, he reinvested, buying stronger anvils, hiring apprentices, building a larger workshop. The apprentices were raw and clumsy at first, but Thomas was patient. He taught them not only how to strike iron, but also how to notice what people needed most. Some took that lesson to heart and stayed loyal, while others left to start their own forges. Thomas never begrudged them, for he knew every man must walk his own trail. Still, his shop became known and a place where innovation thrived. Soon it was no longer just plows. He built wagon wheels with reinforced rims, door locks that resisted weather, and stoves that burned hotter with less wood. By the time 2 decades had passed, Thomas owned not just a forge, but a thriving company. He employed dozens, his goods traveling far beyond the county. What had begun with sweat and sparks in a small shed became the foundation of prosperity for him, his apprentices, and their families. Yet through it he lived in the same modest house, walked the same muddy streets, and ate the same simple meals. He told those who asked about his success, "It ain't luck nor those secret formula, it's seeing a problem, fixing it steady, and keeping your pride from making you foolish." When Thomas died, townsfolk wept at his burial with tools he had forged decades earlier, still sharp, still sturdy. Farmers leaned on plows, blacksmiths held hammers, and families warmed their hands by stoves he had made. His wealth had not only filled his own coffers, but had spread through the valley like heat from a forge, warming all who came near. His apprentices carried on his craft, building fortunes of their own, but never forgetting the lesson he hammered into them. Wealth is not the shine of gold, but the usefulness of work done well, passed on with honesty. So his story lived on, whispered in workshops, told by elders to young men by the fire, retold each time a smith raised a hammer. His life became a para of steady growth, patience, and integrity. And even generations later, when families shared bread at tables built sturdy by descendants of Thomas' apprentices, they remembered him as more than a blacksmith. They remembered him as the builder of futures, a man who showed that true wealth is found in usefulness, honesty, and a craft passed down with care. There was another tale told round the fires about a man named Samuel Crowder. Samuel had been born poor, the son of a sharecropper who worked another man's land. He grew up knowing the sting of hunger and the weight of debt that seemed to overshadow his family like a shadow. His father used to say, "Son, the land ain't ours, but the sweat is. Don't waste it." Those words sank deep into Samuel's bones, and though he worked the same fields as his father, he carried a different vision in his mind. He wanted not just to till soil for someone else, but to hold soil of his own, to shape a future where the ground beneath his feet answered to no master but himself. He began with the smallest of things, saving seeds. Every harvest, while others sold or ate they had, Samuel set aside a little sack of the strongest kernels. He kept them hidden under the floorboards of the cabin, safe from rats and safe from temptation. He patched his shoes until the leather nearly rotted off, wore clothes stitched with more thread than fabric, and ate only what he needed. Neighbors sometimes laughed, calling him miserly, but Samuel didn't bend. He knew each kernel stored away was a promise to himself, a seed not that of corn, but of freedom. One year, a flood washed over the valley, ruining crops and drowning the savings of many. Samuel's family, though hurt by the loss, still had their hidden seeds. He planted them carefully on a small patch of higher ground he had bargained for, an acre he had purchased with the first coins he truly owned. It was not much, barely enough to grow food for his family, but it was his. He rose before dawn, worked until his back ached, and watched those plants with the care of a shepherd. When harvest came, his patch yielded strong, healthy corn, while much of the valley struggled with thin stalks. Word spread, and soon neighbors were asking to trade for his seed. Samuel did not give it freely, but neither did he hoard it greedily. He sold just enough to save a little more, keeping his eye on the horizon. Every season, his acre grew to 2, then 5, then 10. Each time he bought land, he paid in cash, never debt. Folks scoffed at first, saying a man could never farm much without borrowing. But Samuel shook his head. Debt a chain, he'd say, and chains don't let a man run. By the time he was 50, Samuel owned more land than the very man his father once worked under. His fields stretched wide across the valley, golden with corn and wheat. Big families worked for him, but he treated them with fairness, remembering the hunger of his youth. He built storehouses not only for his own grain, but for others, charging small fees that kept his barns full and his neighbors safe from ruin when storms came. His wealth grew steady as the seasons, not from risk or gamble, but from patience and the refusal to let hardship turn him bitter. When Samuel grew old, he led his children and grandchildren around his hearth and told them the truth. Wealth ain't a pile of coins nor a big house. It's freedom. It's owning your sweat and passing on ground firm enough that the next generation don't start where you did. His words were not written down, but lived on in the way his descendants treated their land. They became known as stewards, not just farmers, and long after Samuel was gone, the valley still told his story. They said he walked the fields even in death, a ghostly figure in worn shoes and patched clothes, smiling at rows of golden corn. For his legacy was not in gold stacked in vaults, but in the soil itself, in the independence he carved from stubborn earth, in the reminder that a man who saves when others spend, who works when others rest, can transform even the poorest beginnings into a fortune measured in both freedom and respect. There was another man folks remembered by the name of Elijah Boone, a drifter who had once been known for nothing more than his fiddle and a pair of worn boots. He wandered from town to town, playing songs on the street for pennies, sleeping in barns when kindness allowed or under bridges when the weather turned sour. Most thought him destined for a short and hard life, one with no more meaning than the faint tune of his bow across strings. Yet Elijah carried with him a different sort of hunger, one not for food or fame, but for a way to anchor himself to something lasting. It began on a rainy night when he found shelter at the edge of a small settlement. Wedded old widow offered him soup and a dry cot in exchange for fixing a loose door hinge. Elijah did more than mend the hinge. He repaired her fence, patched her roof, and cut enough wood to last her the winter. When she pressed a few coins into his hand for his work, he refused. "You've given me warmth," he said, "and I've only paid my rent and labor." The widow, struck by his honesty, told him of a neglected orchard just beyond the ridge that the townsfolk had long abandoned. The trees were twisted and wild, their fruit left to rot each season. "It's nothing but a thicket now," she said, "but someone with patience could make it sing again." Elijah's mind stirred with possibility. The next morning he walked the ridge and found the orchard decked as she described. Branches tangled, soil choked with weeds, and no sign of care in years. Yet he saw not ruin, but promise. He asked the town elders who owned the land, and they laughed. "That orchard cursed," one said, "bought and sold too many times. You want it, take it for nothing." So Elijah did. He set to work with the same devotion he gave his fiddle. Days were spent hacking away at weeds, trimming branches, hauling buckets of water, and mending the broken fences. Nights he played his fiddle by the campfire, notes drifting across the hills like prayers for the future. Slowly, the trees began to respond. By the second year, a few bore fruit sweet enough to eat. By the third, the orchard shimmered with blossoms in spring, drawing bees and birds that had long abandoned the ridge. People began to notice. They came to taste the apples, small but rich, unlike any they had eaten before. Elijah never sold them at high price. He traded them fair, a basket of fruit for a sack of grain, a jug of cider for a pair of boots. He built goodwill before profit, trust before wealth. In time, he learned how to press the apples into cider, clear and golden, the kind that warmed hearts in the cold months. That cider carried his name farther than his fiddle had, and soon merchants came from distant towns to bargain. With each season, Elijah reinvested. He built a press house, then cellar, then hired hands to help gather the harvest. He taught them that he had taught himself, showing the value of care, patience, and steady work. Where others sought quick gain, Elijah sought longevity, and his orchard became more than a business. It became a gathering place. Families would walk the ridge in autumn, children running between trees, couples courting under the blossoms. The town thrived alongside the orchard, and the once forgotten ridge grew into a place of pride. In his later years, Elijah would sit on the porch of the house he built among the trees, fiddle in his lap, cider in hand, and say to visitors, "I never sought riches, only roots." A man drifts as a fiddle tune till he plants something that outlasts him. "My wealth ain't in these barrels or coins, but in the shade of these trees, and in knowing they'll feed mouths long after I'm gone." When he passed, the townsfolk held a harvest festival in his honor, lanterns strung between branches heavy with fruit. They played his songs on fiddles and raised mugs of cider to the sky. If in praise canto, the orchard lived on, cared for by those who had worked beside him, a living monument to the drifter who had traded wandering for permanence, music for soil, and poverty for plenty. His story spread not as a tale of sudden fortune, but of patience, vision, and the kind of wealth no storm could wash away. There was another tale folks would pass around firesides, about a man named Gideon Price. Gideon wasn't a wanderer nor a gambad. He was a quiet hand who'd spent his youth at the river docks lifting crates and pushing barges with the rest of the laborers. His hands were thick with calluses, his back bowed early, but his mind never stopped turning. While the others cursed the weight of cargo, Gideon studied the merchants who came to claim it. He noted how the real wealth wasn't in the sweat of moving goods, but in the understanding of where those goods flowed, who needed them, and when they were willing to pay dearly for them. He began with a notebook, nothing more than scraps stitched together, but he marked down what arrived each week: grain, cloth, salt, timber, and where it was bound. Patterns emerged. He saw that when the harvest failed upriver, grain commanded double the price downstream. When storms closed the mountain passes, salt became scarce and valuable.
Gideon realized that wealth wasn't just about owning, it was about anticipating.
He saved every coin he could from his wages, living spare and lean. He resisted the temptation that ate away at his fellow dockhands of dice and fleeting pleasures, and after 5 long years he had enough to buy a sill barge, weather bare but sound. The others mocked him. "You ain't no merchant, Gideon," they jeered. "You're a mule who forgotten he a mule." But Gideon smiled and kept quiet, his eyes fixed on the river bends. He set off with his first cargo, simple grain purchased cheap after a good harvest. He waited patient as stone until word came of shortages in a town 3 days downstream. He pulled his barge into that market and sold at triple the price. With the profit, he purchased timber bound for the coast, then returned upriver with salt from the docks. Slowly, he carved a rhythm, like a fitted striking notes in time. Season by season, Gideon grew. He added a second barge, then a third, hiring men who once laughed at him. But he did not merely command them, he taught them the very patterns he'd learned. The river speaks, he tells them. It tells you when to wait, when to move, and when to hold fire. Listen, and it'll make you rich. They listened, and they prosper alongside him. In time, Gideon built not only wealth but stability. He invested in warehouses at key ports, ensuring his goods never spoiled while waiting for the right market. He forged relationships with farmers and miners, paying them fairly and securing first rights to their harvests and ore. While others gambled fortunes on risky voyages or speculative ventures, Gideon thrived on patience and steady flows. His fortune became known across the region, but he never flaunted it. He still dressed in plain wool and mended boots, carrying himself as though he were still a dockhand. When asked why he never moved to a grand house in the city, he'd smile and say, "I built my wealth on this river, and head I'll stay till it carries me to my rest." When Gideon passed, the towns along the river dared for a funeral unlike any seen before. Barges lined the water, lanterns swaying like stars reflected in the current. His men, the merchants themselves, spoke of him not that a master, but that a teacher. They told how he'd shown them that wealth wasn't trickery or chance, but careful observation, patience, and the willingness to work harder and wait longer than others dared. The river flowed on, as rivers do, carrying grain and timber and salt to new markets. But in the quiet eddies and rushing bends, folks swore they could hear the ed of Gideon's voice. Wealth, our river, don't belong to one man. It belongs to them who respect its flow and learn to move with it. And so his story lived on, not though a tale of sudden luck or reckless daring, but the proof that a laborer with sharp eyes and steady patience could turn sweat into fortune and build a legacy on the currents of time. There was a fellow by the name of Elias Boone, a wiry man with sharp eyes that missed little and a temperament steady the ticking of a clock. He'd grown up on the edge of nowhere, raised in a cabin with more hope than walls, and a father who taught him that hard work didn't guarantee riches, but it did guarantee survival. Elias carried that lesson into his youth, yet he always hungered for something beyond survival. He wanted a life where his children wouldn't have to count every coin twice before spending one. Elias got his start in the most unassuming way, repairing tools for neighbors. He had a knack for fixing the things others tossed aside, and cracked plow handles, broken wagon wheels, even dull saw blades. Folks laughed at him for what they called junk, but Elias knew value often lay hidden in plain sight. He'd mend a tool for a fraction of the cost of a new one, and slowly his neighbors began to trust him more than the town store. But what made Elias different wasn't just his skill with tools, it was how he thought about people. Made it that farmers didn't you tools, they needed reliability. If their plow broke in planting season, they could lose the whole harvest. So Elias began offering guarantees. Bring me what broke, he'd say, and I'll have it right for you before the week out, or I'll lend you one of mine that promised bound people to him. Soon, farmers from miles around sought out the tool man by the creek. With each coin he earned, Elias resisted the urge to spend. Instead, he began to collect spare iron, timber, and even bits of machinery from abandoned barns. Piece by piece, he built an inventory until he had not just a workshop, but the makings of a small supply yard. He didn't just fix tools anymore, he sold them, traded them, and offered credit when harvests were late. Some thought he was foolish for trusting men to pay him later, but Elias understood the deeper truth. Loyalty was worth more than interest. Years rolled on, and Elias' little workshop grew into a bustling yard. He hired apprentices, teaching them the same principles his father had drilled into him: hard work, patience, and respect for others' needs. When one of his apprentices suggested charging higher prices to wealthier farmers, Elias shook his head. "I built this place so no man would be left with the means to work his land. Fair prices keep folks honest and fields full. We get rich by making sure others don't stay poor." It was that philosophy that earned him something money couldn't buy: trust. During lean years, when drought or floods ruined crops, his customers still came, offering what little they could, knowing Elias would carry them through. And when times were good, they repaid him tenfold, not in coin, but in loyalty. They spread his name, make seed on the wind. By the time Elias reached his twilight years, he was no longer just the man who fixed plows. He was the founder of Boone Supply, a thriving enterprise that stretched beyond the county. His yard sold everything from seed drills to wagons. His apprentices had become master craftsmen, and his own children carried on his work with the same steady patience he had shown. On quiet evenings, Elias would sit on the porch of the very cabin he patched with his own hands as a boy. He'd look out at the barns and fields stretching across the valley, many of them standing strong because of the tools he'd repaired or supplied. And when folks asked him the secret to his success, he'd smile slow and say, "It was not about tools, nor iron, nor timber. It was about trust. Build that steady? Think you build a good wagon wheel, it'll carry you further than gold and myrrh." After his passing, they say the valley kept on thriving, not that because of the supply yard he left behind, but because his example had seeped into the bones of the place. Farmers treated neighbors with fairness, craftsmen guaranteed their work, and apprentices taught the next generation the old man creed: wealth built on trust would never splinter. And so, in the glow of firelight, the name Elias Boone became less a man memory and more a symbol of what it meant to grow rich by lifting others with you. There was a woman named Clara Jessup who had a voice that could cut through a noisy saloon without a needing to be raised. Folks in town knew her for her hat broad-brimmed, dark, always tilted low, and for her habit of carrying a ledger everywhere she went. While most folks thought of ledgers as dull things filled with columns of numbers, Clara saw them as maps. Not maps of rivers or mountains, but maps of human behavior, trade, and opportunity. Clara had grown up the daughter of a failed prospector. Her father had chased gold veins across half the territory, never striking it rich, always leaving debts and promises behind. What he did leave Clara was the lesson that luck was fickle, but numbers told the truth if you knew how to listen. She took to bookkeeping at a young age, helping the local general store put order to its records. She realized that while others struggled to remember who owed what, she could see patterns: who always paid late but always paid in full, who splurged after harvest and tightened belts by spring, who borrowed small amounts often versus large amounts rarely. Clara began quietly lending her own coins on the side, not to chase desperate men, but to support those with steady habits. A farmer needing seed after a dry spell, a craftsman short on lumber, a widow keeping her family afloat until her eldest son's wages came in. She kept her terms fair, her notes meticulous, and her memory sharp paid attack. Slowly, word spread that Clara wasn't just keeping ledgers, she was running them. But Clara never fancied herself a banker. She wasn't chasing interest nor the trappings of wealth. What she built was something different, a network of trust that spanned the valley. When the railroad finally came cutting across the plains, merchants swarmed in, setting up shiny new stores with grand promises. Many locals nearly abandoned their longtime trades to chase city money. But Clara, at the Observer, noted that excitement often burned hotter than reality. She saw farmers taking risky loans for new equipment they didn't need, and traders extending credit they'd never collect. So Clara did what few expected. She opened a cooperative. She called it the Valley Exchange, a place where farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, and even seamstresses pooled their resources under her watchful eye. Each member had a stake, each had a vote, and each had Clara ledgers to keep things straight. If a man needed seed, he borrowed from the pool. If a woman needed cloth to make garments, she could draw on the exchange. When profits came in, they were split fairly and losses shared. It wasn't easy at first. Many distrusted the idea of mixing their fortunes with others, but Clara had the one thing they couldn't ignore: results. Within a few years, members of the exchange weathered storms, droughts, and market swings far better than their neighbors who dealt with the banks. Clara's quiet voice and calm numbers gave them confidence. Slowly, the Valley Exchange grew until it wasn't just a cooperative, it was the backbone of the town economy. Her success wasn't measured in gold coins stacked high, though she had her share. Her success was in resilience. Children stayed in school instead of being pulled out to work. Widows kept their homes instead of being cast out. And men who once lived at the mercy of creditors found themselves standing shoulder to shoulder with partners who look out for them. Late in her life, Clara would still walk through town with her ledger under her arm, hat tilted just so, boots tapping steady on the wooden sidewalks. When asked about her wealth, she'd smirk faintly and say, "Wealth ain't about how much you piled up. It's about how steady the ground is beneath your feet and how many others can stand steady with you." Long after she passed, the Valley Exchange endured, run by new hands but carrying her same philosophy. Farmers told their sons and daughters not to gamble fortunes chasing gold veins like her father once had, but to remember Miss Jessup Creed, fortune favors the steady hand, the fair deal, and the ledger that never lies. And when storms rolled in across the plains, the exchange stood firm, a monument not to chance or conquest, but to the quiet power of clarity, trust, and community. There was an old ranch hand named Silas Merton who, for most of his life, believed fortune was something you either stumbled into or never found at. He had no family name worth a spit, no gold bonds to inherit, and no formal schooling to sharpen his mind. What he did have was an iron back from years of labor and a stubborn streak that refused to quit. Silas had worked every kind of job the frontier could of, mending fences, breaking horses, digging wells, hauling freight. And though his hands were calloused and his shoulders bent from toil, he never seemed to gather more than a few crumpled bills in a pocket of change. What changed wasn't a sudden stroke of luck, but a quiet realization that came to him one rainy night under the leaky roof of a bunkhouse. He'd been paid in scrip by a rancher who promised redemption sometime later, only for that rancher to vanish on the next wagon out of town. Silas looked at the damp paper in his hand, worthless, fade, tinder, and muttered, "Man works his whole life and still ends in chasing shadows." It was then he swore he wouldn't measure wealth by waiting on another man's promises again. Silas started small, with nothing more than a battered notebook he kept tucked in his vest. Every coin he earned, every expense he made, he wrote it down. Where others let dollars slip through their fingers like water, Silas tracked his aid, though each one were a calf needing branding. He noted patterns, how much liquor in the saloon cost him over a month, how many meals could have been cooked for the same price, how gambling at the card table ate away a week's wages in a single night. The more he wrote, the clearer it became. He wasn't poor because he lacked work. He was poor if he lacked a dime. So he changed. He cut his whiskey in half, then to nothing. Cooked simple meals instead of buying every plate in town. He stopped gambling entirely, though the itch burned for months. For the first time in his life, he saved. Not yet a handful of coins, but enough to matter. And when a storm tore the roof off a neighbor barn, Silas saw opportunity, but others saw misfortune. He offered to rebuild it, not for cash, but for payment in lumber, nails, and an old wagon wheel. Folks thought him strange, but he kept at it, taking payment in goods that others overlooked, trading them later at fair value. What Silas was building, though he didn't know the word for it then, was equity. By the time he'd done half a dozen such trades, he had enough materials to put together his own wagon, one sturdy enough to haul freight. With it, he took contracts between nearby towns, charging fair rates and never missing a delivery. His reputation grew, not that a ranch hand or drifter, but that a reliable freighter. Years rolled by, and his wagons multiplied. He hired other men who, like him, were worn from thankless labor, but willing to work hard if given a fair shake. He paid them honestly, on time, in coin rather than scrip, and kept his ledgers straight. Soon, he wasn't just Silas Merton the drifter. He was Silas Merton Freight, a name that meant something in the valleys and plains. But what set Silas apart wasn't just business acumen. It was his refusal to abandon the lessons that lifted him out of poverty. He taught every hand he hired to keep their own notebooks. Write it down, he'd say, by the campfire, his gravel voice steady. If you can see where your money gone, you'll see where it can take you. Some laughed at the idea, but many listened. A few even followed his example and went on to start small businesses of their own. By the time his hair had gone white, Silas could sit on the porch of his modest but well-kept home and watch a string of his company wagons rumble down the trail, hauling goods from one town to another. He wasn't the richest man in coin, though he had more than enough to live comfortably, but he was the richest in reputation. Folks knew him as fair, steady, and incorruptible. Children would run up and ask to hear his stories, and he'd tap that same battered notebook, now swollen with years of entries, and say, "This right here is the story." A man who don't keep track of his life ain't living it, he losing it. His story spread long after he was gone, told by freighters who carried his principles alongside their cargo. To this day, the roads across the valley bear faint marks of his wagons, and his name lives on not in gold or marble, but in the steady prosperity of those who learned from him. The campfires of the frontier always seemed to be fueled much by stories by wood, and among the travelers, merchants, and drifters who passed through, Silas Merton's name still carried a kind of weight. Folks would talk of him as if he were less a man and more a blueprint for how to build something solid out of the dust and ruin. His tale found its way to many ears, including a young woman named Ada, who had grown numb in the shadow of hardship. Ada's father had been a miner who spent more time chasing after rumors of veins of gold than he did provide for his family. He was a man who believed fortune came in strikes of lightning, sudden, brilliant, but fleeting. When he passed, he left Ada little more than debts and a battered trunk filled with maps to mines that never yielded a nugget worth keeping. Ada might have ended her days bitter, carrying the weight of her father's wasted life, but instead, she took those useless maps and studied them. She realized something most never did. While her father had always sought gold, he'd overlooked the real treasure that lay in those hills, the timber, the stone, and the waterways that miners used and abandoned with reckless disregard. Towns rose and fell as strikes dried up, but Ada noted that each one left behind bones, broken shacks, old tools, carved roads, and cleared land. She saw potential where others saw ruin. With nothing more than a stubborn will and a small loan she managed to secure by pawning her mother's silver locket, Ada bought a stretch of abandoned land near an old mine. She didn't go digging for gold. Instead, she harvested what had been left behind, tools, scrap, and the timbers from collapsed mine shafts. Piece by piece, she sold these remnants to blacksmiths, carpenters, and townsfolk hungry for cheap supplies. What had once been wasted now became wealth. But Ada didn't stop there. She studied how towns rose and fell, noticing that the ones which survived weren't the ones nearest the gold, but the ones nearest the rivers and crossroads. It struck her that fortune wasn't about chasing something hidden in the earth, it was about placing yourself where people already flowed. She took her herd and built a modest trading post right at a crossroads between three mining towns. Business started small, nails, rope, flour, and cloth, but soon she was supplying nearly every wagon that passed through. What set Ada apart wasn't the goods she sold, it was the fairness with which she sold them. Where other merchants gouged desperate miners, Ada kept her prices steady. She understood that men who trusted her once would return tenfold, and they did. Her post grew into a general store, then into a small lodging house where miners could spend the night without being fleeced by saloon keepers. By the time her second year rolled, she'd paid off her debts and had savings enough to think bigger. Her next move was daring. She used her growing wealth to build a mill by the river, not to pan for gold, but to process lumber from the nearby forest. While miners grew poorer chasing empty veins, Ada grew richer, cutting steady deals with carpenters, builders, and townsfolk who needed homes and barns. She created something that lasted longer than any strike of ore. She created infrastructure. By her 30s, Ada was known not just as a storekeeper, but as a founder. Entire towns grew around the places she planted her businesses, and families who might have otherwise drifted through stayed put because Ada gave them reasons to settle. She built schools, hired teachers, and even financed a small printing press that published the first newspaper in the valley. And still, at night, she'd sit by her window and think of her father chasing after illusions while the real wealth lay unused at his feet. She never hated him for it, but she swore she would teach others the lesson he never learned. Fortune isn't in what you hope to find, it's in what you build from what's already in your hands. When Ada was old and her hair had gone silver, she walked through the streets of the town she had built from the bones of the old mining camps. Children ran kasser. On their way to school, wagons rolled steadily over well-worn roads, and merchants shouted cheerfully from storefronts she had once dreamed into existence. Folks tipped their hats to her, calling her Miss Ada, though to many she was simply known as the woman who turned ghost towns into living ones. Her wealth wasn't measured in coins alone, though she had plenty of those. It was measured in the stability of the families who thrived under roofs she'd made possible, in the schools where young voices learned, in the laughter of children who'd never have known the kind of poverty she had been born into. Ada died peacefully, knowing she'd left behind something real. Not a vein of gold that could run dry, but a legacy that ran deep. And just as Silas' story had once sparked her journey, hers went on to inspire the next generation of dreamers and builders who sat by campfires, listening to the rain drum against the tin roofs, and realized that sometimes the greatest fortunes were made not by striking gold, but by striking roots. The prairie winds carried stories the way the river carried driftwood, and among them rose the tale of an old hand named Jeremiah Pike. He was no prospector, no rancher, not even a merchant by trade. He was a wagon driver, plain and simple, but sometimes the simplest work, when done with care and foresight, could plant the seeds of the empire. Jeremiah had been hauling freight since he was barely 20, driving goods between distant towns, risking bandits, floods, and long nights on the open plains. His life was hard at the trails he rode, and for decades he seemed destined to die a poor man, one wheel rut away from disaster. Yet beneath that weather-redder hat of his was a mind that saw patterns others overlooked. Most drivers cursed every broken axle, every worn-out wheel, every ruined wagon that had to be abandoned on the side of the trail. Jeremiah didn't. He remembered where each wreck lay, like a map carved into his memory. Long after the owners had cursed and moved on, Jeremiah would return to those places. He knew how to strip a broken wagon for parts, how to salvage wheels, nails, iron fittings, and even boards of good wood. Where others saw junk, Jeremiah saw resources. He patched his wagons with these cast-offs, built spares from what he did, and slowly, over the years, built a stockpile of parts no one else had the patience to collect. It was during one harsh winter when supply lines all but froze up that his foresight bore fruit. Wagons broke down left and right, merchants were desperate, and drivers couldn't finish their routes. But Jeremiah had a yard full of salvaged wheels and axles. He started fixing wagons for a fee, patching them carriages and trading spares at fair prices. By spring, he wasn't a driver anymore. He was the man everyone turned to when they needed their wagons rolling again. That winter taught him a lesson he never forgot. The foe of commerce was not about who had the most wagons. It was about who could keep them moving. Jeremiah leaned into that truth. He set aside more time from driving to build a repair yard on the edge of town. At first, it was just a muddy lot with piles of parts and a lean-to for cover, but he kept reinvesting every coin he earned. Soon he hired blacksmiths, carpenters, and apprentices. His yard grew into a workshop, then into a proper depot where wagon trains stopped not only for repairs, but also for supplies, advice, and rest. And then Jeremiah noted something deeper. Wagons didn't just rake at random. They broke where the roads were bad, where the crossings were rough, where towns had grown too quickly to keep up with their own trails. So Jeremiah started hiring crews to smooth ruts, shore up bridges, and even cut fresh roads. He didn't own the land, but he knew that every stretch of ground he improved brought more traffic past his depot. His investments weren't in gold or cattle. They were in pathways. As railroads pushed west, many thought the wagon trade would dry up and vanish. Jeremiah saw differently. He understood that railroads could carry freight far, but they couldn't reach every valley, every camp, every new settlement springing up overnight. Yet some Maiar saw differently. He understood that railroads could carry freight far, but they couldn't reach every valley, every camp, every new settlement springing up overnight.
Wagons were still needed for the last mile, the stretch between the railhead and the people waiting beyond. He'd poured money into buying land near those rail stops, building depots where wagons met the trains. By the time he was in his 60s, he controlled a network of wagon depots across the region, each one buzzing with trade, repairs, and contracts. Jeremiah Pike, once another dusty driver, became known as the Keeper of Roads. He didn't get rich off sudden strikes or lucky finds. His wealth came from a lifetime of noticing what broke, fixing it, and building around it. When he finally retired, his sons and daughters took over the depots, running them like veins across the frontier. His grandchildren never had to lift a wagon wheel in their lives, yet they grew up with a deep respect for the simple principle their grandfather had built upon. Wealth is found not in chasing what glitters, but in maintaining what matters. On quiet nights long after he had handed the reins to the next generation, Jeremiah would sit on his porch and listen to the steady roll of wagon wheels on the road leading past his homestead. Each creak and clatter was a hymn of continuity, a reminder that while the world rushed after fortunes that rose and fell, he had built something steady, something lasting. The wagons rolled, the roads endured, and Jeremiah Pike's legacy stretched farther than any horizon he'd driven.
The prairie winds carried tales like smoke from a long-burning fire, and one such story belonged to a quiet man named Caleb Rowe. Unlike Jeremiah Pike, who saw value in salvaging the broken, Caleb made his fortune by noticing what never seemed to rake at it. He was a bookish soul in a time when men measured worth by calloused hands and hard rides, but Caleb had eyes sharper than any rifle sight, and patience that outlasted even the most stubborn mule. He worked him a clerk in a supply shop when he was young, scratching down ledgers, weighing beans, and watching the ebb and flow of commerce. The shopkeeper never thought much of him, but Caleb was keeping a tally in his mind on more than just flour and sugar. He was studying people Caleb bathed something peculiar. No matter how poor or how prosperous the season, there were certain things that townsfolk always bought. Rope, nails, oil for lamps, coffee, if they could manage it. These weren't luxuries, they were necessities, the lifeblood of daily life. Where others chased fortune in furs or ore, Caleb quietly studied the humdrum essentials that no one in question. He saw that even in the hardest winters when men had no coin for whiskey, they always found a way to buy a bit of salt. So when Caleb turned 30 and had scraped together enough savings from years of clerking, he didn't invest in cattle or land like others urged him. Instead, he bought a modest build by the river landing and filled it wall to wall with staples, barrels of salt, sacks of grain, coils of rope, kegs of nails. He opened Rowe General Depot, a place where nothing flashy was sold, yet everything useful could be found. His neighbors chuckled at him at first, saying he'd wasted his chance at a fortune. But as the years rolled on, Rowe was the store that never closed, the store that never failed, the store that kept families alive when lean times came. What Caleb understood, what others learned too late, was that true wealth doesn't ride the highs and lows of fashion or fads. It rests in the steady current of need. He didn't chase new mining towns or gamble on railroad booms. He stayed put and let the world hungers and habits carry his wealth to him. He kept prices fair, never gouging when shortages struck, and for that reason, his customers were loyal. They came back year after year, bringing their children and their children's children, until the road depot was as much a part of the town as the church steeple or the river bridge. Over time, Caleb expanded his reach, not by opening more shops, but by supplying smaller stores in distant settlements. He became the man behind the curtain, the one other merchants leaned on when their shelves grew bare. They trusted him as he had never failed to deliver, and he trusted his simple principle, stick to what folks can't live without. By the time he was an old man, Caleb Rowe wasn't yet a shopkeeper. He was a cornerstone of the region's survival. His wealth was quiet, but immense, stacked not in glittering coins alone, but in reputation, trust, and the certainty that his name stood for reliability. One autumn evening, when rain drummed steady on the roof of his porch and a lantern flickered beside him, Caleb told his grandson a truth that summed up his life work. Boy, the world will always chase gold and glory. Let him, you make your fortune, way need never sleeps. And sure enough, that wisdom carried the Rowe family through droughts, panics, and crashes that broke stronger men. Because Caleb Rowe hadn't built his house on shifting sands, he'd built it on the daily bread of human necessity. And so, while his name never rang out in tales of daring strikes or wild speculation, it lingered in the steady heartbeat of towns that thrived because one man had the patience to notice the simplest of truths. The most certain riches are found not in what dazzles, but in what endures. Caleb Rowe legacy was not carved into mountains nor sung in ballads. It was whispered in the quiet prayers of families who never went hungry because his shelves had never run bare. The frontier had a way of pressing men into molds they didn't expect. Some were forged into outlaws, others into preachers, and a rare few into builders of lasting prosperity. One such man was Elias Turner, a quiet ranch hand who carried more books in his saddlebag than bullets in his revolver. While other men swapped stories in saloons or gambled under smoky lanterns, Elias kept to the corners, scribbling in a little leather journal. He wasn't charting trails or counting cattle. He was recording numbers, carefully noting the price of hides, the rise and fall of corn bushels, and the going rates for horses from one season to the next. He had no formal schooling worth mentioning, but he treated every overheard deal, every shouted bed, every whispered loan a lesson. Elias came to believe that fortune didn't belong to the loudest man in the room, but to the one who listened best. He saw how men ruined themselves, betting on a single herd or staking everything on a silver vein, while others, quieter men, spread their risks across many small ventures. It was like planting scatter your seeds wide, and even if drought took half, the other half might bloom. Elias began with little steps. A loan of $2, sir, enough to help a neighbor buy feed for the winter, a share in a wagon load of apples carried east, a small cut of profits from a ferry boat that crossed the river each spring. What set him apart wasn't the size of his stake, but the way he treated each deal sees a partnership rather than a gamble. If a man failed, Elias didn't curse his name. He sat with him, figured what went wrong, and if he believed the fellow still had grit, he offered him another chance. Word spread that Turner wasn't dead a financier. He was an ally. In a world where most lenders sharpened their knives at the first whiff of weakness, Elias built trust. And trust, as it turned out, was worth more than any coin stamped in Denver or San Francisco. Years passed, and Elias' notebook grew fat with figures and names. Some debts failed, yes, but far more flourished. By his 40s, he owned stakes in half a dozen enterprises, a mill, a small stage line, 2 orchards, and even a print shop that made handbills and newspapers. None of these were dazzling ventures alone, but together they wove a safety net that kept him aloft while others fell. When cattle prices collapsed one winter, Elias' mill profits carried him through. When the orchards bore poorly, the stage line filled his coffers. He had, without knowing the word, invented what modern men might call a portfolio. But the money, as much as it mattered, was not the part Elias cherished. What he treasures was the web of relationships he had built. Could ride 100 miles in any direction and find a man who would open his door to him, offer him a meal and shake his hand, and an equal partner. Wealth had given him security, but his fairness had given him kin, and that, in truth, was the deeper richness. Late in life, Elias sat by a fire with his journal, its leather cracked, its pages smudged from decades of ease. He ran his finger down the names of men he'd known, alive, long buried. Each entry told a story. The orchard keeper who repaid him with crates of apples instead of cash, the ferry captain whose profits were halved one year by floods but doubled the next when the new railroad bridge failed. Elias smiled at these memories, not because of the money earned, but because of the shared resilience. He had learned that fortune was not about squeezing a man until he broke, but about walking beside him until both reached safer ground. When he passed, he left behind no men monument, no sprawling estate. What he left instead was a network of thriving businesses and families that owed their start, in part, to his quiet patience. They told stories of him not as a ruthless lender, but as a man who believed in second chance. And in that, Elias Turner proved something rare on the frontier, that finance, in the right hands, could be not a whip but a lantern, lighting the path for many instead of one. The legacy of Elias Turner didn't stop at the closing of his journal. His children and grandchildren, though they never knew the same hardships of trail life, inherited more than land or ledgers. They inherited a philosophy that wealth was not simply what a man kept in his pocket, of what he cultivated in the lives of those owed him. His eldest son, Henry, was no cowboy but a printer, running the very shop his father once invested in. Where Elias had used a notebook, Henry used a press, filling the town with broadsheets that taught farmers about crop rotations, ranchers about new methods of fencing, and townsfolk about the value of pooling their money in cooperatives. Henry was less soft-spoken than his father. He stood in the public square, reading his articles aloud when few could afford a subscription, and insisted that knowledge belonged to everyone, not just the rich. Under his hand, the printing shop grew into a hub with merchants, ranchers, and even school teachers there to swap advice. Henry's wealth grew steadily, but more importantly, he multiplied the knowledge of the community. The town, once scrabbling for survival, began to hum with that unusual prosperity. When travelers came through, they remarked how the people seemed better organized, less desperate, more forward-looking. Meanwhile, Elias' daughter Clara took a different path. She had her father's quiet strength but her own brand of courage. Instead of settling into the comforts her family wealth afforded, she took it upon herself to establish a lending circle for women widows, wives and daughters who had long been shut out of deals. With small contributions from each, she created a pool of funds that could be lent to any member in need. A widow could borrow to buy seed for her small plot, a young woman could fund a sewing machine to take in more work, and a struggling wife could keep her household steady while her husband recovered from illness. Clara insisted that repayment wasn't it about the money. She required each borrower to return not only what they took, but also a lesson learned, written down, or told aloud so that others could avoid mistakes or copy successes. Over time, her lending circle grew into a force of its own, knitting together the win of the community in a way that no banker had. She was mocked at first, taught naive, but when the great drought came, it was her circle that helped keep families afloat while larger outfits crumbled under the weight of their debts. By the time Elias's grandchildren came of age, the Turner family was known not just for its wealth, but for the peculiar way it spread prosperity outward rather than hoarding it. Some became ranchers, sub-teachers, sub-traders. One grandson, Samuel, built a small bank with a creed written plainly above its door: trust first, profit follows. He ran it not by squeezing borrowers, but by offering guidance, much as his grandfather once had. His bank survived panics that wiped out competitors because his deposit trusted him enough not to withdraw at the first sign of fear. They believed rightly that Samuel Turner would stand with them. The Turners' influence rippled out further than their small town. Farmers and ranchers from neighboring counties rode in to ask advice. Their community, once a quiet dot on a map, grew into a crossroads of commerce and culture, a place where men and women alike felt they could take a fair risk and not be ruined by it. It wasn't that failure never came indeed. Crops still failed, storms still hit, markets still rose and fell. But when misfortune struck, people leaned on one another instead of turning away, and in that unity lay a kind of wealth that no ledger could capture. Old Elias, had he lived to see it, might have marveled at how his small, scribbled figures blossomed into something so much larger. What began then a man jot-tot prices in a leather notebook had become a culture, almost a creed, guiding an entire community through boom and bust alike. By the end of the century, those who traveled west and stumbled into Turner Town often spoke of it in a place where the frontier seemed a little less cruel, where men and women were not merely surviving, but building futures they could hand down with pride. And so the fire Elias lit, there beside a lonely camp one long ago night, never went out. It was passed from journal to printing press, from lending circle to bank vault, from hand to hand until the name Turner no longer meant just one man. It meant a way of doing business that turned fortune into fellowship and money into meaning. Samuel Turner Bank was no grand blend of marble columns or polished brass. It was a sturdy wooden structure with wide beams and tall windows that let in the light, standing at the corner of Main Street where wagons rattled by and cowhands strolled with their paying in. The door creaked when opened, the floorboards groaned under boots, and the counters were scarred with years of ears. Yet folks trusted it more than banks in larger towns, because Samuel himself stood behind that counter every morning, his sleeves rolled up, his eyes sharp but kind. He remembered names, debts, and dreams in equal measure, treating each with a weight that made even the poorest man feel seen. He built his reputation not on interest rates alone, but on guidance. When a farmer came in asking for a loan to buy more land, Samuel didn't simply tally figures. He rode out to that man's fields to see the soil, check the irrigation, and weigh whether the risk was sound. If it wasn't, he said so plainly, saving many from ruin they didn't see coming. A banker job, Samuel often said, ain't just lending gold. It lending wisdom when a man's vision outruns his plow. And though it grumbled at being turned away, most later came back with thanks, having avoided debts that would have crushed him. His approach was slow, deliberate, and steady, qualities not always valued in a world chasing fast fortunes. Rival banks tried to undercut him, offering flashy promotions, easy loans, or risky ventures tied to railroads and mines. Yet time and then, when markets tumbled and speculators vanished like smoke, Samuel's institution endured. His depositors slept easier, knowing their savings weren't gambled away on promises scrawled by men who'd never lifted a shovel. One story told in the town involved a rancher named Caleb, who once strolled in with dreams of doubling his herd by buying cheap land far to the west. He asked Samuel for the money, waving papers that promised profit tenfold. Samuel sat him down and listened, then shook his head. "You're chasing mirages, Caleb. That land too far, too dry, and too lawless. You'll lose your cattle, and you'll lose your soul trying to chase it." Caleb stormed off, insulted. Months later, Caleb came back gaunt and humbled, his herd decimated, his wagons broken. Samuel didn't gloat. He offered Caleb a smaller loan instead, with advice to rebuild slowly, steady, one step at a time. That second chance saved Caleb Ranch, and from then on, he told anyone who'd listen, "Turner word is worth more than a stack of coin." What Samuel quietly built was not just a bank, but a covenant. He believed money was a tool, not a master, and that a banker's worth was measured not by the shine of his vault, but by the steadiness of his community. People deposited their savings not bought of high returns, but because they trusted Samuel would never leave them stranded. When a flood washed out the mill, it was Samuel who organized the loans to rebuild it. When a new school was needed, it was Samuel Bank that structured the funds, spreading the payments so no family bore the burden alone. His philosophy spread beyond finance. Young men apprenticed under him not just to learn arithmetic, but to study his way of weighing risks against character. He taught that wealth was not measured in isolation, but in the strength of bonds. A man alone can stack gold high, he'd say, but he'll still sleep cold if his neighbors fall into hunger. Share the fire and it'll burn brighter for all. Years later, when Samuel passed, the entire town shut down to honor him. Merchants closed their shops, ranchers rode in from distant fields, and wind brought flowers that lined the street. His coffin was carried past the bank where children watched solemnly, knowing the man inside had helped build the very ground they stood upon. The institution he created did not falter after his death. It was carried on by those who had apprenticed under him, who carried his lessons as carefully as they counted coins. And though railroads stretched further west and cities rose with towers and steel, the Turner Bank remained a place where frontier values lingered, where deals were sealed with a handshake, where promises mattered more than paperwork, and where prosperity meant something shared, not hoarded. The glow of that philosophy carried far beyond the town borders. Travelers who stopped at the Turner Bank often left saying, "I wish my banker looked me in the eye the way Samuel Turner did." And so his legacy, much like his grandfather Elias, was less about the wealth he amassed and more about the faith he fostered, a faith that money, guided rightly, could weave communities tighter, lift the struggling, and anchor families through storms both literal and financial. The years rolled on, and the Turner Bank stood as steady as the hills that cradled the valley. Samuel passing left an emptiness in the town, but the institution he shaped continued breathing with the same rhythm he'd given it. His protégés, men and women who had sat at his desk learning the balance between caution and compassion, took up his post with reverence. They carried his philosophy in their bones, ensuring every decision felt like it had Samuel's hand guiding it. One of those protégés was a woman named Clara Jennings, a schoolteacher who'd first come to Samuel for advice on managing the wages she saved from tutoring. Samuel had recognized her knack for numbers and her gift for steady judgment, and though the times were not tight to women in finance, he urged her to sit in on his lessons, to shadow his dealings, and to learn the craft. By the time Samuel was gone, Clara had become indispensable, her ledgers immaculate, her projections sharper than any in the county. When the town debated who should take Samuel's place, many balked at a woman behind the banker desk, but the townsfolk who had borrowed from her quietly defended her wisdom. They had seen her ability not just to calculate, but to understand what burdens a man or woman could shoulder. Against custom, Clara was given the role. At first, she endured whispers and sideways glances. Farmers would come in, hats low, doubted if they'd trust her if they had Samuel. But Clara never flinched. She listened more than she spoke, studied each case with patience, and offered terms fairer than most expected. She did not imitate Samuel blindly, she added her own touch. Where Samuel was stern but fatherly, Clara was empathetic yet firm. She understood the struggles of mothers keeping households afloat, of widows trying to preserve land, and of children needing education to escape the cycles of poverty. Soon she expanded the bank reach, not by chasing risky ventures, but by opening doors for those previously turned away. She began what she called the lending circle. It was simple in design, but revolutionary in impact. Groups of women, often seamstresses, bakers, or widows managing small plots, would come together and pool their borrowing power. Clara would grant them loans abroad, secured not by collateral but by mutual trust and accountability. Each woman bore responsibility for the others, ensuring none defaulted. The system worked better than anyone expected. The women kept one another honest, encouraged each other ventures, and in doing so built small enterprises that strengthened the community fabric. A seamstress shop expanded into a textile co-op. A bakery grew into a wholesale supplier, and children of these women gained access to schooling once thought out of reach. Clara Oates wasn't universally praised. Rival bankers in nearby towns mocked the Turner Bank for trusting penniless women. Some even bet openly that her circle would collapse within a year. But when the next economic downturn hit, it was Clara borrowers who weathered the storm best. They were cautious, saving what little they could, and the mutual support within the lending circles meant no one was left entirely destitute. Meanwhile, wealthier men who had gambled on rail shares and mining stock came crawling to Clara's office, humbled, seeking extensions on debts they couldn't pay. Clara treated them fairly, but never bent the bank principles. She reminded them, gently but firmly, that prosperity rooted in speculation was as fragile as autumn leaves in the wind. Her leadership transformed the Turner Bank into more than a financial house. It became a place of trust where voices once ignored were finally heard. Women across the county flocked to join her circles, and men, grudgingly at first, admitted that her system brought stability to households, which in turn brought stability to farms and businesses. Soon, other towns sent envoys to learn how Clara structured these circles. By the time she was in her 50s, her model had spread across 3 counties, adopted by banks and community groups alike. What made Clara unique wasn't only her foresight in finance, but her insistence on dignity. She believed wealth wasn't about hoarding or show, but about ensuring one's children would eat, learn, and grow without fear. She used the bank resources to quietly sponsor scholarships, fund apprenticeships, and even cover hospital costs when a family had no other recourse. She never sought recognition. In fact, she often signed off such support anonymously, leaving townsfolk to whisper of the mysterious benefactor who kept the poorest from despair. Yet most knew deep down that it was Clara's steady hand behind it. By the end of her life, Clara was spoken of not just as Samuel's successor, but a pioneer in her own right. She had taken the torch of trust he lit and widened its circle, proving that wealth could be built without exclusion, that strength lay not in towering vaults, but in shared responsibility. When she passed, her funeral echoed, Samuel's shops closed, schools dismissed, and hundreds stay in the rain to walk behind her coffin. Many women wore their best shawls, stitched in shops that Clara's circles had helped create. Children carried flowers, each bloom a symbol of futures she had quietly financed. And when the townsfolk looked upon the Turner Bank after her passing, they no longer saw it as a building of timber and glass. They saw a legacy stretching across generations, a living testament to the idea that finance, at its best, was less about profit and more about people. The decades that followed Clara Jennings' stewardship of the Turner Bank brought winds of change that no nimble person could have predicted. Word of her lending circles had spread beyond the counties, catching the attention of academics, reformers, and even lawmakers who visited the small valley town to see for themselves how such a simple idea had reshaped entire communities. What they found wasn't a gilded palace of finance, but a modest wooden building, warm with firelight, that ordinary folks sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing stories, signing agreements, and passing coins into calloused hands with trust as the only true collateral. Travelers carried those stories further afield, merchants to the river towns, ranchers to distant cattle markets, and even school teachers who had once been children lifted by Clara scholarships. In distant places, the circles were copied, sometimes imperfectly, sometimes with improvements suited to their own people. One banker in Missouri adapted the system for riverboat workers. Another in Kansas for immigrant farming communities who had little English but deep bonds of kinship. What had begun then an experiment in one-woman ledger grew roots across the frontier, proving stronger than prejudice or doubt. The Turner Bank itself became a kind of pilgrimage site for reformers who wished to see the source. Some arrived expecting grandiosity, but Clara protégés kept the bank exactly as it had always been, sturdy, simple, built on integrity rather than spectacle. They welcomed guests not with pomp, but with tea, bread, and careful explanations of how the circles functioned. Visitors left with more than ideas. They left with stories of how dignity was preserved in the smallest transactions. They told of how widows, seamstresses, and farmers all carried pride when they repaid their debts together, and how children born into hardship found opportunity through small loans that grew into education or apprenticeships. Among the men touched by Clara vision was a young man named Elias Rowe. Elias was born the son of a blacksmith and had grown up in poverty's shadow. His mother had joined one of Clara's early circles, borrowing enough to keep food on the table when work was scarce. That loan, repaid over time with interest fair enough to be manageable, had spared Elias from hunger and given him the chance to attend school. He never forgot it. As he grew older, he became fascinated with numbers, learning by candlelight from tattered books, and eventually finding employment at the Turner Bank. And like others who came through those doors to work, Elias carried not just skill, but gratitude. He believed himself living proof of Clara vision. Where saw banking as a profession, Elias saw it as a calling. He studied the ledgers late into the night, searching for patterns, for ways to balance risk while still extending generosity. Over time, he devised his own innovation systems that tracked not just money, but relationships, ensuring that trust and accountability remained at the center of each transaction. Elias also understood that times were changing. Railroads were stretching their iron fingers across the continent, and with them came both opportunity and exploitation. Big city financiers saw frontier banks as prey, moving in with promises of expansion but demanding terms that stripped local farmers of their autonomy. Elias, recalling Clara lessons, stood firm against these pressures. He argued that growth meant nothing if it undermined the very people a bank was meant to serve. Under his leadership, the Turner Bank rejected offers to merge with larger institutions, choosing instead to remain local, nimble, and people-focused. This stubborn independence turned the Turner Bank into a symbol of resistance. Farmers' unions, cooperatives, and church groups across the state invoked the bank name as proof that alternatives to corporate greed existed. They told stories of how Elias kept interest rates low during drought years, how he forgave debts when floods destroyed harvests, and how he opened new circles for railroad workers who faced exploitative contracts. To him, it was not charity. It was survival, the kind Samuel and Clara had once fought for. Elias expanded Clara's circles into what he called guild funds. These weren't limited to women or widows, but extended to craftsmen, artisans, and even small shopkeepers who banded together under a common banner. Each guild kept a collective account at the bank, and Elias encouraged them to govern themselves. He taught them accounting, offered training sessions, and showed them how to balance ledgers carefully as he did. Slowly, guilds flourished, pooling resources for tools, apprenticeships, and even the construction of shared workshops. What made Elias different from Samuel and Clara was his vision beyond the town borders. He believed the Turner Bank could inspire a network, a web of independent banks across the frontier, working together without being swallowed by corporate chains. He traveled on horseback, later by rail, visiting other communities, teaching their bankers the principles passed down from Samuel and Clara. Some towns resisted, preferring to chase speculative profits, but others embraced the model, and soon a loose alliance of community banks began to take shape. They weren't bound by contracts, but by shared philosophy. Finances, stewardship, not domination. By the time Elias grew old, The Turner Bank was no longer the old even a town lifeline. It had become the beating heart of a movement, proof that wealth would circulate in ways that nourished rather than consumed. His hair turned white, his hands stiff with age, but he never stopped telling his story, the tale of a boy whose belly was once filled by a mother-borrowed coin, whose future had been written not by chance but by the kindness of a system designed to uplift the weakest. And when finally he passed, towns from miles around sent delegates to his funeral. They came not for spectacle, but to honor the torch he carried forward. As with Samuel and Clara before him, the people whispered, the bank was never just a bank. It was a promise kept, a fire that never went out. The story of Elias Rowe did not end with his passing, for seeds planted in good soil never die. They sprout in unexpected places, taking root in lives touched quietly and profoundly. Among the many guilds Elias helped establish was one in the nearby river town of Calverton, where a group of carpenters and stonemasons pooled their savings to secure better tools and steady contracts. From that guild came the tale of Matthew Kane, a man whose life mirrored the struggles of countless others, but who, through the Turner philosophy, found himself lifted in ways he never thought possible. Matthew had been born into hardship. His father, a veteran of the war, returned broken and unable to work, while his mother stitched clothing for wealthier households. As a boy, Matthew learned to handle tools, carving small toys out of scrap wood for his younger siblings. That knack for shaping timber grew into a passion, and by his late teens, he was apprenticed under an old craftsman who taught him the trade of carpentry. But apprenticeships alone didn't guarantee survival, and when his master passed away, Matthew found himself adrift, struggling to find contracts and borrowing at ruinous rates just to keep his family afloat. It was in those bleak days that he stumbled upon the Calverton Guild Fund, a cooperative born of Elias' teachings. At first, Matthew was skeptical. He had been burned too many times by promises that turned into shackles. But the guild did not demand the kind of collateral city lenders insisted upon. Instead, it required only that each member contribute a portion of their earnings to a common pool, and in return, each could request loans based on trust and reputation. Matthew hesitated, but finally agreed, paying into the fund with the little he had. The first loan he took was small, just enough to purchase a set of new chisels and a sturdy saw. Yet with those tools, his fortunes shifted. He began taking on repair work across the town, mending barns, fixing shutters, and eventually building new furniture for families who had grown tired of importing from the city. His work was honest, his prices fair, and his reputation spread. In time, he repaid the loan with ease, and for the first time in his life, he felt the dignity of being not just a debtor, but a trusted man among his peers. The guild, seeing his success, granted him larger loans. He built a small workshop, hired 2 apprentices, and began crafting pieces of fine quality tables that could outlast generations, chairs carved with care, and bed frames that carried both strength and beauty. His apprentices, boys from poor families like his own, earned wages and learned skills that would carry them far. Matthew did not hoard success, he shared it, echoing the very principles that had given him his start. Years later, when the town was struck by a devastating flood, Matthew's workshop was nearly ruined. Timber warped, tools rusted, and orders dried up as families struggled to rebuild. In another life, this disaster would have ended his career, but the guild stood by him, extending credit. Not out of blind charity, but because they trusted he would repay. And repay he did, slowly, steadily, and he rebuilt not only his workshop, but also homes for neighbors left homeless by the flood. His hands shaped beams and rafters, his apprentices hammered nails with determination, and together they restored more than buildings. They restored hope. This cycle of resilience and renewal did not go unnoticed. Scholars visiting from distant universities wrote about the Calverton Guild as an example of grassroots economics. Newspapers carried stories of Matthew Kane, the carpenter who built both homes and livelihoods with loans born of trust. Yet Matthew himself shunned recognition. When asked, he would simply say, "I'm just a man who was given a chance. I only try to do the same for others." What set Matthew apart was not just his skill, but his vision. He began to imagine a world where every trade had its guild, every town its cooperative, and every man or woman the chance to borrow, not with fear, but with dignity. He pushed the Calverton Guild to expand, inviting blacksmiths, cobblers, and weavers to join until the fund no longer served just carpenters, but an entire community of workers bound together by mutual reliance. It became a living organism, strong precisely as it was diverse, capable of weathering storms that might have crushed individuals. As decades passed, Matthew Workshop became a landmark. Travelers came to see not only the fine craftsmanship, but also the system that sustained it. He told his story countless times, always giving credit to the guild, to Elias, and ultimately to the Turner Bank. In Matthew's eyes, his success was not his alone. It was a thread in a vast tapestry woven by people who believed in one another. When at last he grew old, his apprentices, masters themselves, gathered down his bed, each carrying the lessons he had passed on. They had prospered, built homes, and raised families, yet they remembered always that their beginning came from a circle of trust. In his final days, Matthew spoke the words he hoped they would carry forward. Wealth ain't the coins in your pocket. It's the hands you hold steady when the storm comes. So it was that one man, once broken by poverty, became the builder of both structures and lives. Inseal joined the lineage of Samuel Turner, Clara Jennings, and Elias Rowe, another verse in the ongoing ballads sung on campfires and whispered in bank halls. Together they form not just a history of finance, but a chronicle of humanity, proof that when money flows with honor, it becomes more than currency. It becomes legacy. In the years following Matthew Cain's passing, the apprentices he had mentored carried his vision outward, into towns and villages that had never known the strength of shared trust. Among them was a young man named Thomas Avery, who had grown up hammering nails in Matthew Workshop, learning not only how to join wood, but also how to join lives. Thomas inherited Matthew's spirit of service, but where his master had built with timber, Thomas built with bridges, both literal and metaphorical. Thomas had always been fascinated by the sweep of rivers and the way communities rose along their banks. He knew that prosperity often depended on crossing those waters safely. For years, townsfolk had relied on makeshift ferry and creaking wooden spans, but floods would tear them away, leaving people stranded and trade disrupted. Thomas believed the principles of the guild would extend beyond workshops and homes into infrastructure itself, for what was a bridge, if not a lifeline, binding communities together. His first attempt came in the hamlet of Dunswell, where merchants struggled every spring when the river swelled and carried off their crude planks. Thomas called a meeting, urging carpenters, masons, and even farmers to pool their resources through a guild-backed loan. At first they laughed. After all, who would risk scarce funds on such a project? But Thomas, recalling the steady conviction of Matthew Cain, persisted. He sketched designs, explained costs, and offered to forego his wages until the bridge was built. Slowly, suspicion turned into curiosity, and curiosity into trust. The Calverton Guild extended the loan, not because the project promised immediate profit, but because they recognized the long-term value of a stable crossing. Materials were purchased, workers volunteered hours beyond their daily toil, and apprentices who once carved chair legs now shaped beams and laid stones. When the bridge was completed, it stood not only at a marvel of craftsmanship, but at a symbol of shared triumph.
Farmers from one side of the river brought goods to markets on the other. Traders extended their routes, and for the first time in memory, floods no longer severed the town's lifeline. News of the Guild Bridge spread quickly, carried by merchants who marveled at its resilience. Other towns clamored for Thomas' guidance, and soon he became known not that as a carpenter apprentice, but that a builder of communities. Wherever he went, he insisted that loans be issued through guild funds, so that credit was tied not to one man profit, but to the welfare of the many. Each new bridge deepened the people understanding that wealth was not the gold docked in a chest, but the connections binding them together. Of course, not all ventures went smoothly. In the town of Fairwater, a rival lender attempted to sabotage the project by spreading rumors that the guild would seize land if the bridge failed. Fear nearly unraveled the town, but Thomas countered with transparency. He held open gatherings, invited skeptics to review the guild ledgers, and explained that the fund's strength lay in cooperation, not confiscation. Gradually, confidence returned, and when the bridge finally rose, even the loudest doubters were among its proud defenders. Over the years, Thomas' apprentices took up his mission just as he had once carried Matthew. They ventured into regions plagued by isolation, teaching villages how to pool their labor and credit to build not only bridges but also mills, granaries, and irrigation canals.
Every structure was more than timber and stone. It was a manifestation of the belief that survival and prosperity could be secured through unity rather than exploitation. The ripple effects of these efforts reached far beyond the rivers and roads. Markets expanded, children attended schools built from guild funds, and families, once at the mercy of disasters, found security and collective resilience. In places where famine might have taken hold, shared granaries ensured survival. Where isolation once bred poverty, bridges and roads opened pathways to trade and opportunity. By the time Thomas Avery was an old man, the countryside bore his legacy in wood, stone, and, most of all, in the stories told by grateful voices around hearths and campfires. Yet Thomas always deflected praise, pointing instead to the philosophy handed down from Samuel Turner to Clara Jennings, from Elias Rowe to Matthew Cain. I did not invent this path, he would say. I only walked it further down the road. On the evening of his final days, he sat by a fire outside his cottage, surrounded by the apprentices who had become masters. The bridges he had built spanned more than rivers they spanned generations, and in his weather voice, he left them with words echoing those of his mentor. When you build for yourself, you build a house. When you build with others, you build a world. In the decades that followed Thomas Avery passing, his apprentices did more than maintain the bridges that spanned rivers and valleys. They began building bridges of another kind, ones that connected trades far removed from carpentry or masonry. One such apprentice, a woman named Eleanor Price, had grown up in a family of seamstresses. While she had learned her craft beneath the rafters of Thomas workshops, her hands always returned to fabric, needle, and thread. Eleanor believed that the same principles that raised bridges could be stitched into garments, turning what many dismissed women work into an enterprise that supported entire communities. At first, her ambition was met with skepticism. Tailoring and sewing were seen as domestic skills, hardly worthy of the guild loans or collective resources. But Eleanor understood something others overlooked. Clothes were not mere coverings. They were expressions of identity, status, and pride. Soldiers needed uniforms, travelers needed sturdy cloaks, and farmers needed durable garments for their toil. What if seamstresses, often confined to tiny workrooms or kitchens, could organize under the same principles that had lifted carpenters and masons? Her first step was small but bold. She led the circle of women in Fairwater, a town that still bore the strength of Thomas Avery Bridge, and proposed a cooperative workshop funded by guild loans. They would purchase cloth in bulk, share tools, and divide commissions fairly. But instead of competing for scraps of work, they would pool their skills and profits, ensuring steady wages for all. It was a radical idea in a world where women labor was often undervalued. But Eleanor spoke with the quiet authority of someone who had watched Thomas turn doubt into faith. The cooperative First Commission came from a local militia seeking uniforms. Where once each soldier had cobbled together mismatched clothing, Eleanor Workshop delivered rows of sturdy, well-stitched tunics in a single color. The sight of soldiers marching in unison, clad in garments that bore the unmistakable mark of unity, impressed even the most hardened skeptics. Soon, merchants requested coats, travelers asked for cloaks, and farmers sought durable trousers. The seamstresses found themselves busier than they had been, but no longer exhausted by exploitation. Each stitch was paid for fairly, and every woman went home with pride in her work and bread on her table. As demand grew, Eleanor insisted on reinvesting part of their profits into teaching young apprentices. Girls who might otherwise have been denied education now learned to read patterns, calculate costs, and balance ledgers. Slowly, the sewing cooperative became more than a place of labor. It became a school of empowerment. And the guild, once dominated by carpenters and masons, welcomed a new chapter in its story, one where cloth and needle stood alongside hammer and chisel. But Eleanor's vision didn't stop there. She saw that clothing could become a form of trade in itself, a currency of culture. She encouraged her seamstresses to experiment with dyes, embroidery, and designs that reflected local heritage. A cloak from Fairwater became instantly recognizable, its trim patterned with motifs from the riverside, its stitching as sturdy as the town bridge. Traders carried these garments to distant markets, and soon Fairwater cloth was known as a mark of both quality and community trust. Wealth flowed back not in heaps of coin alone, but in reputation, respect, and demand that never faltered. Eleanor's success also changed perceptions. For the first time, men who had dismissed sewing women work began to see it enterprise. Yet Eleanor was careful. She reminded her cooperative that their strength lay not in competing with the guild other trades, but in weaving themselves into its fabric. Carpenters needed aprons, masons required gloves, merchants demanded travel garments. All were supplied through fair exchange. Each trade fed into the others, and the guild became stronger for it. Her later years were marked not by expansion alone, but by philosophy. She often told her apprentices, "Wealth is not only the coin in your furs, but the warmth in the cloak you gift another. It is the dignity of a fair wage and the pride of a skill well shared." She taught them that their stitches carried stories of resilience and solidarity, stories that would outlast even the fabric itself. When Eleanor Price finally laid down her needle for the last time, she left behind more than garments. She left behind a legacy that reshaped the guild vision. Where Thomas had built bridges of stone and timber, Eleanor had woven bridges of cloth binding together households, markets, and generations. The campfire stories of that Ed told of cloaks that carried pride, uniforms that carried unity, and seamstresses who carried entire communities into prosperity. And Get Sim Thomas had spoken of Matthew Kane. Eleanor apprentices spoke of her, not with mourning but with gratitude, for she had proved beyond doubt that any craft, when practiced with fairness and shared purpose, could become a path to lasting wealth. The apprentices of Eleanor Price carried her lessons far beyond the wooden beams of Fairwater. Among them was a young man named Samuel Holt, who had once come to the cooperative as nothing more than a delivery boy, hauling bolts of cloth and baskets of thread from merchants to the seamstress's workshop. He had grown unpoor, son of a fisherman who drowned in a storm and a mother who mended clothes to survive. Samuel had no gift for sewing, but he had a quick mind for numbers and an instinct for trade. Eleanor knate this and, in her way, offered him a ledger one day, saying,
"Up in the floor, like all the applause, man. She left behind the royals. She left behind a legacy that reshaped the guild vision."
Where Thomas had built bridges of stone and timber, Eleanor had woven bridges of cloth, binding together households, markets, and generations. The campfire stories of that Ed told of cloaks that carried pride, uniforms that carried unity, and seamstresses who carried entire communities into prosperity. And Dit Sam Thomas had spoken of Matthew Kane. Eleanor apprentices spoke of her, not with mourning but with gratitude, for she had proved beyond doubt that any craft, when practiced with fairness and shared purpose, could become a path to lasting wealth. The apprentices of Eleanor Price carried her lessons far beyond the wooden beams of Fairwater. Among them was a young man named Samuel Holt, who had once come to the cooperative as nothing more than a delivery boy, hauling bolts of cloth and baskets of thread from merchants to the seamstress's workshop. He had grown unpoor, son of a fisherman who drowned in a storm and a mother who mended clothes to survive. Samuel had no gift for sewing, but he had a quick mind for numbers and an instinct for trade. Eleanor knate this and, in her way, offered him a ledger one day, saying, "Try keep the sums, lad."
Cloth is measured not only in yards, but in promises. Samuel began by balancing accounts, writing down which merchants had been paid and which still owed. He found patterns where others saw only transactions. He realized that traders often needed more than garments. They needed reliable schedules, safe passage, and certainty that goods would be read when promised. With Eleanor blessing, Samuel became a liaison between the cooperative and the traders who passed through Fairwater. Soon, his role grew into something larger. He arranged caravans, negotiated bulk deals for cloth, and began setting prices not only by what garments cost to bake, but by what value they carried in faraway markets. This was what Samuel's genius shone. He noticed that certain dyes offered in Fairwater were almost unknown in distant ports. A blue cloak from Fairwater, stitched with its distinctive river patterns, could fetch 3 times its price in a coastal city. Meanwhile, coastal fabrics of lighter weave worth, little and colder towns, were prized inland by merchants who craved variety. Samuel built a network, exchanging surplus wood it was undervalued for treasured wood it was coveted. What began then a modest extension of Eleanor Cooperative transformed into a trade route that stitched towns, cities, and even kingdoms together. But Samuel never forgot Eleanor principles. He refused to allow greed to sour his dealings. Every caravan he managed carried goods for fair pay, and he insisted that seamstresses at the cooperative always receive their share before any expansion of his ventures.
His motto became, a merchant's honor is measured not in silver but in trust. For this he earned loyalty that no gold did buy. When bandits threatened caravans, local farmers armed themselves to guard Samuel wagons, knowing his success was also theirs. When storms delayed ships, sailors gave his cargo priority, trusting his contracts would never short them. As the years went on, Samuel established trading posts along the roads, each marked by the emblem of a stitched bridge and a cloak. These posts were more than way stations. They became hubs of community. Travelers found warmth, food, and clothing there, paid fairly and without extortion. In turn, word of the cloak posts of Bluffton people called them spread across regions. They became symbols of safety, fairness, and opportunity. For the first time, even the poor could travel roads once reserved for the wealthy, knowing they had Hobbahood along the way. Samuel's greatest achievement came not from riches, though he accumulated more than his parents would have imagined, but from vision. He established what he called the circle of trading guests, promised that goods would flow not in one depth, but in a continuous cycle, bringing prosperity to every stop along the way. Farmers sent wool, shepherds sold fleece, seamstresses turned it into garments, merchants carried them abroad, and in return towns received salt, spices, and tools. Every hand in the circle contributed, and every hand benefited. Yet Samuel faced challenges that tested him. Rivals jealous of his growing network attempted to undercut him with cheaper, poorly made goods. Others tried bribery or threats to lure his caravans away. Samuel, however, held firm to Eleanor's lesson: wealth rooted in fairness could not be shaken by trickery. He doubled down on quality and relationships. His cloaks lasted longer, his garments fit better, and his contracts never broke. Soon, the cheap imitations rotted in warehouses, while Samuel's goods remained sought after even at higher prices. In time, kings and lords sought his counsel, not merely his wares. They saw that his network was more stable than armies and more enduring than treaties. Samuel declined titles, however, preferring the role of trader and steward. He said often, "I am no nobleman. I am but a keeper of roads. What wealth is carried in trust between neighbors." He kept his life simple, investing most of his profits back into the circle, repairing bridges, building new posts, and funding schools for apprentices to learn not only sewing or carpentry, but also the art of fair trade. When Samuel Holt days drew to a close, he left behind more than trading posts and caravans. He left behind a world subtly altered, a world where trust itself had become a form of currency. Campfire tales spoke of him as the merchant who sowed the roads, a man who turned the simple act of trade into a legacy of fairness, safety, and shared prosperity. Held the role of trader and steward. He said often, "I am no nobleman. I am but a keeper of roads. When wealth is carried in trust between neighbors, he kept his life simple, investing most of his profits back into the circle, repairing bridges, building new posts, and funding schools for apprentices to learn not only sewing or carpentry, but also the art of fair trade." When Samuel Holt days drew to a close, he left behind more than trading posts and caravans. He left behind a world subtly altered, a world where trust itself had become a form of currency. Campfire tales spoke of him as the merchant who sowed the roads, a man who turned the simple act of trade into a legacy of fairness, safety, and shared prosperity.
His practices carried his vision forward, ensuring the circle of trade would endure long after his footsteps faded. And so, Gut-Ted Thomas Avery Bridges spanned Nervers and Eleanor Price Cloak's warmed shoulders. Samuel Holt caravans spanned distances both physical and human, binding communities together in a web of trust and wealth that outlasted lifetimes. Samuel Holt apprentices carried his dream farther than he could have imagined. When his circle of trade was first drawn, it looped through river valleys, mountain passes, and towns that had once been little more than dots on a map. But with his passing, those who learned at his side resolved not to let the circle close, but to let it expand, like ripples across a pond when a stone is cast. One apprentice, Margaret Lane, believed the sea should not be feared but embraced.
She was the daughter of a fisherman, much like Samuel, and she had grown up hearing the crash of waves and smelling salt in the air, while Samuel had been cautious of maritime trade. After all, storms could wipe away fortunes in a single night. Margaret saw opportunity. She began small, convincing sailors to carry fair-water cloaks as gifts to foreign docks. To her surprise, the demand was instant. Sailor wrote back that towns along the northern coast offered spices, rare woods, and metals in exchange for garments that seemed to hold warmth even in the harshest gales. Margaret studied maps and tides with the same intensity Samuel once applied to ledgers.
But she learned which ports were friendly, which were treacherous, and where alliances could be formed. She built trust not only with merchants, but with captains and their crews, ensuring they were paid fairly for their risks. And when storms did claim ships, Margaret made good on every loss herself, never letting a sailor family go hungry. This reputation spread quickly, and soon her name carried weight, aid far beyond the Southern Isles. Meanwhile, another apprentice, Jonathan Reed, took the circle inland. Where roads gave way to deserts and mountains, he sought paths no merchant dared. He treated caravans like armies, not in conquest, but in discipline, ensuring supplies, rest, and water were managed with precision. He brokered peace with tribes who had once viewed merchants as invaders, not through gold, but through respect and partnership. He would sit at firesides with chieftains, trading not only goods but stories. In time, those tribes became allies, guarding his caravans as if they were their own kin. Together, Margaret on the seas and Jonathan across the mountains transformed the circle into something vast, nearly unthinkable in Samuel Day. Ports connected to roads, roads to caravans, and caravans to villages once isolated. Goods that had once been luxuries for kings, like cinnamon, silk, and fine glass, trickled into common markets, and likewise humble goods from villages, wool, timber, pottery, found their way into palaces. Wealth no longer pooled in one place, but flowed like water, nourishing even the driest soil. Yet with expansion came danger.
Rival traders, jealous of the circle's success, banded together. They formed a shadow network that thrived on deceit and exploitation. Their caravans undercut prices, their ships flew false flags, and their agents spread lies. They sought to rake the circle by turning its strength, trust, into a weakness. For a time, markets faltered, and the question whether Samuel Vision could survive in a world so bent on greed. It was Eleanor Price's words, long remembered, that steadied the apprentices. Wealth without fairness is a garment that unravels. Margaret and Jonathan vowed their followers and reminded them that the circle was never about gold alone. It was about people. They doubled their efforts to ensure fair dealing. They held open courts and trading posts so disputes could be settled without bias. They offered apprenticeships to orphan children who might otherwise have been drawn into thievery. They even created a system of seals marks burned into wood and stamped on parchment that certified goods as part of the circle. These seals became trusted emblems, more valuable than signatures, and soon buyers once again sought out those goods that bore the mark. As decades passed, the circle of trade became not just a network, but a tradition. Families grew up with the understanding that caravans would pass through every spring, ships would arrive each autumn, and markets would flourish with goods from lands unseen. What began with Samuel's steady hand over a ledger had become a living rhythm across nations.
Samuel apprentices never crowned themselves rulers, yet in time their influence rivaled kings. Where rulers taxed and demanded, the circle provided and uplifted. Where war threatened to sever connections, the circle merchants acted as mediators, reminding both sides that conflict might cost them more than it could have gained. And though wars still came, they ended quicker in lands tied to the circle, for no one wished to burn the roads that brought them bread, cloth, and light. In the end, the circle was not Samuel alone. It became a shared inheritance, passed from hand to hand, from seamstress to sailor, from apprentice to child. And when campfires flickered under rainy skies or in the shadow of mountains, old men would tell the tale of the merchant boy who turned trust into wealth and taught the world that prosperity was not hoarded but shared. The circle stretched further still, carried on the backs of people who never once met Samuel Holt, but felt his hand in every fair trade they made. His story, retold 1,000 ways by firelight and whispered over crates of grain, became less about one man and more about a creed that said, keep the circle honest, and it will keep you fed. That simple line guided generations, turning apprentices into masters and masters into legends in their own right. Margaret Lane, before her hair went silver, saw ports she once only imagined etched into the maps of her youth. lads and several lots of
She stood on docks. Their language blended the seafoam itself, watching ships unload silks from the east and spices that left markets perfumed for weeks. But she was never dazzled by riches for their own sake. She walked the quays, checked the scales, and listened to the voices of sailors who had risked storms to carry goods safely. She knew their names, their families, and when disaster struck, be it a tempest or piracy, she moved the lightning to aid them. That was her power. Wealth was not in her coffers, but in her reputation. Jonathan Reed caravans, meanwhile, became arteries through the heart of deserts and mountains. Travelers said you could set your watch by them. They arrived reliably the seasons. He ensured that every stop along his route prospered, for a caravan could not survive unless every village on the path thrived as well. Outposts that once scraped by became bustling hubs which strangers broke bread together. Jonathan believed every loaf of bread baked along the road was as important as gold in the saddlebags. Without trust, without sustenance, the circle was nothing. Generate later, it was Jonathan's great-grandson, Elias Reed, who carried the circle into Wary as steel and gears replaced oxen and sail. By then, railways carved through lands once impassable. Steamships crossed oceans with a reliability Margaret could only have dreamed of. On the Ariane,
Elias, born into wealth yet restless for adventure, faced the challenge of a changing world. Could the circle endure when speed and scale threatened to turn trade into faceless industry? He believed it could, but not without care. Elias traveled the routes of his ancestors, not by carriage or sail, but aboard iron locomotives that screamed across plains. He watched how wealth pooled too easily in cities while villages along the tracks grew quiet. He saw men crushed by factories that demanded labor but offered no dignity. And he asked himself what Samuel Holt might do if he were there, ledger in hand, staring at these new engines of fortune. So, Elias did not fight the machines. He guided them. He worked with engineers to place stations not only we kings demanded, but what villages needed them most. He ensured that rails were not just lines of iron, but lifelines connecting farms to markets, weaving the countryside into prosperity rather than draining it. He created contracts that demanded fair wages for workers and profit sharing that allowed laborers to take pride in the wealth they helped build. His methods were mocked at first, but if factories tied themselves to the circle distribution, they prospered in ways others could not. In cities, Elias fostered guilds much like Samuel apprenticeships of old. Instead of cloaks and caravans, they taught apprentices to manage accounts, repair engines, and run warehouses.
To turn skills into currency, ensuring that no one was left behind simply because they lacked land or inheritance. And Dent Margaret had stamped seals on cargo. Elias created marks of certification on goods moved through circle channels, guaranteeing not only quality, but fairness behind the making. Buyers trusted those marks as if Samuel himself had signed the ledger. But even Elias, for all his brilliance, could not stem every shadow. Corporing rose vast, impersonate, driven only by profit. They saw the circle a quaint, an old relic, and sought to crush it with speed, cheap goods, and ruthless competition. There were strikes, riots, even attempts to burn circle warehouses. Elias endured them well, reminding his followers that true wealth outlasted greed, that men who cut corners built houses on sand. He weathered there storm after storm until the circle once again proved unbreakable. By the time Elias laid down his ledger, the circle spanned continents, steamships, railways, and caravans together carried not only goods but a philosophy. Farmers in far-off lands wore boots stamped with circle seals, knowing the grain they sold would fetch a fair price. Sail low crossing oceans, trusted that their families would be cared for if fate claimed them at sea. And merchants young and eager recited Samuel Holt's creed as naturally as a prayer. Thus what began with one cautious boy, a single cloak and a ledger scribbled by candlelight, had become a legacy woven into the bones of nations.
The circle was more than trade, it was a promise, humming through markets, echoing in railways, whispered on the waves, prosperity is strongest when shared. And so the circle rolled on, never still, always reshaping itself with the tides of history. Elias Reed passing did not silence its rhythm, for by then the circle was no longer one man burden, but a current carried by thousands. Yet with the turn of the 20th century, trade was no longer confined to rails, roads, or sails. Wealth had begun to take new shapes: paper promises, stocks and bonds, institutions built of marble and columns. Money itself was the cargo. For the first time, the circle faced a threat it could not weigh, measure, or load into crates. It was Clara Holt, descendant of Samuel to Margaret Line, who rooked the circle into this uncharted sea. Clara was no caravan master nor sailor. Her strength lay in numbers and the unyielding patience to see patterns where others only saw chaos. As a girl, she spent more time in her grandfather's ledger than in the markets, fascinated by how ink and parchment could capture the rise and fall of fortunes. When he inherited her share of the circle wealth, he did not expand warehouses or ships. He did. Your mom was no caravan master nor sailor. Her strength lay in numbers and the unyielding patience to see patterns where others only saw chaos. As a girl, she spent more time in her grandfather's ledger than in the markets, fascinated by how ink and parchment could capture the rise and fall of fortunes. When he inherited her share of the circle wealth, he did not expand warehouses or ships. She built banks, but hers were not banks in the mold of the cold institutions rising across Europe and America. Clara believed that money, like goods, must move in circles or else it stagnated. She designed her banks not to hoard wealth, but to lend it to farmers needing seed, to craftsmen needing tools, to shopkeepers whose shelves waited for stock. She demanded repayment, yes, but never usury. Instead, she set rates that allowed borrowers to prosper while returning enough to sustain the circle. Her philosophy spread like wildfire among merchants who had long been at the mercy of ruthless lenders. Clara's methods faced ridicule from financiers who worshipped own profit. They thought her the benevolent banker, though kindness were weakness. But when harvest failed, her bank stood steady. When markets collapsed, her clients survived while others withered. In time, she was no longer mocked, but studied. Economists puzzled over how her system built on fairness yielded greater resilience than banks built on greed. Clara only smiled and said, "A coin hoarded is dead. A coin shared is alive." Her vision carried the circle into the age of finance without breaking its creed. Farmers who once sold wheat through Jonathan caravans now borrowed seed money through Clara banks. Sail Low, who once trusted Margaret Seals, now entrusted their family savings to circle accounts. Workers who once built rails for Elias now pooled their wages in cooperative funds that the circle taught them to manage. Thus, the circle transformed once again, not vanishing into modern dirt, but bending it to serve its purpose. Still, every age brings its shadow. Speculators arose like wolves, preying on greed and fear, inflating bubbles of wealth that burst like glass under strain. Clara warned her followers that these mirages were dangerous, but many were tempted by promises of quick riches. Some circle allies strayed, investing in schemes that collapsed, dragging families into ruin. Clara grieved, but she did not waver. She taught her apprentices to look past the frenzy of the moment, to return always to the steady truth. Real wealth is found in the trust between people, not in numbers scribbled on paper with no foundation. As decades passed, the circle weathered wars, depressions, and revolutions. Its ships carried aid as often as cargo. Its banks rebuilt towns destroyed by conflict. Its creed became a lantern for those stumbling in darkness. And though many forgot Samuel Holt's name, the essence of his wisdom endured in Clara's quiet smile, in Elias guild halls, in Jonathan caravan routes still remembered in desert songs. By the dawn of the 21st century, the circle was everywhere and nowhere. Its marks adorned microloans in villages that had never seen a train. Its philosophy guided investors who sought not only return but responsibility. And still, somewhere in the heart of every apprentice, the creed whispered, "Wealth is not the gold you hold, but the trust you earn." Around campfires, under neon lights, through storms and silence, the circle spoke. And always, the story returned to that first boy, hunched over his cloak, scratching notes in a ledger, daring to believe that fair dealing could outlast kingdoms, empires, and time itself. The circle passage into the digital age was as perilous as crossing an ocean no sailor had mapped. By the late 20th century, the familiar tools of trade coins, notes, ledgers inked by hand were fading into symbols flashing on glowing screens, Wealth became less a thing to touch and more a stream of numbers flowing invisibly between banks, markets, and machines. For many, this shift was bewildering. For the Circle, it was another test of trust, the old backbone of their creed: survive in a world where dealings were sealed not with handshakes, but with keystrokes. It was Daniel Reed, great-grandson of Clara Lyne, who saw clear that the Circle must embrace the new if it hoped to endure. Daniel was not a banker, not a merchant, not even a scholar in the traditional sense. He was a coder, a child of circuits and keyboards, raised in a world with connections stretched across continents faster than any ship or caravan would travel. Yet Daniel carried Samuel Holt ledger in his study, and in its brittle pages he found the same lesson Clara had taught, the same that Jonathan, Margaret, and Elias had carried. Money moved best when it moved with fairness. Daniel applied this creed to the world of networks. He created systems with microloans to reach farmers in distant villages with a tap of a key. He built platforms where artisans could sell their crafts across oceans without leaving their homes. He designed contracts written not in ink but in code, binding strangers together in trust upheld by machines but born of human intent. To many, he seemed a visionary, to others a threat established banks feared the way his programs stripped away their layers of fees and secrecy. Governments questioned how such flows could be tracked or taxed, yet Daniel pressed on, for he saw in the blinking lights of servers the same glow Clara had once seen in her bank halls. Chance to make wealth a living current, not a dead hoard. Still, the digital tide was not without peril. Fraud lurked in shadows, no candle to illuminate. Hackers broke into vaults of data. At once bandits ambushed caravans. Speculators inflated bubbles of virtual wealth stocks, coins, tokens that burst with ruinous echoes, leaving families stranded as surely at a wreckage ship. Daniel warned against blind greed, echoing Clara caution of centuries' pace. A fortune of digits, he said. Eyes no safer than a fortune of dust. Trust must be the cornerstone, or else collapse will follow. The Circle adapted. It always had, not by resisting change, but by bending it toward its creed. It trained a new generation to see beyond the shimmer of sudden gains, to understand that every transaction, no matter how fast or distant, still carried the weight of human trust. In rural towns, Circle-backed microfinance groups lifted families from poverty. In bustling cities, ethical investment firms, guided by the Circle-funded ventures that healed rather than harmed. On global networks, their platforms quietly moved wealth where it was needed, bypassing greed, corruption, and the chokeholds of bureaucracy. In the 21st century deepened, whispers spread of a hidden order that did not hoard, did not exploit, but worked in quiet circles. Investors who weather their storms spoke of lessons traced back not to Wall Street, but to a farmer ledger in a forgotten inn. Traders who sought stability over frenzy passed along sayings older than banks. A coin shared is alive. Activists for fair trade, for digital transparency, for sustainable growth, all unknowingly echoed the Circle creed. By then, the Circle had no thin leader, no men formed. It was Clara Bank, Elias Guild, Margaret Seal, Jonathan Caravan, Daniel Code, all at once, and yet none alone. Its strength lay in its ability to vanish into the fabric of society, to let others take its wisdom forward, to be the unseen fire warming countless hands. But those who led around fires, whether in a desert caravan, a frontier town, or a glowing screen, knew the truth. Wealth was not the gold, nor the numbers, nor even the networks. Wealth was the bond between souls, the trust that allowed one to hand over a coin, a crate, or a line of code and believe it would return fairly. That bond was the Circle, and as long as people trusted one another, the Circle would never truly end. And so, in the hum of servers, in the glow of screens, in the rain against windows where dreamers tapped ease late into the night, the old wisdom endured. The Circle was alive, not as a relic of the past, but as a promise carried into every new frontier. The advance of artificial intelligence into finance did not pass unnoticed by the Circle. To outsiders, it looked as though the future of wealth was being handed to machines, algorithms parsing oceans of data, predicting markets, executing trades faster than any human hand could move. To the Circle, it was another echo of history, another tool to be mastered or else be mastered by. Just as ledgers once moved from parchment to print and coins gave way to digital credits, so too was decision-making shifting into circuits and code. The danger, as Daniel Reed warned in his later years, was not the machine itself, but the blindness of those who trusted it without question. Artificial intelligence could sort risk, detect fraud, and even anticipate downturns, but it could not feel the weight of a farmer hope when she borrowed for seed, nor the relief of a craftsman when a fair payment arrived on time. Machines knew numbers, the Circle knew people. And so, rather than reject the rise of automation, the Circle quietly bent it to their creed. They built AI systems designed not to maximize profit at a cost, but to balance prosperity with fairness. These programs watched not just for market fluctuations, but for the ripple effects. Who might be harmed by sudden changes, who might be uplifted if resources were redirected. On the Circle, who might be harmed by sudden changes, who might be uplifted if resources were redirected. To the casual eye, these platforms looked like any other fintech innovation, another algorithm among countless others. But those who benefited felt something different. Loans tailored not to trap them in endless debt, but to guide them out of it. Investments steered toward projects that built rather than bled. When storms of speculation shook global markets, Circle-backed platforms held steady, trading laid wildly, avoiding the collapses that ruined so many. The Circle hand was invisible, but its presence was steady, a lantern in a gale. Still, there were battles to fight. Automation displaced workers at alarming rates. Factories hummed with machines while towns grew silent. Young people despaired, fearing they had no place in a world where even creativity seemed outsourced to code. The Circle responded by channeling wealth not only into industries but into education, retraining, and new ventures where human ingenuity still mattered most. They believed, as Clara had once said of coins, that wealth left idle turned to dust, but when set in motion wisely, it could restore life to barren places. They funded cooperatives that used technology to amplify human labor rather than replace it. They supported artisans whose crafts, paired with digital platforms, reached global markets without losing their soul. They even launched initiatives where communities could share in the ownership of the very machines that might have replaced them, transforming potential despair into empowerment. It was not an easy path, nor one without failures, but it was a continuation of their creed. Fairness first, trust always. As decades passed, the Circle influence deepened in ways few could name but many could feel. In villages where once poverty had lingered for generations, families now sent children to schools built with microloans repaid across borders. In cities racked by inequality, initiatives quietly funded by unseen benefactors gave housing, training, and hope. On global markets, ethical investment firms carrying unfamiliar seals outperformed even the boldest speculators, not with wild bets, but with patience, foresight, and principles. Yet the Circle remained anonymous. No banners flew in its name, no monuments bore its symbols. It lived in the quiet agreements that worked when others failed, in the communities that prosper when others faltered. Some dismissed it, a myth, a romantic tale whispered by traders and coders alike. But for those who had once lost everything and found their footing again, the Circle was as real as rain on a parched field. And always, by campfires or glowing screens, the old wisdom was repeated. Wealth is not the coin, nor the contract, nor the code. Wealth is the bond of trust, alive only when shared. The 21st century entered what historians would later call the Age of Reckoning. Climate change was no longer a forecast, but a lived reality. Seas crept inland, storms carried more fury, and harvests faltered under skies grown strained. In boardrooms, leaders spoke of adaptation and mitigation, often with rehearsed words and hollow plans. But the Circle knew that wealth was useless if the world itself withered. No contract could bind scorched earth to fertility. No market could function if cities drowned. So they shifted once again, pouring resources not into finance, but into the bones of the planet. They supported reforestation projects that were more than symbolic trees planted with precision, monitored by satellites and AI. Cultivated by local hands who were paid fairly for their labor, they invested in tidal and wind energy where corporations saw only uncertain profit. They even resurrected ancient practices, terraced farming, seed preservation, water sharing agreements, integrating them with modern tools so communities could endure and thrive. It was not charity, it was survival with a creed. The circle held to its code belief, wealth that is hoarded dies, wealth that circulates lives. Circulation, he meant more than coins or credits. It meant the circulation of clean water, of fertile soil, of breathable air. A man could not prosper if the river that fed his crops turned toxic. A company could not endure if the land that sustained its workers collapsed into dust. By reminding even the most powerful of these truths, the circle nudged entire industries towards sustainability, sometimes by persuasion, sometimes by pressure that never revealed its source. Communities noticed first. Fishermen in coastal villages received equipment funded by loans, whose origins no one could trace, but whose terms seemed designed to help rather than enslave. Farmers in arid plains were gifted access to irrigation systems linked to a global fund that repaid itself through harvest shares. Even urban families in sprawling megasat found affordable housing projects built with unexpected financing that demanded neither Julius rents nor crushing mortgages. All bore the same unseen signature, the circle at work. The wealthy elite, at first dismissive, grew uneasy. They saw markets shifting away from them, trust flowing into enterprises that carried an aura of quiet integrity. Attempts to replicate the circle effect failed because their foundations lacked the same creed. Algorithms could be copied, contracts mimicked, but intention could not be faked. When a circle-backed initiative arrived, people sensed it, whether through transparency, fairness, or simply the absence of hidden traps. Slowly, even the elite were forced to adapt, lest they be left behind by the tide of trust rising around them. This era brought new legends. In one city plagued by floods, rumors spread of a benefactor who bought out a bankrupt construction firm and repurposed it entirely for building flood barriers. Workers were rehired, families protected, and the city endured. In another, a collapsed bank infrastructure was quietly repurposed into a cooperative lending system that outperformed its predecessor within 5 years. None of these stories are named the circle, but always there was talk of a shadowed influence, a hand guiding without claiming credit. The circle did not seek monuments, but it became folklore. Children heard stories of the lantern keepers, invisible guides who ensured that the light of prosperity never died out completely. Traders in glow markets spoke of the quiet ledger, a system of unseen balance that corrected excesses before they did topple economies. And around campfires or whispered during rainy nights in crowded apartments, ordinary people told one another, "We are not alone in this struggle." There are those who still remember fairness. The truth known only to the inner circle was simpler. They were not saviors nor saints. They were people, descendants of Reed, Clara, Marcus, and countless others, who chose again and again to bind their fortunes not to greed, but to trust. Each generation added new tools, ink, wires, algorithms, satellites. Each kept the creed alive. Wealth dies in stillness. Wealth lives in circulation. Wealth becomes sacred only when tied to fairness. As seas rose and winds howled, machines thought faster and humans dreamed further. The circle endured, quiet, patient, eternal in purpose. A story and old at campfires, as new as the glowing graphs on a trader screen. The circle influence carried forward into a time when humanity reached stretched beyond the boundaries of Earth itself. Mars colonies, orbital stations, and lunar outposts all sprouted, the extensions of ambition, desperation, and necessity. Did as on Earth centuries before, the old patterns threatened to reemerge. Monopolies forming over oxygen production, corporations cornering water reserves, and powerful factions using scarcity to chain others to endless debt. Out there in the cold void of space, the price of air and water was more crushing than any mortgage had been on Earth. But the Circle had prepared for this. They saw early that space would be humanity's salvation if it carried forward Earth at sickness of inequity. Their creed expanded. Not merely wealth must circulate, but life itself must be shared. For what good was a Martian dome if only a handful could breathe inside it? What good were shimmering orbital farms if their food never reached those in need? The Circle knew that for the species to endure, fairness had to be woven into the very bones of expansion. So they acted. Their methods remained a shadowed and subtle as ever, but more daring now given the stakes. They infiltrated the earliest Martian corporations, disguising themselves as ordinary engineers, agronomists, and administrators. They inserted small clauses into contracts. A dome built for one corporation must include communal access to water recycling systems. A mining operation must allocate a portion of its oxygen production to colony reserves. A shipping company must reserve space for essential goods. At first, no one noticed. These were buried among endless lines of text. But over time, those clauses became lifelines. On Earth, their reach only deepened. They continued financing sustainability, restoring oceans, rebuilding forests, and stabilizing nations teetering under climate migration. Yet, they also began redirecting resources outward into the colonies. Silent shipments of equipment would arrive on the moon, crates rocked with no sender, filled with seeds, filters, or tools. A struggling Martian settlement might find its debts mysteriously reduced, its ledgers balanced by an unseen hand. Traders in orbit whispered of the second ledger, a shadow economy of trust that moved quietly alongside the official one, ensuring that no single corporation would choke the lifelines of survival. Stories blossomed again. Colonists told tales of the breath-givers and visible benefactors who made sure no dome suffocated, no farmer withered from lack of supplies. Spacefarers spoke of the invisible convoy ships that appeared in storms of cosmic radiation, guiding crippled freighters back to safety, then vanishing without docking for thanks. Back on Earth, the legends merged with older ones. The lantern keepers of past centuries had become guardians of stars, carrying the same might into the infinite night. Of course, the powerful fought-back megacorporates saw their monopolies unraveling, their careful strangleholds on water, air, and food undone by mysterious interventions. They launched investigations, deployed surveillance, even whispered of assassins meant to uncover and eliminate the Circle. Yet their efforts always failed. For the Circle was not a still group, not a boardroom or council. It was a creed woven through countless individuals, spread across Earth and space alike. Every settlement had at least one who carried the belief, wealth is alive only when shared. Kill one, and 10 more stepped quietly into place. What distinguished the Circle most was not technology or secrecy, but patience. They never sought quick victories. They allowed corporations to believe they ruled, allowed governments to boast of control. Meanwhile, they nudged, corrected, balanced. A monopoly collapsed not from direct attack, but from years of carefully redirected contracts. A famine was averted not by open charity, but by unexpected surplus rerouted through anonymous hands. The Circle never revealed itself, never demanded gratitude, never sought glory. In silence, it thrived. Generain grew under this hidden protection. Children of colonists came to believe fairness was normal, survival shared rather than sold. On Earth, families displaced by climate found stability through opportunities that appeared just when our hopes seemed lost. And across both planets, a quiet culture of trust took root, so deep that even when people did not know the Circle name, they carried its values. Markets became more resilient, not that corruption disappeared, but as the unseen hand of balance always intervened before collapse. As centuries passed, one truth held steady. The Circle was not eternal as individuals, but eternal as a creed, Wealth that circulates sustains, wealth that hoards destroys. And whether on Earth rain-soaked soil or Mars red dust, whether under neon-lit cities or the silent stars, that creed endured passed from hand to hand like a lantern against the dark. In the centuries that followed, humanity reach stretched far beyond Mars, beyond the moon, and even beyond the asteroid belt. Generational ships slipped out into the void, carrying with them fragments of culture, memory, and ambition. Each ship was a microcosm of civilization, a fragile experiment in survival. Each Zex or broken contract or selfish monopoly could mean the difference between endurance and extinction. And yet, the Circle Creed traveled alongside them, stowed not in cargo holds but in hearts. For the Creed was not bound to Earth, nor to any soil. It lived wherever survival demanded cooperation, wherever the temptation of hoarding clashed against the truth that only circulation could sustain life. On board the generational vessels, whispers spread of the balance keepers, individuals who ensured no child was denied air, no elder starved because a captain wished to sell ration for private gain. Records would vanish and debts dissolve in the night, oxygen credits mysteriously redistributed before conflicts would erupt. No one admitted to being a keeper, but everyone knew one must exist. And so, without ceremony, the Circle roots sank deeper into humanity's voyage. Meanwhile, back in the cradle of Earth, the world itself healed. Oceans once poisoned grew clearer, forests spread where deserts had choked, and the atmosphere, long burdened, began to breathe easier. Humanity did not heal Earth through brilliance alone, because the Circle never allowed greed to tear the healing apart. Corpors that once sought to strangle the Green Revolution found their monopolies evaporating, their power diluted by invisible correction. Subsidies shifted, markets rebounded, and the flow of resources turned towards sustainability. People came to believe it was government that had guided them, or fate, or sheer inevitability. Few knew that unseen hands had steered them all along. As humankind crossed deeper into the galaxy, conflicts inevitably followed. Rival fleets clashed over mineral-rich moons, factions fought to control jump-gate routes, and new worlds became battlegrounds of ideology and commerce. Yet even amid this chaos, the Circle worked as it always had, quietly, patiently, relentlessly. In the ruins of war, aid would arrive sooner than expected. A starving settlement would find its food replicators mysteriously restocked. The family of a fallen pilot would discover debts erased, mortgages cleared, futures restored. Soldiers whispered of the lantern in the void, an unseen protector that carried them through when all else failed. The most remarkable thing was how the Circle never sought credit. In a galaxy Z, every faction clamored for recognition. They alone demanded none. They left no emblem stamped on shipments, no anthem sung in their name. To most, they were myth, like the old cowboy tales once told by fireside, when strangers rode into town to set rods right, only to vanish before dawn. But to those who looked deeper, to those who traced the subtle patterns, there was no myth at all. The Circle was real, and its work was everywhere. The creed itself began to outgrow words. Where once it had been spoken, wealth must circulate. It became instinct, woven into the daily lives of billions. On space stations, it meant a neighbor shared air filters without charge. On distant moons, it meant a farmer lent seed stock without contract. On Earth, it meant communities rebuilt, not for profit, but for permanence. The creed had become cultural memory, untraceable yet undeniable. And still, there were always enemies. There were always those who believed control was the path to survival, who sought to choke supply lines, privatize lifelines, and profit from desperation. They fought the Circle with suspicion, with force, with propaganda. They claimed the Circle weakened ambition, or poisoned markets, or spread lies of fairness ways competition should read. They were powerful, but never permanent. For every monopoly, every stranglehold, every cruel empire that rose, the Circle was there cutting quietly at the roots, ensuring collapse before tyranny became unbreakable. In the end, the Circle's greatest strength was never secrecy, nor power, nor wealth. It was time. They did not need to win today nor tomorrow. They needed to outlast greed. And greed, though fierce, always burned itself out. The circle endured. It always had. It always would. And so, humanity's story stretched farther and farther, to stars unseen and worlds unnamed, yet always bound by that same quiet truth. Survival, prosperity, and peace were never born of hoarding, but of sharing. The firelight that once flickered in the heart of a camp beneath rainy skies now burned in the engines of ships that crossed the infinite night. Different flames, same creed, wealth that moves, sustains, wealth that stagnates, kills, and somewhere in the quiet be it the silence of a prairie night or the endless dark of space. A lantern still burned, carried onward by unseen hands, holding back the shadows. When the first contact came, it was not with fanfare or banners, but with silence. A vessel appeared at the edge of humanity territory, its form with no craft to conceive by human hands. It glowed not with engines, but with shifting patterns of light, as though it were woven from thought itself. For months, fear paralyzed the colonies. Was it conquest? Was it salvation? Yet when the beings aboard revealed themselves, they bought neither armies nor sermons. They know hunger. Not for food dust, men knew it, but for connection, for trade of knowledge, for exchange of essence. Their wealth was memory, their currency the sharing of experiences carried in crystalline vessels that glowed with living light. At first, the markets could not comprehend it. What value could be placed upon a memory of a sunrise on a world no human had seen? What worth could be measured in the laugh of a child long gone, captured in a shard of living crystal? Merchants tried to hoard these shards, to fix their price, to control their flow. It seemed inevitable that greed would bend even this alien gift into chains, yet the circle watching Yand it always had understood something deeper. Wealth was not the shard itself, but the circulation of its light. A memory unshared was like water act in a cistern. It stagnated, grew sour, lost all meaning. But when passed from hand to hand, when allowed to glow in new main, its value multiplied beyond measure. And so the circle adapted. Quietly they began to guide this new trade, to rake the grasping hands that tried to cage it. Where a cartel would seize a supply of shards, the circle ensured they dissolved into 1,000 smaller hands overnight. Where a faction sought to make memories a weapon, the circle spread them freely until the weapon turned to dust. The alien visitors came to call the circle the Weavers, for they alone seemed to understand that strands of wealth, like strands of memory, only gained strength when interlaced. The aliens taught humanity that wealth could be far stranger than coin or credit. They shared the art of crafting bonds of light agreements encoded in luminous threads that could not be broken without both sides consenting. They showed how communities could store surplus not in vaults, but in living gardens of bioluminescent flora that thrived only when tended by many hands. In turn, humanity shared with them the old cowboy creed, born of scarcity, storm, and prairie fire. Wealth must circulate. The aliens listened, their shimmering forms flickering with what humans came to recognize agreement. For though they had never known Earth, they too had learned that hoarded light dimmed, while shared light grew brighter. Generation passed, and soon humans and their new allies built cities together. On orbital stations, human steel met alien crystal on colonized worlds. Neon towers intertwined with luminous garlands that pulsed with stored memory. Children grew up fluent in both tongues, one of flesh and one of light. Wherever they grew, the circle work followed. They did not claim the alliances. They did not sit at the councils. But whenever greed reared its head, whenever a syndicate sought to throttle the flow of wealth or memory, the circle was there to unbind the knots. It was said in hushed tones that the circle had grown larger than any species, larger than any world. It was no longer merely human, nor alien, but something between, a thread that wove through every being who believed in balance. No one could trace its leaders, for there were none. No one could stamp its seal, for it carried none, and yet its touch was everywhere. In a starving colony saved from ruin, in a lost memory shard returned to its people, in a monopoly broken for it could strangle a planet. But even in the circle grew, so too did the forces that opposed it. There were those who saw in the alien crystals not memory but control, who dreamed of enslaving entire species by binding them to stolen poets. There were those who whispered that circulation was weakness, that only those who hoarded could survive the coming storms. These voices leathered power, building empires on silence and shadows, and in the long, dark corridors of space, battles were waged, not with fleets and guns, but with wealth, with memory, with the power of what flowed and what was withheld. The Circle never sought to win every battle. They knew they could not. What they sought was survival of the creed, that eternal flame, for they understood what the greedy never could, that no empire could last forever, no vault could remain unbroken, no monopoly could withstand the erosion of time. They fought not for today, but for tomorrow and the day after, and the centuries yet unborn. And so, with alien and human children alike grew by firesides of crystal or wood, beneath neon skies or prairie storms, they whispered the same truth: wealth that flows sustains, wealth that stagnates destroys. In this way, the Circle endured, stretching from old Earth to worlds no cowboy horse had ridden, from memories of prairie winds to visions of stars yet unnamed. It endured not because it was powerful, but because it was patient, not because it conquered, but because it endured. And longings, there were hands willing to share, fires willing to burn, and hearts willing to trust. The lantern would never go dark. The monopoly began quietly, as such things often do. A corporation born of both human and alien stock, calling itself Lumen Corp, rose to prominence by promising stability. At first, they offered simple services, cataloging memory shards, transporting them safely across the void, ensuring fair exchange rates between distant colonies. They built trust by solving problems others had ignored. Where piracy threatened trade routes, Lumen Corp ships arrived. Where markets quarreled over value, Lumen Corp ledgers provided order. Their emblem, a flame encircled in silver, became a symbol of reliability, a beacon in the chaos of expanding frontiers. Many believed they were the natural evolution of wealth itself, guardians of circulation, protectors of the creed. But to decades passed, that silver circle tightened. Lumen Corp stopped being a mere facilitator and began dictating terms. No shard was allowed to move without their seal. No trade was recognized unless logged in their system. Communities that refused found their surplus memories devalued overnight, their glowing gardens dismissed and verified. The Circle watched a Lumen Corp reach spread, wrapping around colony after colony, until even the free traders whispered that nothing moved without their blessing. It was not wealth that flowed now, but control, and the creed twisted under the weight of their grip. At first, the Circle tried subtlety. Smuggling caravans moved shards outside the Lumen Corp grid, circulating memory freely in hidden markets, beneath neon towers, or in abandoned mining stations where crystal light still pulsed. They seeded whispers that true wealth could not be certified, only shared. But Lumen Corp adapted quickly. They embedded trackers into shards, weaving alien light with human code, ensuring no shard in glow without their mark. What once had been a free river of wealth became a damned reservoir, rationing at their whim. Then came the day of the blackout. Across the entire sector, spanning 12 worlds, every shard went dark at once. The memories stored within did not vanish, but they would respond without Lumen Corp release key. A billion voices cried out in despair, the laughter of ancestors, the songs of lost worlds, and the most cherished bonds of community were held hostage. Only when the leaders of those worlds swore allegiance to Lumen Corp's system were the lights restored. It was not commerce, it was conquest. The Circle knew then that subtlety alone would not suffice, but they could not meet Lumen Corp head-on. They had no fleets, no armies, no banners. What they had was older, quieter trust. While Lumen Corp sought to bind every shard to their seal, the Circle sought to restore the art of free weaving. Across hidden networks, they taught communities to craft their own bonds of light, agreements encoded in threads no corporate lock could sever.
They whispers that true wealth could not be certified, only shared. But Lumen Corp adapted quickly. They embedded trackers into shards, weaving alien light with human code, ensuring no shard could glow without their mark.
What once had been a free river of wealth became a damned reservoir, rationing at their whim.
Then came the day of the blackout. Across the entire sector spanning 12 worlds, every shard went dark at once. The memories stored within did not vanish, but they would respawn without LumenCorp release key. A billion voices cried out in despair, the laughter of ancestors. The songs of lost worlds and the most cherished bonds of community were held hostage. Only when the leaders of those worlds swore allegiance to LumenCorp's system were the lights restored. It was not commerce, it was conquest. The Circle knew then that subtlety alone would not suffice, but they could not meet LumenCorp head on. They had no fleets, no armies, no banners. What they had was older, quieter trust. While LumenCorp sought to bind every shard to their seal, the Circle sought to restore the art of free weaving. Across hidden networks, they taught communities to craft their own bonds of light, agreements encoded in threads no corporate lock could sever.
They encouraged the planting of living memory gardens, again, bioluminescent flora that responded only to communal tending, immune to LumenCorp codes. And where the blackout had sown despair, the Circle lit lanterns, simple flames in windows, signals that free memory was still alive. For years, the struggle raged. LumenCorp grew richer, might-eyed, and more ruthless. The Circle remained a shadow, breaking monopolies one colony at a time, never seeking glory, never seeking rule. Some whispered they were losing, that the lantern would soon be extinguished. Yet others believed that patience itself was their greatest weapon. For while LumenCorp grasped tighter, they strangled themselves. Communities chafed under their weight. Children grew up resentful of a life where every memory was priced, where even the story of a grandmother embrace required a subscription. And then came the spark. On a storm-racked world called Veii, the neon rains carved rivers of light through the stone. A group of miners discovered an ancient alien archive. It was not a vault of wealth, but a garden of shared memories stretching back millennia, untouched by human hands, unmarked by LumenCorp seals. When the miners touched it, the crystals bloomed to life, flooding their minds with the laughter of civilizations long gone. No code, no ledger, no price, just light, flowing freely. Word spread faster than LumenCorp would suppress it. Entire systems began to ask if these memories could live without chains, why not theirs? Lanterns blazed in defiance across colonies, and whispers of the Circle grew louder than ever before. It was said the weavers had guided the miners to that garden. It was said the Circle had waited for this moment all along. Whether truth or myth, it did not matter. What mattered was the spark had lit the prairie fire. LumenCorp struck back with fury. They unleashed fleets of silver ships, shutting down entire planetary networks, seizing shards by force. But the Circle creed had already taken root again. Even in the darkest hours, wealth found a way to flow. Families hid memory guards in caves, traders risked death to carry free shards across borders, and every time LumenCorp thought they had severed the thread, two more were woven. It was not victory the Circle sought. It was survival of the flame. And as long as one lantern burned, as long as one shard glowed freely, their creed endured. In the end, no one knew when LumenCorp began to weaken. Some said it was the cost of endless conquest. Others that their leaders had forgotten the very creed they had twisted. But when their grip faltered, when their fleet slowed, when their codes no longer inspired fear but disgust, the Circle was there. Not to conquer, but to remind. They whispered again the old truth. Wealth that flows sustains, wealth that stagnates destroys. And in that whisper, across neon skies and prairie winds, communities found the courage to resist. The Circle did not end LumenCorp. Empires rarely fall so cleanly. But they ensured it could never bind all wealth in its grip. The rivers had been freed, and once freed, they could not be damned again. Humanity, alien kin, and Anne who believed in circulation carried the flame forward. The lantern still burned. The Circle became less of an organization and more of a whisper that threaded itself into the fabric of civilizations. Where once they had been a clandestine group of traders and dreamers, now they existed in the imaginations of children, in the stories told on communal fires, in the architecture of cities that sought to honor freedom over control.
Neon towers began to glow with patterns inspired by lantern flames, their designs echoing the weaving of memory threads across stone and glass. Bridges curved like the arcs of woven light, and public squares were wrought with lantern motifs, silent reminders that wealth must flow and never be bound. It was as though whole societies had taken the Circle Creed into their bones. Songs carried their myths even further. Minstrels on distant worlds sang of the weavers who guided miners to ancient alien gardens. Storytellers wove legends where the circle appeared not in mortals, but as embodiments of circulation itself. Spirits who lit lanterns in the darkest hours, who whispered courage into weary hearts. Some claimed the circle had long since vanished, consumed by time, but their spirit lived on in every act of generosity. Others swore the weavers still walked among them, hidden in plain sight, guiding from the shadows. In truth, perhaps both were correct, for what mattered was not who bore the lantern, but that the flame remained. The influence of the circle began to manifest in unexpected ways. On one colony, festivals arose for families exchanged memory shards freely, refusing to price them at act. These celebrations grew into traditions so sacred that even traders who only counted every pulse of light would dare demand payment. On another world, architects designed entire districts with glowing canals that mimicked the flow of memory rivers, encouraging people to see wealth as something that nourished all, not something to be hoarded. The very shape of civilization was bent toward the Circle Creed. Over generations, children no longer studied economics, gleaned ledgers and balances, but that ecosystems. Teachers spoke of rivers, of cycles, of the dangers of dams and blockages. The circle wisdom became inseparable from science, from religion, from art. Where empires sought to build monuments of conquest, communities raised lanterns instead, sometimes towering beacons that illuminated entire valleys, other times small flames in windows that rocked trust between neighbors. Even had Lumen Corp still existed, still powerful in safe corners of the galaxy, they could never a bit erase these symbols. The people had absorbed them too deeply. Legends grew bolder with every telling. Some claimed the circle had been born not from mortals at Earth, but from the alien ancestors who first discovered memory shards, their spirits reborn in guardians of the flow. Others claimed the weavers were timeless wanderers moving between ages whenever wealth risked being strangled. Whether these stories were history or myth mattered little. In their telling, entire cultures found strength. A farmer sows glowing seed by lantern light, believed themselves part of the circle work. A miner planting a shard into the soil to heal a scarred land thought themselves a weaver of balance. The circle lived in these acts, not in records or names. So the circle's greatest success was not a battle won, nor a corporation toppled, nor even a creed spread. It was this: they became indistinguishable from life itself. Their lanterns were not banners of war, but symbols of continuity. Their creed was not shouted in manifestos, but whispered in lullabies. Their presence did not demand recognition, for their influence was woven into every gesture of trust, every shard exchanged without a price. They were less an organization now and more a legend, yet their power was greater than end. For who can destroy a myth that lives in every heart? Generations passed and still lanterns burned, neon rains fell on distant colonies, memory gardens bloomed in hidden valleys, and the rivers of wealth flowed with all their complexity and beauty. Empires rose and fell. Corporations flourished and decayed, but the circle endured. And because they stood against time, but because they flowed with it. Their light remained not in names or ledgers, but in the unbroken flame of generosity. The lantern did not belong to any one people, it belonged to all. And when, centuries later, woo threats arose, machines that sought to bind wealth to logic alone, or void-born entities that devoured memories without care, communities did that call on armies first. They lit lanterns. They sang the old songs. They remembered the whispers of the circle, and they trusted that wealth, once freed, would always find a way to flow again. The moment came when even governance itself began to reshape under the lantern light. Councils and federain that had once leaned heavily upon taxation, tariffs, and enforced scarcity began experimenting with policies that mirrored the circle creed. Instead of central treasuries hoarding value, they established flowing trust funds designed to circulate perpetually, never remaining idle, always invested in community, always returned in cycles. Economists who once spoke of growth in charts now describe wealth as a living river, a current that must be nourished lest it stagnate. Their language had shifted because the circle legend had become so deeply ingrained it shaped even the mathematics of governance. Yet the myth never hardened into doctrine. It remained fluid, adaptable, like water seeking the cracks in stone. In one federation, wealth was measured in time freely given to neighbors each hour of service, adding light to a communal lantern. In another, memory shards became the common medium, but not that currency. Instead, they were shared like seeds, nurtured into experiences that benefited it, then replanted again. On a distant ocean world, the lantern took the form of bioluminescent coral grown into the shape of glowing beacons along the coasts. Wealth that was defined by the health of the reefs themselves, the brightness of the living lanterns reflecting prosperity. Everywhere, the myth bent into whatever shape each people required, but its spirit never faltered. The circle, if they still existed in any hidden chamber, must have marveled at what their quiet whispers had achieved. They were no longer needed in the old sense the work had been absorbed into the marrow of countless civilizations. And yet now and again there were signs. A lantern lit in the deepest minds, its pattern unfamiliar to the local tradition. A melody sung in a marketplace, carrying a tune no one remembered teaching. Strangers arriving with quiet eyes and vanishing just as quickly. Some insisted these were weavers still at work, guiding from behind the veil. Others said it was imagination, but when a lantern lit at just the right moment, in the darkest place, the people believed, and that belief was enough. The myths of the circle had also become defenses. Like fiberline, you must have been next place as you're seeking. They were no local. This should be a damn straight. When conquerors attempted to impose harsh control over trade, the people resisted not with weapons, but with lanterns lit in unison, entire cities glowing constellation against the night. When predators sought to hoard shards, whole communities planted them in the soil, letting them bloom into gardens no one could claim ownership over. Attempts to bind wealth collapsed, not through rebellion, but through the quiet, unyielding force of circulation. Empires found themselves unable to dam rivers that had long ago merged with the lifeblood of civilizations. As centuries folded into one another, the circle name itself became less important. Few children knew their origin story anymore, at least not in historical detail. Instead, they grew up believing that the lantern was simply part of the world, the natural as sunrise or rain. And perhaps that was the final triumph. For what greater success could there be than to weave your creed so deeply into life that no one remembers it was once a choice? The circle had erased themselves, yet in doing so, they had become eternal. Still, every so often, firesides glowed with the telling of older stories. A grandfather would speak of miners saved by a hidden garden. A grandmother would recount the alien beings whose woven dreams birthed the creed. Around campfires, under neon rain in the hush of rainy nights, these tales kept alive the sense that wealth was not numbers or conquest, but trust, courage, and flame. Children listened wide-eyed, then ran into the world believing they too could be weavers, that every act of kindness was another lantern lit against the dark. Even in the galaxy expanded into regions where stars burned violet and gravity twisted strange. The creed adapted. Wealth flowed through energy currents, through networks of consciousness, through trade in not just goods, but in dreams themselves. And always, the lantern appeared, sometimes literal, sometimes symbolic, always glowing with the promise that wealth was meant to circulate. Where lanterns glowed, people prospered, and when people prosper, legends deepen. The circle, and in their quiet mystery, had long since vanished into history, but their flame remained. In the farthest frontiers, where stars hung in sparse clusters and space itself seemed more void than firmament, the creed of circulation began to seep into species who had little in common with humanity. There were the Serathi, crystalline organisms who spoke in harmonics and measured value in the resonance of their cores. For them, wealth had always been stored in hoarded resonance, guarded deep within their crystal caves. Yet when the story of the lantern reached them, passed through traders who could not even fully explain it, the Sarathi began to experiment. They set their crystals ringing together, allowing harmonics to flow between them, and to their astonishment, the shared resonance grew stronger than the sum of its parts. Wealth, they realized, did not diminish when given it multiplied in circulation. And so glowing caverns were filled with symphonies, crystal voices rising together, their lanterns borne chords of light that could be seen rippling across their jagged skylines. On another world, one covered in endless oceans, the Ventari had always valued silence. Their society was built upon the careful guarding of secrets, for knowledge was considered a resource scarcer than any mineral. They believed that to share a secret was to lose it forever. Though when the myth of the circle reached their deep water enclaves, it stirred something curious. One clan began sharing small truths, currents of migration, patterns of storms, and discovered that their survival rates soared. The more they shared, the safer their journeys became, and the less loss they suffered. Before long, what had been rigid secrecy unraveled into a network of open currents, and the oceans lit with trails of bioluminescent lanterns that pulsed like beating hearts beneath the waves. Across light years, other species and cultures wove the creed into their own ways. Some did it knowingly, others unconsciously. But everywhere the pattern repeated, circulation bred strength, hoarding bred weakness. Wealth ceased to be defined at what could be clutched and became instead what could be trusted to flow. Economists found themselves humbled by forces that charts could not quantify. Philosophers wrote of lanterns and eclipses, symbols of humanity's greatest lessons shared with the stars. Even skeptics, who scoffed at stories of miners and gardens and alien weavers, had to admit that prosperity flourished wherever the lanterns appeared. And yet the creed spread so far it threatened to dissolve into ubiquity. There arose a paradox. Some feared that without struggle, without the sharp contrast of darkness, the flame itself might dim. Was circulation still meaningful if it was taken for granted? The question haunted thinkers across worlds. In response, certain communities began creating rituals, not to hoard, but to remind themselves of fragility. They would extinguish their lanterns for a sig night each year, letting darkness settle, reminding themselves what it meant to live without flow. The following dawn, when the lanterns were reignited, the gratitude in their hearts rekindled the myth anew. Meanwhile, whispers persisted of a deeper circle, a group that had never disappeared, but simply woven themselves invisibly into the very expansion of civilization. These weavers were said to walk unnoticed through ports and markets, planting seeds of trust in subtle ways. A stranger who bought a child a meal without asking repayment. A traveler who repaired a broken roof before leaving town. A voice in a crowded meeting who reminded all to listen to the quietest speaker. Such small acts, Sal said, were not random. They were the quiet work of the circle, still ensuring the flame did not falter. Generations later, the myth evolved once more. Lanterns became not just symbols of prosperity, but beacons for journeys inward. Monasteries carved into mountains taught that circulation did not only apply to coins, goods, or knowledge, but to thought itself. A mind that hoarded anger, fear, or pride soon corroded, while a mind that let feelings pass, flowing like water, grew clear and luminous. Wealth, they said, was not external but internal, and the lantern was the heart itself, glowing brighter the more one allowed it to circulate. Pilgrims traveled vast distances to sit in silence beside those lanterns, letting their inner fires align with the greater flame. By then, no one could say whether the circle had been a single band of dreamers, or if they had always been a myth born of necessity. But what mattered was undeniable. Their story had spread across worlds, species, and even philosophies of existence, binding them in ways armies never could. And so, across the galaxy's endless frontier, lanterns continued to burn, flickering in caves, glowing beneath oceans, shining in neon cities, or blazing within the quiet chambers of the heart. The darkness was never banished, for it was always part of the universe. But wherever the flame rose, people remembered. Wealth was not possession. Wealth was the courage to let the fire pass from one hand to another, brighter every time. The further the creed of circulation spread, the more it began to resemble a law of nature rather than a simple philosophy. Physicists maced that in systems where flow was encouraged rather than restricted, entropy seemed to stabilize, and energy found unexpected paths towards harmony. Rivers that had been dammed for centuries were freed, and the surrounding lands became fertile in ways no model could predict. Cities that redesigned themselves for open exchange, whether of resources, culture, or innovation, experienced fewer collapses and greater resilience against disaster. It was as though the lanterns, now metaphoric and physical, aligned with a deeper current that had always existed but had long been ignored. In the chambers of scientific academies, debates raged. Was this merely coincidence layered upon human imagination, or had humanity stumbled upon a universal constant? If gravity held matter together and electromagnetism bound particles, was circulation itself a force, unseen but no less real? The evidence mounted. Economies built on trust outlasted those built on fear. Ecosystems restored through sharing, trees feeding one another through fungal networks, rivers replenished by communities upstream proved more enduring than sterile monocultures. Even at the cellular level, biologists recorded strange efficiencies in organisms whose inner flows mimicked the lantern creed. It was as if life itself thrived best when it remembered the lesson. What you give away strengthens you more than what you hoard. And so, stories were no longer confined to firesides or temples. They entered textbooks, taught alongside mathematics and physics. Children recited simple versions of the creed in schoolyards, their games revolving around passing lighted tokens instead of winning by taking everything for themselves. Farmers explained to their sons and daughters that the soil would only remain rich if its nutrients were allowed to circulate, and that greed withered fields faster than drought. Merchants spoke of their ledgers not that walls, but that rivers, where inflows and outflows created currents that sustained whole families and neighborhoods. Yet even as it became codified, there remained voices of resistance. Power, after all, had always been the stronghold of those who learned to hoard whether land, gold, influence, or information. To these rulers and magnates, the creed was a threat, not a gift. They saw in its spreading lanterns a dissolving of boundaries they had carefully erected. For them, circulation was not liberation, but dissolution of control. And so, they fought back with new forms of scarcity. Walls higher, contracts tighter, knowledge locked behind doors of privilege. But the lanterns burned brighter against such darkness, for each restriction revealed by contrast the hunger for flow. People whispered of these lords and keepers of shadows, but even their shadows became part of the tale, teaching that flame always defined itself against the dark. Among the common folk, new traditions arose. In villages, a lantern would be passed from house to house each week, not that a possession, but that a reminder. Whoever held it was expected to share something, food, skill, song, or wisdom, and then let the lantern move on.
In cities, great markets lit their squares with lanterns at dusk, and a night fell. The squares seemed to breathe with 1,000 flames dancing in unison. Travelers carried pocket lanterns as symbols of trust, offering them to strangers as proof of goodwill. And when these travelers returned, they found their own lanterns burning brighter. Beta fire recognized its kin across distance. On the farthest frontiers, explorers spoke of carrying the lantern myth beyond Earth's skies. Space stations, carved from asteroids and drifting above distant moons, made their survival dependent on the creed. Supplies flowed freely, knowledge was shared openly, and lanterns, sometimes as simple as a glowing bulb powered by pooled energy, hung in every corridor. They tied themselves keepers of the flow, and in the infinite cold of space, they believed their greatest defense was not walls or weapons, but the trust woven between their lights. When asked what held their fragile settlements together, their answer was always the same: the flame we pass on. As generations rolled on, the story shifted again, not that of relic, but that of evolving truth. Scholars ceased to ask if it was history or myth. Instead, they asked how to live it more fully. Priests spoke less of gods hoarding riches in heavens, and more of divinity present in every hand that shared. Artists painted rivers of lanterns weaving through landscapes. not the fantasy, but his destiny.
And children, hearing the story by a campfire or beneath neon skies, no longer asked, was it real? They asked, how can I carry the lantern next? For in the end, that was the lesson that endured through centuries and across galaxies, that wealth, prosperity, and life itself were brightest when allowed to flow. The lantern was never meant to belong to one, but to pass endlessly, like fire through kindling, like breath between hearts, like the stars themselves casting light across the dark. And so, beneath campfires and rain and temples and markets across oceans and worlds, the lantern burned no single flame eternal, but the circle itself unbroken. The old-timers used to say that when a story carried long enough, it stopped being a tale and started being a trail. And this trail of the lantern light wound itself deeper into the marrow of human living than anyone could guess. By the time the creed of circulation had passed through a dozen generations, folks didn't think of it as philosophy anymore. It was simply how the world breathed. Markets didn't need laws to remind them to share fairly, for those who tried to hoard found themselves cut off from the flow. Their shops empty, their names whispered with pity rather than fear. Families raised their children with the understanding that the more a man gave, the sturdier his future stood. It wasn't a grand act of heroism either. It was in the little things. Loaf left on a neighbor's step, a hand steadying another across the flood, a word of comfort when winter stretched too long. Writers and dreamers of that age spoke often of rivers. They said a man's fortune was like water clear when it moved, stagnant when it pooled, and they weren't speaking in riddles anymore. Practical folks, farmers, smiths, teachers saw proof of it in their daily toil. Villages that kept to themselves struggled, while those that shared across valleys thrived even when storms struck. Ships that hoarded cargo to sell at cruel prices often found themselves wrecked or ruined by the turning of tides, while captains who treated their holds the flowing streams built reputation that lasted beyond their lifetimes. The creed found its way into corners untouched by temples or schools. In prisons, where iron bars had once turned men bitter, lanterns were passed hand to hand, and men who had been branded outlaws began to see themselves not the broken, but the keepers of a flame they might yet redeem. In orphanages, children would take turns carrying a small lantern at night, learning that the flame wasn't just light but responsibility. In battlefields, even among sworn enemies, there were tales of soldiers lowering their swords at the sight of a lantern raised high, knowing that to strike at it was to strike at the very thread that bound all men. The skeptics of the world had long argued that men were too selfish, too proud, too fearful to live by such a creed. But the centuries proved otherwise. Not by erasing greed or malice, but by buoy that such vices burned themselves out faster in a world where circulation had become law. A miser found himself withering, not because neighbors hated him, but as even the soil beneath his farm seemed to dry. A tyrant might seize wealth, but without the flow, it rotted in his coffers until his followers left, their lanterns dimmed to embers. Nature itself seemed to lean toward the creed. Crops grew taller when seeds were shared freely. Herds grew stronger when pastures were rotated between clans, and storms seemed less cruel in valleys. People stood together instead of apart. Out abound the borders of Earth, on colonies scattered across red dust plains and orbiting steel stations. The creed became survival itself. There was no room for greed in a place where one broken pipe would mean death for all. So lanterns hung in every corridor, powered by whatever glow a crew could muster. And they weren't just symbols, they were lifelines. Oxygen flowed, water flowed, trust flowed, and in the silence between stars, a darkness could swallow the bravest heart. The smallest flame carried more weight than armies ahead. Travelers wrote back of the sight lanterns strung like conch chains inside ships, glowing softly till they used to say, "We carry the same fire you do." And so the story lived not as it was written in stone, but as it was written in flesh, in breath, in the passing of flame. No man owned it, no council ruled it, no empire could claim it. It was older than kings and younger than children, fragile as a candle and fierce as wildfire. The lantern was never just about light. It was about motion, about refusing to let the flame rest too long in one hand. It was about remembering that wealth, whether coin, kindness, or knowledge, was never meant to sit still. Some nights, when the rain fell heavy and the wind rattled doors, families still bed by the hearth, and elders told the tale of how the lantern began, and the little ones would listen wide-eyed, not as they doubted its truth, but because they wanted to know how to carry it next. The elders always ended with the same words, simple as they were timeless: pass it on. And in the silence that followed, with only the rain and the crackle of fire for company, the lesson sank deeper than any sermon ever could. The creed by then had ceased to be called creed. It was simply breath. Just as lungs take in air and release it again, so did every village, every farm, every distant outpost learn that wealth was no different. Wealth wasn't coin alone. It was skill, it was song, it was comfort in dark hours. A man who knew how to mend a boot was as precious as the miner who struck silver. A woman who could tend the sick in winter held more value than the richest merchant, and each gave freely, not because law commanded, but as something deeper than law, something older than time, whispered that hoarded gifts turned to dust, while shared gifts grew tenfold.
Travelers along the long highway spoke of a strange comfort that settled into the bones of a land tensed by the lantern way. Inns never lacked their doors. Barns always had a corner of hay left unclaimed for the weary. Markets rang with laughter louder than coin. Even strangers passing through felt themselves folded into the rhythm, as though the soil itself was lighter beneath their boots. They taught it the hum. It was as if every heartbeat, every breath, every step had fallen into a shared cadence, invisible but undeniable. The hum carried into art and song. Ballads once filled with sorrow of wars turned into verses of journeys shared, of lanterns lit across hillsides, of feasts where no one went hungry, sculpted, carved figures not of kings or warriors, but of ordinary men and women holding simple flames, their stone eyes soft and enduring.
Even scholars who had once written of economics in dry, cold terms began to speak in poetry, describing markets, bays, rivers, trust days, the current. Generosity is the rain. Where once libraries filled with ledgers, now shelves bore books about the flame, not the symbol, but the practice. And these weren't lofty philosophies. They were manuals on how to plant seeds across villages, how to rotate grain, how to send aid without pride, how to teach without chains. Generations born into this rhythm scarcely understood how alien it would seem to their ancestors. To them, the idea of hoarding seemed laughable, like a tale of ghosts. They would shake their heads when hearing that once men locked food away while neighbors starved, that once men charged desperate families for water while rivers ran nearby. To these children of the flame, such cruelty felt dead distant, dead dragons or curses, things only whispered in stories to warn against forgetting the hum. Yet even in this brighter age, shadows lingered. There were still corners where fear drove men to hide their lanterns, still valleys where bitterness brewed, still travelers who tried to sell what should have been shared. But these were no longer empires, only embers smothering themselves. For every lantern snuffed out, a dozen more were raised high. Communities didn't crush these shadows with force. They simply continued the flow until darkness had no soil left to grow in.
That was the quiet triumph of the creed, won not through battle, but through outlasting, outshining, outgiving. Some say the lantern way even tensed the storms. Sailors rode of seas that calmed when crews worked shoulder to shoulder without greed. Farmers swore rains fell, kinder fields were open to all. Even animals seemed to sense the shift. Herds gathering calmly with lanterns glowed, birds nesting near villages that sang the hum. Whether miracle or not, no one pressed too hard to explain. The flame, after all, was mystery of much that was practice. To chase its secrets too far was like trying to bottle wind. Better simply to keep it moving, keep it breathing, keep it alive. And so it passed, from hearth to hearth, century to century, unbroken. Not by decree, not by conquest, not by fear, but by the simplest act a man could make, to take what he had, however small, and pass it on. In doing so, he found his own flame burned brighter. And in the end, wasn't that the true as well? There came a time when the hum was not only felt in towns and villages, but across vast trade routes that once divided men, merchants, long burdened by suspicion and guarded caravans, began to trust one another without contracts written in iron ink. Where once deals were struck with eyes narrowed and hands hovering near blades, now they were sealed with lanterns lit side by side. A caravan would arrive in a distant land, none with soldiers, but with songs. Goods were exchanged, stories were shared, and no ledger would calculate the wealth of laughter and relief carried back home. Children ran through markets chasing kites fashioned from spare cloth, while their parents traded grain for salt, salt for wool, wool for oil, and no coin passed hands. Instead, the measure of worth was the smile of gratitude, the nod of respect, the promise that next season would bring something in return. As decades passed, entire regions transformed. Mountains that once marked boundaries now felt like bridges. Families migrated freely, carrying seeds and skills rather than weapons. They planted orchards along forgotten borders, so no traveler would go hungry crossing them. What once had been lines of war became lines of fruit trees. Soldiers laid down arms to become guardians of peace, teaching children how to read, how to mend tools, how to keep the flame alive. No proclamation had ended the wars, just the slow, steady rhythm of generosity outlasting bloodshed. Kingdoms that tried to resist the hum found themselves surrounded, not by armies, but by abundance. Their rulers hoarded gold, yet their people slipped away, drawn to the steady glow where the flame was shared. In time, the idea of ownership itself shifted. Land was no longer fenced to keep others out, but marked to show where one steward's dirt began. A man might tend a field, but he did not call it his.
We call the caretaker one among many who would tend the soil across generations. Houses were not fortresses, but shelters, doors unbarred, windows open, chimneys smoking with the promise of warmth for any winter. Even language changed. Words for minds softened, while words for roars grew plentiful. Tongues that once bristled with curses and suspicion now carried proverbs of sharing, songs of welcome, prayers of gratitude that echoed through valleys and over hills. Elders, seated by firelight, would often smile and tell their grandchildren that once long ago wealth had been measured in coins stacked high. The children would laugh in disbelief, asking how metal could possibly feed a hungry stomach, or heal a wound, or comfort a weary soul. They'd shake their heads at the foolishness of it, although hearing tales of trolls or shadows, what truly mattered, they'd say, was skill and kindness, endurance and wisdom, the willingness to tend another flame when it flickered low. And the elders, though they remembered, could not help but agree that the new world was wiser than the old. The flame spread so quietly that no one could mark the exact moment when it ceased to be movement and became simply life. No monument stood, no founding day declared. Instead, it was in the small, uncounted moments. The stranger welcomed at midnight, the loaf of bread shared when it was the last one, the hand extended to pull another from blood.
These were not heroic deeds sung in ballads, yet they shaped the world more than any battle. And the world, reshaped, bore fruit more abud than gold it promised. Markets overflowed not because of greed, but because of care. Rivers ran clear, not because of laws, but because no one fouled what sustained their neighbors. Even the stars above seemed to shine steadier, they though pleased by the harmony below. And when travelers centuries later would wander far and wide, they still found the hum wherever they went. In distant isles, in mountain fountains, in deserts of endless sand, there would be a lantern lit, a smile waiting, a seat by a fire. No matter how strange the tongue, the gesture was always the same. Sit, share, rest. Take what you need and carry the flame onward. There were always skeptics, even in that brighter age. Travelers would sometimes encounter a soul hardened by misfortune, one who scoffed at kindness and hoarded scraps as though the world were still carved by greed and betrayal. These men and women had lived through shadows too thick to forget easily. They built fences as others left gates open, clutched their belongings in fear of loss, and eyed strangers with suspicion. But the flame had patience. No lantern ever turned away a wanderer, no matter how bitter their words or sharp their tone. A steaming bowl was always offered. A seat by the fire always made ready, and slowly, sometimes after days, sometimes after years, the ice around their hearts thawed. They would test the world again, offering something small, perhaps a stick of kindling or a piece of fruit, expecting it to be snatched or scorned. Instead, it was accepted with gratitude, and the cycle of giving swallowed their doubts like rivers washing away stones. There was a man once, a merchant named Owen, who had spent most of his years counting coins, tallying debts, and measuring every deal for profit. He had survived when others failed, precisely as he trusted no one and gave nothing without return. Yet when his caravan was caught in a mountain storm and his guards abandoned him to save their own skins, it was not gold that sheltered him. It was a family living in a simple hut high on the pass, their roof sagging under snow. They welcomed him without question, fed him their last loaf, and warmed him by their fire, though his own purse bulged with coin. He tried to pay, thrusting handfuls of silver at them, but the old woman of the house only laughed. "What do we have for that?" she said, shaking her head. "Your warmth is worth more." He could not forget those words. They followed him long after he left the mountains, echoing louder than the clink of coin.
In time, he closed his ledgers for good and opened his doors to strangers. Wealth, he realized, was not in counting but in sharing. Generation later, his descendants told that story to their own children, not that a warning, but that a celebration. A tale was carved into wood panels above hearths, sung in taverns and whispered in markets. Not because he had been rich, but because he had been changed. He was a reminder that even the hardest hearts could bend toward the flame. That story joined 1,000 others of farmers who gave seed in lean years and reaped together in fat ones, of travelers who carried lanterns into barren lands and returned with gardens blooming where deserts once stretched. These stories wove themselves into the fabric of life, until children asked not if they should share, but how best to do it. The wealth that grew from this was unlike any the old world had imagined. Towns rose not on the backs of slaves, but on the shoulders of volunteers. Roads were paved not with taxes squeezed from peasants, but by neighbors who bed stones and laid them together. Bridges spanned rivers not because kings commanded it, but because people wished to cross and meet. Even music changed. Songs once filled with grief or conquest gave way to melodies of gratitude, sung in every tavern, every gathering, every lonely home where the flame burned.
A man walking alone at night might hear a song drifting through windows and join in without knowing the words, carried along by the chorus of voices that needed no script. The campfires never lost their power. They became more than places of warmth. They became schools, sanctuaries, marketplaces of wisdom. Around them, old men shared lessons of weather and harvest. Healers taught cures for fevers, and wanderers spun tales of lands unseen. A sieve fire could hold the knowledge of generations, passed down in smoke and flame. It was said that the flame itself remembered, carrying whispers from one fire to the next, so that no wisdom was at loss. Whether truth or fancy, no one could say, but all agreed that sitting by a fire was never idle. Something unseen passed into you, a real heat, a lasting light. And so the world turned, gentian and fuller, not perfect, never perfect, but alive with a wealth that coin could never buy. A wealth measured not by towers built or ledgers filled, but by the steady hum of lives bound together. Fires still burned, lanterns still glowed, and the flame still whispered to those willing to listen. The elders liked to say that the flame was not only a memory, but also a promise that no matter how many winters came, no matter how heavy the storms or how cruel the fates, there would always be a fire waiting somewhere. That promise gave people courage to travel further than they once dared. Sailors pushed into unknown waters, not for conquest, but for kinship. When they found new shores, they lit lanterns at the harbors, so the glow stretched out into the waves like an open hand. Travelers crossing deserts left fires burning in stone circles, knowing strangers might come behind them in the night. Each flame was a seed of trust planted in the soil of uncertainty, and everywhere those seeds took root, communities flourished.
There was a say that caught on in that era.
You will never starve where a flame has burned. It meant more than food, though there was always stew by a fire. It meant shelter for the weary, medicine for the sick, a song for the sorrowful. To pass a village without smoke curling from chimneys was to know something had gone terribly wrong, for the fire was the very heart of life. And when calamity struck, floods, quakes, wars that still rose like stubborn weeds, the first act of healing was always to say, light the fire. Once it crackled again, hope returned. The glow was a gathering call, louder than any trumpet, stronger than any decree. One winter, when the snows were deeper than living memory, caravans vanished and crops failed, and even the stoutest hearts wavered. In one mountain valley, a fire was all but buried under ice. Families huddled close, but the logs dwindled, and frost crept closer each night. They would have perished, but a group of wanderers arrived, carrying torches lit from distant fires they had guarded through the storm. They broke the ice, fed the embers and stoked the blaze until the valley glowed again. People who had never spoken before clasped hands and shared what little they had. Dried meat, blankets, stories to keep the cold at bay. The valley survived, not by wealth, but by flame, and from then on, travelers were never turned away.
The children of that valley grew up knowing that strangers were saviors, and they built their lives upon that truth. As centuries rolled on, the meaning of wealth grew richer. It was not only in survival or comfort, but in beauty, in joy freely shared. Artists painted with soot and flame light. Their works hung not in palaces, but above hearths, where anyone could see them. Musicians carved flutes from driftwood, their notes weaving with the crackle of fire, carried on the wind from one gathering to the next. Dancers spun out the sparks, their shadows flickering across tents and walls, making every night into a festival. Wealth was measured in laughter, in the weight of hands clasped together, in the fullness of voices rising as one. The lantern keepers became legends, men and women who carried flames through storms, across oceans into ruins which no one dared to tread. They asked nothing, sought no crowns or titles, that their names lingered long after their footsteps faded. In stories told on campfires, they were not heroes of conquest, but guardians of light. The child listening to such tales would dream not of thrones, but of torches, eager to one day join the long line of keepers. Parents smiled at such dreams, for they knew no noble calling existed. Even in cities where stone towers reached high and markets bustled, the fire was never forgotten. In every square, at the center of every crossroad, a brazier burned.
Merchants made their deals there, children played there, lovers met there, and when disputes threatened to grow violent, people would gather by the fire until voices softened. It was as though the flame itself whispered patience into their hearts. Scholars argued endlessly whether it was magic or simply memory shaping men's minds, but the people didn't care. They knew only that where fire burned, peace followed. It was said that no man could light a fire and remain unchanged. Even the coldest soul staring into the orange glow felt a stirring, a reminder that he too was part of the great chain, that his warmth belonged not to himself alone. But perhaps that was the greatest wealth of all, the knowledge that one life mattered beyond its borders, that even the smallest spark could kindle hope in another. So the flame endured, carried by hands both strong and trembling, spoken of in stories both grand and humble. It grew not weaker with time, but stronger, for each new fire added to its memory, each act of kindness feeding it dry wood. And the longer the flame endured, so too did the promise that no man was truly alone, no night and wholly dark, and no wealth greater than the warmth we share.
The story passed on through the ages wasn't written in any ledger or carved into marble, but in the smoke that drifted into the sky and in the way people leaned close to each other around the globe. 1,000 winters might come and go, yet the fire kept its memory alive. Travelers in distant lands could smell wood smoke on the breeze and know they weren't lost, for someone was waiting. That smell was worth more than gold, for gold couldn't ease fear in the dark. Gold couldn't thaw frozen fingers or hush a crying child, but a fire, no matter right small, good. Men built empires, tore them down, and built again. But what stayed was not their crowns or monuments. It was the steady rhythm of flame binding lives together. There came a time when merchants tried to sell fire, bottling embers in clay jars and demanding coin for their release. For a while, folk feared the gift had been stolen. But the truth of the flame was that it couldn't be owned, not truly. Even if one man hoarded embers, another could strike stone on steel and spark a blaze of his own. The merchants soon found themselves alone in their counting houses, their jars ignored. Out in the fields and crossroads, people still lit fires freely, shared them that they always had. Wealth built on hoarding withered, but wealth built on giving grew roots that no drought could kill.
Children often asked their elders why the fire made people softer, why quarrels melted into laughter, and hunger turned into feasts. The elders only smiled and said it was 'cause the flame reminded men of their beginnings, long before walls or tools, before words were written. There was all night, and the fire that pushed it back. Each spark was a whisper from those first days, telling us we still belonged to one another. And when men forgot, when greed or pride clouded their eyes, the fire waited, patient as always, to remind them. One tale told of a warrior who returned from endless battles, his sword heavy with memory. He had gold enough to buy land, silver enough to fill halls, but he found no rest. He wandered until one evening he came upon a circle of strangers sharing stew around a fire. They welcomed him without question, poured broth into his bowl, asked nothing in return. For the first time in years, he slept with peace in his chest. When dawn came, he left his sword at the edge of the fire and never lifted it again. His wealth was no longer in coin, but in the warmth of belonging. His name faded, but the tale lived on, teaching that no amount of conquest had matched the treasure of one night comfort beside the flame. As centuries wound on, some worried the fire would vanish with the rise of new wonders, lamps fed by oil, wires carrying light across cities.
Yet the fire never left. Lamps could vanish, shadows, wires could stretch brilliance for miles, but neither could carry the same hush that fell when logs crackled and sparks leapt. People still gathered around it. Even when glass bulbs glowed overhead, as no invention could replace the way a flame drew hearts close. In fields of steel and glass, in towers scraping the sky, men still built hearths, still lit candles, still kindled campfires when journeys grew long. They didn't need to, they wanted to. Wealth by then was measured in moments. A father teaching his child how to coax a spark from kindling. A mother passing down a recipe for soup, always made on cold nights. Friends staring into embers long after words had run out, finding that silence could speak louder than speech. Those were treasures no vault could contain, no banquet could tally, and the people who guarded such wealth did not strut or boast. Bailey smiled softly when someone asked for warmth, though they had been waiting for the question all along. There were whispers that one day the fire would speak, that if enough people tended it with open hands and open hearts, it would reveal the secret that bound men to death so tightly in its glow. But perhaps the fire had been speaking all along. In every act of kindness, every meal shared, every hand reached across the dark.
Perhaps the fire voice was not in words, but in the simple truth. It carried that giving never lessened the giver, and wealth only grew when it was shared. And so the ages spun, the fire became not dead survival, not dead comfort, but a living scripture written in flame and smoke. No temple was needed, for every hearth was holy ground. No prophet was needed, for every host who opened his door was priest enough. And no king could claim the throne of flame, for the fire belonged to all who believed in the wealth of togetherness. The campfire story carried on, woven through smoke trails like verses of a song that had no end. In every land where storms broke roofs and rivers swallowed fields, folk learned the same lesson over and over again. That true fortune wasn't held in barns or banks, but in the sparks that leapt when neighbors came together. A widow left with nothing but ashes found herself surrounded by friends bearing bread, each one lighting a flame in her hearth so she would not shiver alone. A farmer whose crops withered in a cruel drought saw strangers arrive with buckets and hands they had to dig new wells, the circle of fire widening to pull him back from despair. In those moments, no one spoke of profit or loss. The measure was only in warmth, only in whether the night felt shorter because hearts beat together.
Welcome, yeah. The old-timers would say wealth was like fire. Keep it locked away and it suffocated, but let it breathe, let it spread, and it multiplied beyond reckoning. Young men chasing coins across the world often returned with pockets full yet spirits empty, realizing too late that gold did glow in the dark, nor sing like flames on cold nights. The lucky ones, though, remembered in time. They'd sit with their kin, watching sparks dance skyward, and swear they'd never again trade the comfort of one glowing ember for all the cold silver in a merchant chest. Legends grew of places where the fire never went out, where villages tended one eternal flame passed down for generations. Pilgrims walked leagues just to sit beside it, not for miracles of healing or visions of prophecy, but for the simple proof that things endured. They'd arrive weary, leave rested, carrying a spark home in their minds, if not in their hands. Some said that eternal fire wasn't a single flame at that, but the countless small ones kindled in kitchens, crossroads, and camps across the earth. And maybe that was the truest wealth of all. The certainty that no matter how far a man wandered, a fire was waiting somewhere, and someone was willing to share it. Merchants and kings still tried to twist the fire into a tool of power. They built grand halls with roaring hearths, claiming only the chosen could sit close.
Yet even as thrones crumbled, humble huts kept burning with the same steady light. A beggar candle was worth more than a tyrant bonfire, for it was offered freely, without chains or cost. The people remembered, long after palaces fell to ruin, the feeling of being welcomed beside that small flame. They forgot the names of kings, but passed down the memory of warmth, and so the ledger of history balanced itself. Not in stone, not in coin, but in embers carried forward. On long winter nights, travelers would tell their children, "Listen to the fire. It has more to say than we, a good at the fire, spoke, though never in words. It spoke in the way laughter softened in its glow, in the way eyes grew heavy and burdens lighter, in the way silence became a friend rather than a foe." The children would listen,
nodding as if they understood, and though they might forget the exact tales told, they never forgot the lesson. For years later, when they built fires of their own, they felt the same quiet truth rise up from the cold. That wealth was not what a man kept, but what he gave. And that no darkness was too great when even one flame remained. The story stretched across oceans, across mountains, across deserts where fire burned low but never failed. And wherever men built it, they carried the same hope that someone would join them. That in the circle of light, the loneliness of the world would fall away. The fire did not care if a man was rich or poor, warrior or wanderer, saint or sinner. It cared only that he sat, and in sitting belonged. That belonging was the treasure the world searched for, and it had been in all along, waiting in the sparks. So the tale endures, rolling forward like embers carried on the wind. A man might measure his days in coins earned or fields plowed, but when the end drew near, what he remembered was not the cold metal in his grasp. It was the glow of the fire, the faces lit by it, and the wealth of knowing he was never truly alone. The crackle of the flames seemed to nod along, as if the fire itself was in on the secret. You see, wealth wasn't meant to be in vaults or scribbled down in ledgers alone. Wealth was meant to be lived with, shared, passed like a torch from one hand to another, out here beneath the wide black sky. You could hear that truth more clear than anywhere else. It whispered in the wind that bent the pines, hummed in the steady rhythm of the rain striking the roof of a cabin, and glowed in the faint amber light that pushed back the dark. A man with a pocket full of coins, but no one to sit beside his fire, was poorer than the humblest drifter with company to share his bread. That was the way of it, and no man who had truly felt the warmth of a shared flame could mistake gold for the real thing again. There were stories of prospectors who dug mountains hollow, searching for veins of silver, their hands blistered and their hearts hollowed out by the same greed that drove their shovels. Some found their fortune, sure enough, but it always came at a cost. Brothers turned against each other, partners left to starve, or whole towns built fast and abandoned faster once the shine was gone. Yet in every tale of ruin, there was always one man who walked away with something greater. The one who left behind the mine and built a small place where folks could gather, share a laugh, and let the fire carry the burden of their weariness. He might not have been rich in the world eyes, but generations later his name was the only one remembered, not for what he hoarded, but for what he gave. You could see it in simpler places too. A mother rocking her child beside the hearth after a long day toil knew more of wealth than the banker down the road counting his ledgers by lamplight. That glow on her child's face, that peace in her heart, the little one drifted into dreams, that was the currency that never lost its value. And though no coin could be struck from such a moment, it outlasted every mint and monarchy the world had been known. That was the quiet truth passed down like a whispered blessing. The fire was enough, and if you had someone to share it with, you had everything. Generation of cowhands carried this wisdom across the plains. They'd sit around their night fires, boots off, hats tipped low, trading tales about cattle, storms, and fortune. Yet woven through every yarn was a thread of something deeper, the understanding that money came and went like the tide, but friendship and trust were the bedrock that kept a man upright. Some old-timers would say, "You don't ride out wealth, son, you ride out people," and they'd laugh. But in that laughter lay a truth deeper than any philosophy written down in a book. They knew that when the trail dust settled, it wasn't the wages in a man's pocket that mattered, it was the hands they'd to lift him up when he stumbled. The fire was the witness to it. It burned in times of feast and famine, in weddings and funerals, in triumphs and defeats. It knew the weight of secrets spoken in whispers, the joy of songs sung with abandon, the silence of prayers cast into the night. And the well of it, the fire reminded those who sat before it that their lives were woven together, thread by thread, spark by spark. It wasn't wealth folk the world measured it, but it was the wealth that endured, the kind that glowed even when the last ember seemed to fade, for it was carried forward in memory and love and the promise that tomorrow the fire would burn again. And so it went, night after night, year after year, Men chased fortunes and lost them. Empires rose and fell. Storms swept through and left ruins behind. Yet always, always the fire was there, and those who knew how to sit with it carried a richness that no king could steal. It was the simplest of truths, spoken in the oldest of tongues, and it asked nothing more than for a man to sit, to listen, and to share. That was the legacy, the inheritance, the fortune passed down from one soul to another. And long after the coins of today are forgotten, that fortune will still glow in the dark, as steady to the fire that tells its story. The rain had slowed to a steady whisper against the roof, the kind of rhythm that makes a man forget the sharp edges of the day. Out beyond the firelight, the woods stretched wide and shadowy, but hid in the circle of warmth there was only calm. That where the real stories lived, not in the clamor of cities or the clink of silver coins, but in the quiet where a man could reckon with himself. You didn't need riches to sit with the night like that. You needed patience and the willingness to see wealth in the small things that too many folks hurry past without notice. There was a time when a drifter rode through these parts, carrying little more than a bedroll and a harmonica. Folks called him Silas, though it's hard to say if that was his real name or just the one that stuck. He had no land, no livestock, no gold hidden away, but he carried something rarer, a spirit untouched by greed. He'd trade a tune for a meal, a story for a bed of straw in a barn, and wherever he went the air seemed lighter for his passing. People didn't realize it at first, but what he left behind was more valuable than any coin. He gave them a reminder that life wasn't measured in banknotes or deeds, but in the laughter shared around a table, the kindness offered without keeping score. One winter, when the snow piled high and food was lean, Silas stopped at a cabin where the family was near despair. The father had lost his crop. The mother was weary from days of stretching scraps to feed her children, and hope was thinner than the smoke curling from their chimneys. Silas didn't bring bags of grain or stacks of money. What he gave them was simpler. He showed the children how to turn scraps of wood into toys. He taught the father how to whittle handles that could be sold in town, and he played songs that filled the room with warmth no fire alone could provide. By the time he left, the family had more than food. They had the strength to keep going. That was his gift, and it was worth more than all the silver in the county. You see, sometimes wealth isn't something you can hold in your hands. Sometimes it's a spark you kindle in another soul, a light that carries them through the darkness when their own flame has gone dim. That a kind of prosperity no banker can tally, no sheriff can tax, and no outlaw can steal. It wealth that multiplies when given away, and it always circles back in ways you'd never expect. Folks said Silas lived poor, but in truth he was the richest man who had drifted these hills. Years later, people still told his stories by the fire. Children who once played with those carved toys grew up remembering the stranger who came in the winter and left them hope. Fathers and mothers passed on the songs he played, humming them in kitchens and fields long after the notes had faded. Silas had no heirs, no estate, no monuments, but he had a legacy, and that a fortune deeper than any mind could up. The fire remembers those things even when the world forgets. And that the lesson the flames whisper if you're quiet long enough to listen. Wealth isn't in the pile you stack, it's in the glow you leave behind. Just like the embers of a fire, the warmth spreads far past the wood that first caught flame. A man who understands that carries something eternal, something no storm or sorrow can wash away. The rain falls, the seasons turn, the world changes, but that truth stays steady as the stars. The coals in the pit shifted, casting long shadows against the wet earth, and the sound of the rain on the cabin roof softened into a lull. Nights of this invited memory, and memory often came dressed in the shape of folks who lived simple yet left an imprint too big to fade. Not every tale was of a man chasing after silver or staking his claim in land. Some were quieter, etched into the hearts of communities, whispered like hymns long after the singers had gone. One such story was of a woman named Clara May. She had no cattle ranch, no parcels of rich farmland, no claim in a gold seam. Instead, she lived in a modest shack near the river bend, working in a seamstress. To most, she was just a figure behind a small window. Her lantern glowing late into the night, she bent over cloth. Yet Clara May understood something most bankers and merchants never grasped. The fabric she stitched was more than thread and cotton. It was connection. Every piece she sewed carried a story patching a child-worn jacket, so they could play another winter, mending a farmer trousers so he could keep plowing his fields, or crafting a wedding dress that would hold generations of photographs and memories. People wrote her scraps, torn garment, pieces of cloth that seemed worth nothing, and from those fragments she wove not just clothing but dignity. Her urns were never large, and she never owned much more than her needles and her chair, but her reputation spread like ripples in water. Whenever hardship struck, a flood, a drought, or a lean winter, Clara May was there, offering her hands, refusing payment if it meant a child stayed warm or a family could hold their heads high. Folks began to realize the richness she carried wasn't in coins, but in the trust and gratitude she wove into her craft. In time, the little river shack became more than a seamstress shop. It became a place of gathering. Farmers would linger, swapping news while waiting for Clara May to mend a sleeve. Mothers wrote their children, knowing the woman would listen as she worked, offering advice born of patience and kindness.
She didn't ask for wealth, yet it fed around her in the form of goodwill. And goodwill, once given freely, has a way of returning 100-fold. Years later, when Clara May passed quietly in her sleep, the town found itself grieving even though they had lost their fountain stone. They buried her with care, wrapping her in one of the quilts she had sewed from scraps. But her work lived on in every family that still held her stitches. The young boy who once wore her patched jacket grew into a man who built homes for his neighbors, saying it was Clara May who taught him that broken things could be made whole. The bride whose dress she made raised daughters who carried forward her spirit of giving. So it was with Clara May. She never counted her worth in coin, but in the lives she touched. It isn't that the truest kind of wealth. Gold rusts, cattle die, ledgers fade, but kindness sown into a community endures. Like the steady rain outside, it seeps into the soil, unseen yet nouring, and before long it blossoms into something greater than one life could claim. That the wealth a campfire teaches if you let the flames talk long enough. The richest folks aren't always the ones who built the biggest barns or left behind the largest accounts. Sometimes they're the ones who took broken pieces and, with patience and care, made them whole again.
They leave warmth that doesn't vanish when their lanterns go dark.
That the kind of story worth carrying into the night, letting it mingle with the smoke's way that curls toward the stars. The storm had passed by morning, but the earth still smelled of rain and smoke. The campfire lay in a bed of ash, its embers dim, and the cabin on the ridge seemed to lean a little heavier with the weight of time. Nights like the one that gone left a soul thinking about how threads weave together, how the quiet lives of people like Clara May leave marks bigger than rivers. You see, wealth wasn't always about barns full of grain or vaults full of coin. Sometimes it showed itself in the way a person named carried forward long after their boots quit walking. One such name belonged to Elijah Turner. He wasn't a man of polish or fine words. In fact, folks used to say Elijah spoke rarely weighed a mule braid on Sunday. Yet when he did, people listened. He worked the land at the edge of town, hard soil that most wouldn't touch, land pocked with rocks and scrub, where others saw a wasteland. Elijah saw potential. He tilled, he cleared, he planted rows by hand, patient the turning of seasons. Though the yields were modest, Elijah shared what he grew with anyone who had less. He kept little for himself, living off cornmeal, beans, and whatever meat he could trap. But when a family down the road lost their harvest to hail, Elijah would load up a cart and leave sacks of potatoes and beans on their porch without a word. Neighbors began calling him the silent benefactor. He didn't look for recognition, and he surely didn't keep accounts of who owed him what. He simply gave. Some wondered how a man could labor so long with so little comfort. But Elijah seemed to carry his wealth in the quiet satisfaction of see others fed. He once told a boy who asked why he gave so much away, "Son, crops rot if they ain't eaten. Same goes for kindness. Keep it to yourself too long, and it spoils." Over the years, the land Elijah broke with his bare hands turned fertile. His farm grew into a patchwork of greenware once. There had been only stones and scrub. And though he could have sold it for a handsome price, when developers came calling, Elijah refused. The ground was made to feed, not to fence, he'd say. When he passed on, with no kin to inherit his claim, the townsfolk there then made a choice. They kept the land then a community farm, naming it Turner Fields. Children of the town grew up working those rows, learning what it meant to tend soil and share its fruits. Elijah's wealth, though invisible on paper, multiplied tenfold in the lives of every hungry soul who found their table filled because he cared more about giving than gaining. Then there was Ruth Callahan, a school teacher whose hands carried chalk dust more than silver. She arrived in town with nothing but a trunk, a stack of books, and a determination that children deserve more than toil in fields or mills. Ruth opened the schoolhouse on the hill, and for decades she taught with the patience of a saint and the fierceness of a guardian. She believed wealth wasn't just coin, but knowledge passed forward, seeds planted in minds that would grow into forests of possibility. Parents who barely scraped by in their daily living trusted Ruth with their children, and she never failed them.
She taught them to read contracts so they wouldn't be cheated, to tally sums so they could mind their sins, and to write letters so they could reach beyond their small town. More than arithmetic or letters, Ruth taught dignity, reminding every child that their worth wasn't measured by the dirt on their boots or the hut in their sleeves.
When the Great Freeze hit and the mills shut down, Ruth worked by lantern light, tutoring children by fire so they wouldn't fall behind. Some of her students went on to become lawyers, others merchants, savage farmers with sharper miters than their fathers had. Yet nearly all of them spoke of Ruth with the same reverence. She gave them the tools to shape a future beyond survival. Years later, after Ruth had grown old and frail, her former students, scattered across states and cities, returned to honor her. They pooled their cerns, each bringing what they could, and built a new schoolhouse in her name. On the cornerstone, they carved a simple phrase, "Knowledge is the greatest inheritance." And so it was that Elijah with his farm, Clara May with her needle, and Ruth with her chalk each stitched themselves into the fabric of the same town. None of them left behind banks of gold, but their wealth filled the valley in ways no ledger could capture. Their stories carried warmth like the glow of coals, reminding folks that prosperity isn't always loud or flashy.
Sometimes it's stitched into jackets, tilled into fields, or written in careful script on a slate. The firelight flickers, and the rain-soaked wind carries the lesson through the pines. Wealth is not the weight of coin, but the ell of good done quietly, steadily, and without expectation of return. Those who measure by that scale never die poor. The sun had a way of spilling over Turner Field's Lee's honey, gilding the rose that Elijah once carved from stubborn ground. Each stalk of corn that swayed in the breeze, each vine that wound its way toward the light, seemed a whisper of his silent devotion. Yet while the farm stood a proof of what one man's quiet persistence could create, it was the stories told beside campfires and in classrooms that ensured his spirit stayed alive. You see, in a town like this, wealth was not a static treasure. It was a current, a stream that flowed through different hands, shaping each generation in ways unseen until much later. Take Daniel Dusty Rhodes, for instance. He grew up running barefoot across the same fields Elijah had once broken. Dusty wasn't born into plenty. His father worked odd jobs, and his mother stitched clothing late into the night, her candle burning until wax puddled on the tail. The boy carried pockets full of het, but a head full of dreams. Teachers said he had an eye for numbers, quick with sums, quicker still with the kind of patterns that others overlooked. Didn't count beans, he saw beans be planted, tated, multiplied. By the time Dusty turned 16, he'd hang on chores at the general store. He kept the ledgers sharper than any bookkeeper in town, and when the store owner leaked fewer shortages and more savings, he asked Dusty how he managed it. Dusty smiled in that sheepish way of his aunt, explained he'd simply paid closer attention, organizing shipments, reducing waste, noticing which goods sat on shelves too long. What he called common sense was, in truth, the budding of financial acumen. With Ruth Callahan teaching stitched into his bones and Elijah Turner example of service fixed in his heart, Dusty didn't hoard his knowledge. When farmers struggled to keep track of debts, he offered to balance their accounts free of charge. When widows found themselves confused by contracts, he sat with them, slowly reading each line until they understood what was at stake. He became less of a boy and more of a lifeline, carrying the town through lean years with a steadiness beyond his age. Dusty turning pay came when a severe drought rolled in, drying the soil into dust and leaving crops brittly tender. Families who had relied on Elijah fields found themselves staring at cracked earth, their savings evaporating as quickly as the streams. Yet Dusty, with his sharp mind, made something. The town's small reservoir, once an afterthought, could be expanded to catch the sparse rains that still fell.
Drew up a bay, crude sketches scrawled in charcoal showing how to divert water channels into the reservoir. Most dismissed him. He said, "Some boy, what does he know about water?" But Dusty persisted. He led those who trusted him, and together they pooled labor and time, carving trenches, shoring up banks, and laying stones. It worked. By the second season, Turner Fields greened again while nearby towns suffered. Word spread that Dusty had saved them from ruin, but he only shrugged, insisting that any man could have done the same if he'd been paying attention. Still, his reputation grew. Neighbors asked him for advice, and soon outsiders traveled miles to hear how he balanced risk against foresight.
Dusty didn't charge a fee. Instead, he asked that each person helped would pass that knowledge along. Multiplying wisdom is surely a coin. Years later, long after Ruth's schoolhouse had been rebuilt and Elijah Farm had become the backbone of the community, Dusty founded what he called a Commonwealth chest. It wasn't a bank in the traditional sense, but a shared pool of savings. Families contributed what they could, sometimes pennies, sometimes sacks of grain, and from it others borrowed when disaster struck. There were no harsh penalties, no greedy interest rates, only trust. And as the community respected Dusty's integrity, they honored their debts. The chest grew steadily, becoming a safety net that protected them from a calamity. When Dusty passed on in his later years, he left no estate of grandeur.
His home was modest, his clothes threadbare, and his hands callous. Yet his funeral drew hundreds, each soul carrying a story of how Dusty had steadied them when the ground threatened to give way. One widow recalled how he had explained her husband's will with patience. Another man recounted how Dusty had taught him to budget for hard winters. Children remembered the way he slipped them candies at the store counter, reminding them that joy too was a kind of wealth worth spreading. In time, the town carved Dusty's name into the cornerstone of their community hall, not as he had built the building, but as he had built the foundation of trust that made such gathering places possible. The hall echoed with laughter, debate, and the clinking of shared meals. His legacy continued, not in coin, but in confidence, kindness, and the steady reminder that wealth was never meant to be hoarded in a single chest, but shared in 1,000 quiet ways. The fire by the cabin crackles, throwing sparks against the star-scattered dark. Each ember that floats into the night feels like a story lifted from memory, a reminder that men and women like Elijah, Ruth, Clara May, and Dusty didn't just live. They invested in lives beyond their own, that the kind of wealth that endures, the kind that hums through generations like a tune passed from one campfire to another.